Welcome to the whoop-de-wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Whoop-de-wop
to remind everybody
is
Oh
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people
Whoop-de-wop.
shit.
is a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de-wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know the
Yo,
who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
You got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know what
We're
a
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay,
Yo,
that's
we
something to do
can
with me.
throw some cool
And
whoop-de-wops.
from a Hoosier, you're gonna get certain things that are gonna happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
down
know
the
at one
coast,
point
though, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
Klan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Georgia Gang on this Sunday, December 21st. A contentious hearing under the Gold Dome between Fulton County DA Fani Willis and Senate Republicans. Also, mystery money targets Burt Jones as the GOP gubernatorial primary heats up. And from sound stages to servers, Georgia film studios could face a market pivot. Kathy, Phil, Theron, and Martha are all here. The debate and discussion begin right now.
From the Fox 5 studios, the Georgia Gang starts now.
A dramatic and at times combative hearing at the Georgia Capitol this week. A defiant Fulton County DA Fani Willis lashed out at Georgia lawmakers, investigating her conduct, calling questions dumb, and the hearing a witch hunt.
And you can use all this in your campaign ad. You attacked Fani Willis. What have you done, sir? Nothing.
A fiery showdown between Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis and the Republican-led state Senate committee that is investigating allegations of misconduct during her prosecution of President Donald Trump for his alleged criminal interference in the 2020 election.
Do you want to answer?
It's a dumbass question.
I know it is, but go ahead and tell him. I thought she did very well. She's angry, but if somebody called me a crook, I'd be angry too.
The State Court of Appeals removed Willis from the RICO case that implicated President Trump and 18 other defendants after revelations she was having a romantic relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade.
Let Fani Willis just talk, because you get that woman talking and she goes crazy. So I'm extremely excited with how the committee outcome today.
During Wednesday's testimony, the committee pressed her on how much money she spent on the case. She called the hearing a witch hunt.
That's really an ignorant question. And if you understand.
Actually, it was Roy Barnes. I don't know. You all probably don't keep up with Georgia politics that much. I guess I should preface that with welcome to Stanley versus the World. Make sure you hit the like button as you all stream in. I actually watched this hearing online. And it was actually Roy Barnes, who, by the way, is a former Democratic governor of Georgia. He basically was her counsel during this hearing. So Bonnie didn't use the words, Roy Barnes did.
What the word ignorant means, it means the lack of knowledge.
The committee doesn't have the power to do anything to punish Willis. It's supposed to be examining whether changes to state law are needed to bar further misconduct.
We learned nothing. Nothing that the state of Georgia could do could correct any of this.
We were today trying to get to the bottom of the witch hunt that went on against the president and the other Georgians and people from out of state that had to endure this prosecution over the course of a couple of years before she was removed for the appearance of impropriety.
The hearing doesn't carry any direct consequences for Willis. The committee can't sanction her or remove her from office, but lawmakers say her testimony will factor into potential legislation aimed at tightening oversight of prosecutors and the use of special prosecutors going forward. Kathy, let's start with you this week. Did Fani Willis hurt her own credibility with her combative approach, or was she right to push back forcefully against what she sees as a partisan investigation?
Well, in this case, I think both things can be true, right? I think she's definitely right to be pushing back about this. This was a show. It was really aimed to help Bill Cowsert with his election. He couldn't be there, so it kind of fell on the hands of Dolezal. But I think also it would probably be better if she toned it down just a tad, but she was quite effective and she wasn't wrong. Every statement that we saw in that little package, was accurate. And I think that it's just time to let that election go. But fortunately, it's also time that we have to let go of some of the people like the folks in Coffee County who, kind of get swept out the door with this, but who really should be having a hearing right now to see if they did things that were illegal.
Phil Willis said that she didn't know how much the Trump case cost Fulton County taxpayers.
Well, her memory loss was not that shocking. She couldn't remember most of the things. That's why her questions are probably so accurate. I just can't remember. You can go online and look at the Fulton County District Attorney's checkbook. I looked at it, and there's all sorts of expenses. For example, her lover, Nathan Wade, had $100,000 given to him basically from one of the funds there. I mean, there's all sorts of things you can see. If the public can see it, how come she couldn't answer these questions? And, Greg Dolezal, that was a good package, by the way, Lori. Greg Dolezal, the acting chairman, had to cut off the microphone twice. Totally unprofessional. She's an officer of the court. She should have been far more professional, and she could have made herself look a lot better, in my opinion. But I think the questions there are going to be of very good interest to the U.S. Attorney, Teddy Hertzberg. I think he's going to look for some discrepancies between what Nathan Wade said and what she said in timelines. When did this witch hunt against President Trump start? Well, I think Wade said it was January 1st before.
Okay, well, unfortunately, the U.S. Attorney can look all he wants. There is nothing illegal that happened. Let them look.
She took office. She says, no, that wasn't right. At least they didn't line up. So this is going to be fascinating. I think some good information did come out of this.
Well, Theron, I think Republicans and Democrats have a much different take on her tone and her style. But Fani Willis is a fighter. She fights crime. It's what she does. that was clear in her presentation skills.
Well, first of all, Lori, to lighten the mood, these Christmas trees in this holiday setting is amazing.
Don't change the subject.
You see my spin going on here?
Yes.
No, but to get directly to your question, if you look at this, and I actually did watch the hearing in its totality, and versus what you see on social media, and I also agree your package was very well done, is if you look at social media and the clips, it's a fiery district attorney who is being attacked, who's also responding to some very tough questions by some Republicans who believe that they think that the election in question was some mishaps there and that it should not even happen as far as being indicted. But when you really listen to the details, Lori, it showed us a lot about how the district attorney's office needs more funding, how she was dealt a really, really tough hand coming in. And yes, there were probably some things that happened that she didn't want to disclose. And you had to know when you're bringing a former prosecutor, now the district attorney, on the stand to try to do her job and ask her tough questions, you were going to get a combative sort of response. But also, I think that we as taxpayers, we can put this behind us. I agree with Kathy. It's time for us to move on. The 2020 election is over. Yes, District Attorney Fani Willis had a moment to answer some tough questions. You can question her conduct, but you're right, she is a fighter. And I thought Roy Barnes, our former governor, had a good quote at the end. Look, if someone's calling you a crook, if Phil, you call me a crook, you're doing right, you're going to get a little pushback from me. And I may be a little combative, but I do think, honestly, that there was a lot of questions that were answered, but there's still a lot of unanswered questions. But ultimately, I think District Attorney Fani Willis should put this behind her and go on to continue to put bad people in jail like she's been doing.
It's so funny because, what goes around comes around. When Roy Barnes was in the legislature, he passed legislation that would have avoided all of this from happening, where everything wasn't tried in Fulton County that had to do with legislators and things like that. But Tom Murphy blocked it. And so it was funny to see him as the attorney in this case, which he pulled it together at the end, Theron, but he looked very bored and concerned during most of this particular hearing. He was like, I can't believe this is going on. I'm not sure if she was trying to be Mrs. Claus or Cruella de Vil, coming in with the cape and putting the purse. The hardest thing for a woman in leadership position is what to do with your purse. And none of y'all have to deal with that.
And what to wear.
And it was just, I thought that was funny with the purse right out there. I noticed that right off the bat because I've had to deal with that. I mean, someone has to, when you're running for office, if you're involved, someone's got to carry your purse.
Look at them. They're just chuckling there.
They're just chuckling, but it's true.
You want to talk about the testimony?
No, I agree with you.
I will. Don't worry. I will. But my point is, it was a show. Okay, all of this stuff had been covered before. I don't think it was that this was done to help Bill Cowsert. I think that it's more to help the lieutenant governor's campaign for governor. I mean, he wanted it to go forward. It was nothing we'd heard before, except she kept saying he billed 160 hours a week. She corrected herself later because there's only 168 hours in a week, so there's no way you can bill 160 hours in a week. So I thought that was, but I don't think we learned anything. I don't. I disagree with you, Phil, on that. We didn't learn anything.
Well, she did look good. I agree with you on that. And I
wasn't saying she looked good, but that's okay.
but I think I think it was a part of her entrance, right? I'm going to come in, I'm going to show you that I'm unfazed, unbothered. And she knew she was going to have to really answer some tough questions. But ultimately, I think that was a part of all of her sort of approach to this hearing.
I think ultimately, though, Kathy, I mean, how much did the hiring of Nathan Wade really, in their personal relationship, right, ultimately derail what was once seen as the strongest case against President Trump?
Well, it did. And that's what's unfortunate, because in the scheme of things, that's not really that big of a deal. It was a error in judgment. It shouldn't have happened with a case that was this important. But in terms of how it influenced, the investigation of the case, the carrying out the case, those kinds of things, it had little to no impact.
Just one more quick comment. I think the sad thing about it is this just showed, this show that we saw, is that she's not spending time fighting crime in Fulton County. They're still backlogged like you would not believe. I don't disagree. They don't need more money. But what I'm saying is they spent a lot of money on this case that had nothing to do with anybody that lived in Fulton County. And that's been my problem with it from the beginning.
Well, yeah, but let me finish what I was going to say. But hearings like this do nothing for the voters of Georgia. Does absolutely nothing. We have heard this. It has scabbed over. We've ripped the scab off again. It doesn't do anything advancing what voters in Georgia need to have happen. No, it doesn't. I mean, it was a show.
Finish up and then you can go.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'll be done.
There's a lot of information. There's a lot of information, like I say, that the U.S. attorney can now look at. You used to think you were for accountability. We have to look back at some things. We can do two things at once. We have to look back. And I think that aside from the unethical behavior with Wade and Willis, there's also the flawed RICO statute that was used. It was very clear from the prosecutor, Pete Skandalakis, who dismissed all of this case, that the whole basis of this witch hunt was wrong. And it was just completely a waste of millions of dollars. And the taxpayers of Fulton are going to be gouged for this.
Well, both sides I'm hearing say witch hunt, witch hunt, witch hunt. But Theron, is this the end of the chapter now? Are we putting it to rest?
It should be, but you hear this enthusiastic sort of response from our friend Hit Phil, and I think he represents a segment of the Republican Party that are not over it. But I also really quickly, Lord, we cannot ignore the fact that a lot of people who supported President Donald Trump, who lost, were told that they need to go do something about this election. What they did was in question. And she followed the law. She took it to a grand jury, and 19 people were indicted. So to just say that it was no basis and it never should have been done.
You can indict the old cliche of hamburger.
But how she handled it. And then also, we got to say this. Once President Trump got
That's a ham sandwich, dummy.
This panel. That pretty much was over. Yeah.
All right. We'll leave it there, folks. Coming up, a shadowy group pours millions into attack ads, and now Georgia's lieutenant governor is pushing back. Who's really behind the money? And does this fight change the...
All right. Well, I just really wanted to cover the Fani Willis thing since she is my my future girlfriend. I love Fani Willis. Yeah, she can be a little gum popper-ish, but I don't have a problem with her. Other than the Nathan Wade thing, that I don't know what she was thinking about that. So anyway, basically what I'm going to do today is over the weekend, Turning Point USA had AmFest, and all the right wing, or I said right wing, all the MAGA superstars were there. And we're going to look at a bunch of their speeches, and that's pretty much going to take up the show. But before we do that, a couple news items. Well, one news item and then one comment. Let's see here. This was an odd thing. Trump has suspended offshore wind leases, and he's used U.S. national security as the reason. And I haven't read this, so I'll read a little bit of it just to see how national security intersects with wind power. I think I understand. I think I could see how they would intersect, but I want to make sure. So it says here, and this is from the Department of the Interior. The Department of the Interior announced today that it is pausing, effective immediately, the leases for all large-scale offshore wind projects under construction in the United States due to national security risks identified by the Department of War in recently completed classified reports. This pause will give the department, along with the Department of War and other relevant government agencies, time to work with leaseholders and state partners to assess the possibility of mitigating the national security risks proposed by these projects. The prime duty of the United States government is to protect the American people, said the Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. Today's action addresses emerging national security risks, including the rapid evolution of relevant adversary technologies and the vulnerabilities created by large-scale offshore wind projects with proximity near our East Coast population centers. The Trump administration will always prioritize the security of the people. I could see a scenario where, they could be targets and, some sort of missile strike. But I think once again, Trump loves hyperbole, and everything is a security risk or a national or an emergency. And it's basically overreach, if not an outright abuse of power. And, hopefully what happens, the lessons learned from, the Trump 1.0 and 2.0, or we need to harden some of these laws. And I'm hoping next November that, we can retake both the House and hopefully the Senate as well. If nothing else, we'll just check his power until, he moves on one way or the other. So it's kind of sad. Hey, Mackenzie, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah. Okay. Well, when I drop the link there, great one. You're more than welcome to come up. So the last thing I wanted to talk about is tomorrow night. I'm going to be doing a quote debate over this idea, which I think is just ridiculous. I think it's whining. This article from a magazine called Arc Republic. Generational smackdown, baby boomers against everybody. The notion that, boomers ruined it all. I wanted to read a paragraph here. If any, what? I don't think I even put I need to put these links in the show notes. But basically, there's a guy named Bruce Gibney. He's a Generation X venture capitalist whose wealth stems from investing early in Facebook and PayPal. In 2017, he wrote a book entitled A Generation of Sociopaths, How the Baby Boomers Betrayed America. Gibney accuses baby boomers of causing slowing economic growth, decelerating innovation, tremendous fiscal imbalances, and other issues. So he believes the feud between American boomers and the youngsters began during the COVID-19 pandemic when the vaccine was first made available to elders. Maybe. Age-related weak immune systems made them more at risk for catching the deadly virus. just sort of encapsulates the whole sense of unfairness where it's always the boomers first and their kids last. Gibney asserted in a 2021 PBS NewsHour segment. Maybe I'll find that segment. However, Gibney, and this is the salient part here, and I'll enlarge it so it's easier to read from your screen. Gibney's ire against the senior population is not extended to those who are Black. He says, I excluded Black Americans from my definition of baby boomers. Their experiences and expectations were so radically different from those of the white, fairly middle-class boomer majority. We were remarkably homogenous as far as big, dispersed populations go. So again, this just reinforces my argument that Black boomers were not equal, and calling them boomers is a little bit problematic. Somewhere in this article, or maybe it was something else I read, they may calling them boomers, might be a little bit of a problematic, but I'm just basically saying that this is what happens when people don't read books. They just fucking, hear something on Fox News or something and it sounds good. And then they just work it into their rhetorical, whatever it is they're doing. You've got to understand American history. You've got to understand a little bit of sociology. You have to understand that from 1946 to 1964, there was a lot of segregation, especially in the South. And if you can't figure that out, if you cannot think your way through the problem, you look like a fool. And maybe your buddies, maybe your wife even, will go, oh shit, you're a genius. But someone like me, nah, I know the history at least well enough to know that the argument doesn't hold water. So, on that end, I also want to talk about this right quick. Let's see here. Tomorrow afternoon, early evening, I guess. I think I mentioned already, I'm going to be doing this debate over on Savage's channel. It's Savage Code Entertainment. I posted the link and everything. So if you're interested in this sort of thing, make sure you tune in over at Savage's. I'm not going to simulcast it. Doing it from his channel will be good enough. And hopefully it'll be very short. I don't expect this to get particularly heated or particularly long. All right, so let's see, what else do we have here? So the rest of the show, as I said earlier, we're going to be looking at Turning Point USA speeches from this weekend. Everybody from Tucker Carlson to Ben Shapiro to, Nicki Minaj. I had no clue she was a Republican, but apparently she is. So she talked to Erica Kirk. And then there were some Black people there. Of course, Brandon Tatum was there. Ben, God damn it. Well, there were Black people there. But one of the Black people that wasn't there was, and noticeably absent, was Candace Owens. But, at a Turning Point event, it's probably understandable they wouldn't want her in attendance. So I will drop the link right quick. And this isn't going to be an overly long show because I do have some things to do. Oh, by the way, I started watching actually just before this show the new Knives Out movie on Netflix. Um, it I'm about maybe almost a third of the way through it. It's actually good. Um, it's it's kind of complex, but so far I'm enjoying it. So if you got Netflix, look at the new Knives Out. I recommend it. At least, excuse me, at least so far. So here's the link. You can hit it if you choose to do so. What's up, Frost? How you doing? Hey, Richard. A big shipment of rosin for what? What are you, bow hunting or something? So anyway, let us move on to our Turning Point USA stuff. If I can figure out, I don't often use Rumble, but we're gonna watch it from there. Oh shit! Hold on one sec. So we're gonna start with some random black folks who attended the TPUSA thing.
How's everybody doing tonight? How's everybody doing tonight? Can I get somebody to help me lift up the name of Jesus in this place? Come on, you can do better than that. Help me lift up the name of Jesus.
And by the way, the only way a black man who isn't Brandon Tatum or Nicki Minaj, the only way they get any applause is to mention the name of Jesus.
Jesus in this place. It's an honor to be here in AmFest 2025. My friends, Jesus is on the throne. And we are victorious through him. And I want to share something with you tonight from 1 Timothy chapter 4, verses 1 through 3. I want to talk about seducing spirits. The world is noisy and loud, and there are many people speaking into our spirits. But we must understand the implications of seducing spirits. 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 1 says, "Now the Spirit speaketh expressly, that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, speaking lies in hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron, forbidding to marry." And
An iron?
You know, sin entered into the world through a question. And I want you to be mindful today of people who just love to ask questions. They oftentimes say, "I'm just asking questions. I have a right to ask questions. I'm just asking questions." But sin came into the world because Satan, the original seducer, asked Adam and Eve a question. Genesis 3 verse 1 says, "Now the serpent was more crafty than any wild animals that the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, 'Did God really say you must not eat from any tree in the garden?'" Here it is. Satan is deceiving Adam and Eve by asking this question. All questions aren't good questions.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. You know, Richard, thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna have to find that clip. I have to find that clip and maybe put it as part of the opening theme Thanks for that. I forgot about that fool.
Questions. Some questions are intentionally used to deceive you and dupe you. And he questioned the validity of what God had said and whether or not God had got it right. The Bible warns that seducing spirits would rise, not to deceive the world, but to deceptively infiltrate the church, numbing hunger for biblical authority, keeping us from seeing the need to pray often, and convincing people that they are alive when they are actually asleep. These spirits don't come wearing darkness. They come wrapped in comfort, compromise, and counterfeit spirits. But tonight, the Holy Spirit is pulling back the veil. Only 62% of U.S. adults identify now as Christian, down sharply from 78% in 2007. And even among those who identify as Christian, fewer are actively engaged. Only about 44%.
Okay, we'll come back to this, but Richard is inspired his next video.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so
You have to turn up the volume.
our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our presidents, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen Trump hug anybody. So that was something. Thanks. Shout out to Richard for reminding me of it. I'd pretty much forgotten it. Hey, Richard, I'll drop the clip for you if you want. I'm sorry, I'll drop the link for you if you want it. You can put it in your permanent archives. Here you go. What is my volume okay? If it's a little low, I can turn it up. The volume on that clip is low, so not much I can do about it. So let's get back to our other preacher.
Of Christians pray daily, and 33% attend religious services at least monthly. Let me tell you something. If you are a Christian, let me see that.
Okay, and I warn you now, there's going to be quite a bit of speeches. I haven't seen any of them, and I'll stop them and comment, as need be, but it's pretty much going to be a whole bunch of Turning Point USA type speechifying. Hopefully, Vice President Vance will be the last one I play before the show ends or so, mainly because I have a specific point I want to make about his speech.
The hands of the believers. Put your hands down now. Make sure you get up out of the bed on Sunday morning and go to church. Go to church. Go to church. Let me say it again. Go to church. Why? Because there's a difference between your favorite podcaster and your pastor. Your favorite podcaster is trying to get clicks, views, follows, and subscriptions and become the #1 podcast in the world. But your pastor is leading you and guiding you from earth to glory, and their responsibility is to make sure that they teach the counsel of the Word of God from Genesis to Revelations. Your favorite podcaster is not going to christen your baby. Your favorite podcaster is not going to counsel you. Your favorite podcaster is not going to be there when death hits your family, but your pastor, the man of God that has been placed instead of God to lead you and to guide you and to teach you, that person is going to be responsible for making sure you understand the mysteries of God's word. Make sure you find a pastor and prioritize your pastor over your podcaster. One of the signs that a person is controlled by a seducing spirit is that they preach grace without transformation, love without the fear of the Lord, and worldly increase without submission to God. Oftentimes, our favorite podcasters use the cross as decoration and Bibles as props and Christian talking points as magnets to attract people. But if you are not submitted to God yourself, don't get online trying to tell me about Christianity if you have never submitted your soul and life to the God of the Bible. And we know that little by little, these seducing spirits will try to replace the prayer closet with busyness, the voice of scripture with human reasoning. And
hey, Stanley, John is over there talking bad about you, man. You hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Look, you know what? John Galt has spent the weekend talking bad about all kinds of people.
But Stanley, the shit that he's saying about you, man, as a man, you might want to address it. He's saying that.
I don't think so.
He's saying that you're a peddler.
A what?
He's saying that you're a peddler.
Oh, is he? He has no fucking clue what he's talking about. Let him
I
talk.
was just letting you know, man. That guy is fucking ridiculous, man.
You know, I don't even know where he would get that idea from, but
Man,
that's how. Hey,
he got some
hey,
guy up there saying he knows you.
is it Jeremy?
I have no idea who that man
Okay,
is.
well, let me put it to you this way. Anybody who knows me knows me. If you know me from YouTube, and you're using that kind of accusation, you're full of
that's
shit.
bad, man. To throw on the man.
No. Again, I don't care.
I got you.
John Galt does not have the balls to come over to my channel and talk to my face about it. See, as it turns out, he's got me blocked in his chat, and I assume he's probably got me blocked in StreamYard. He's not blocked in my chat. He's not blocked in my StreamYard. If he has accusations and he actually, is manly enough to come up on my panel and talk shit, I know how to deal with him. He's not that. No, we aren't doing anything. John can come here and make the accusations.
No, what I was saying. No,
okay,
I was saying
do not cut me
that
off
you
when
can put
I'm
a
talking,
pin in his
sir.
ass.
I don't give a fuck. John is a drunken fool. Let him get drunk, get high, and talk shit. Yesterday was Izzy Bands, and Saturday it was someone else. Every day, John doesn't put out content anymore. He just talks trash about people that, are his betters. So let's get back to this.
Yeah, fuck John.
I believe it was Oprah Winfrey that told us that we should tell our own truth. Let me tell you something. Oprah Winfrey is a liar. We don't have truth. Truth does not come from man. Truth comes from God. And the Bible says,
By the way, JB, did you watch any of this Turning Point USA Amfest from the weekend?
Stanley, I don't understand none of that shit, man. I can barely read, man.
Well, you don't have to read. You don't have to read a speech.
But I can't understand what they talking about, man.
He's what?
I don't know. I can't understand that type of talk, man.
Well, this is actually more a sermon than anything.
Yeah, I dropped out in 3rd grade, man. I don't understand them big words.
Well, maybe, if you ever have questions, just ask me. We can always talk about it.
Okay, but
go ahead.
But when I ask the question, man, you can't cuss me out, man.
Depends on the question. I reserve the right.
Well, see, but you got to understand.
I reserve the right to curse out a bad question.
Well, I'm just saying. Well, if I don't understand it the right way and I ask it, and then if it come off dumb, I can't. I dropped out in 3rd grade, man.
Well, what do you think of Jay Prince? Because he dropped out in 6th grade. Have you ever watched his show?
Are you talking about the dude from the other dude,
the welfare dad? Yeah, the
weirdo.
welfare dad. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, he's a weirdo. Apparently, he isn't a weirdo. He's some sort of welfare class hero.
They say he was a cross-dresser.
Nah, I doubt that. But anyway, let's get back to the speechifying it's more a sermon than a speech.
God be true and every man a liar. Truth comes from the Lord. And so these seducing spirits are everywhere. And the question today that has many people on the right and in a tizzy is who and or what comes first? Should we be America first? Or should we be Israel first? And you know what? Just because so many people have failed to read their Bible and know how we should respond to that question, let me help you out on tonight. Matthew chapter 6, verse 33 says this. It says, but seek ye first the kingdom of God. You know what? Let me say it over here. But seek ye first the kingdom of God. I don't think y'all hear me over here. Let me go over on this side. But seek ye first the kingdom of God. Let me go over here. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and all of his righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you. When we put God first, that we will know how to properly apply our allegiance to America, our allegiance to the American flag and our nation, and then we will know how to biblically protect the covenant that God made with his chosen people. And so as I prepare for my close, there's something that I have to say as well. That as we contend with these seducing spirits, we need to be mindful of people who say slanderous things.
Stanley, I'll be back.
Hey, would you? Before you go, let me ask you this question. This guy was talking about slanderous spirits. Do you think John Galt is a slanderous spirit?
Well, I mean, yeah, you can say that. Then you can say he's a bitch too.
Yeah, you know what?
Well,
Well,
if you just really pay attention to him, how he talks, he's just a really damn idiot, though. He really doesn't know.
Let me put it to you this way. I don't subscribe to the channel, so, I don't know what he says. Now, I do see him sometimes when he goes up on other channels. That's when I see him. I don't subscribe to, his actual channel.
Yeah, if I was, I wouldn't subscribe to it neither.
Yeah.
He's an idiot, man.
Why get upset at a slanderous spirit?
Right? A goddamn grease monkey.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I'll be here for a couple hours at least.
All right, I'm going to come back. Give me about 15, 20 minutes, man.
Okay.
All right.
You know, we have a lot of men today that like to talk about the patriarchy. They claim that they are the men leading in society. One of the things that seducing spirits would do, it would create a culture where men don't want to get married. The Bible says that they will be forbidding to marry. Let me tell you something tonight, in the same manner that Charlie Kirk would. You need to get an education, get a job, get married, and have more children than you can afford. But something is wrong when you are 30 years old and 40 years old and 50 years old and 60 years old and you've never been married. What's wrong with you? I don't know. Some of these men, just might, I don't know. They've lost their spine. They've lost their courage. But at the end of the day, we need to normalize shaming men who run from marriage solely because they want to be a part of the manosphere and call themselves patriarchs. You are not a patriarch unless you have a wife and a family. Go get a wife and go make some babies, because when we get to heaven, you can't have sex in heaven.
He's probably really meaning go make some white babies.
So you might as well get it on down here.
Get it on down here? Oh my God.
In addition, recently, I have to say this, someone went online and said some damaging things about Erica Kirk. They said that Erica Kirk did not need to be in the role of the CEO of Turning Point USA.
Wow.
And I took offense to that, simply because I know that if Charlie Kirk was still alive, he would address that. But since he's in the presence of God right now, I'm going to do what the Bible tells us to do. The Bible says in Isaiah 1:17, it says, learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of the fatherless, and plead the case of the widow. I think that Erica Kirk is doing a good job. How do y'all feel about that tonight? I can't
Jesus.
hear nobody. How do y'all feel about that tonight? Listen, Jason Whitlock went on social media and said that we need to find a replacement for her. Well, first and foremost, you
Wow,
don't have
he
the
did?
right to tell another man's wife what she should do. Charlie Kirk left in writing that Erica Kirk would be the person to lead Turning Point USA forward. And instead of Jason Whitlock trying to tell Erica what to do, he should, now that he's at the age of 58, go and get married yourself, have some kids of your own, and tell your own wife what to do. Instead of trying to demonize her, instead of trying to...
See, I like this. You're going to see a lot of contention in some of these speeches. Ben Shapiro and I guess it was Tucker Carlson. They kind of they're kind of at odds. I love hearing Jason Whitlock basically called an incel. He's 58, huh? I didn't know that.
Put false accusations upon her instead of trying to shame her. How about doing what the Bible says? The Bible says, plead the case of the widow. Pray for her. Pray that God would use her. Pray for Turning Point USA. Pray for the staff. And never allow anyone who has failed to display the true essence of the patriarchy convince you that what's taking place within Turning Point USA is against the will of God. I believe that Turning Point USA is going to grow stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. Not because our allegiance is to the Republican Party, but because our allegiance is to the God of the Bible. And the Lord is on our side, and he is going to fight for us. God bless you, my friends, and God bless America.
All right, well, that was boring. Let's see, who else is on here? I think that was the only one. Tulsi Gabbard spoke, but I'm not interested in much of what she has to say. Let's see here. Oh, okay. I didn't realize he was on here. So let's watch. What's his name?
Pride of making products here at home. That's what we do every day. We're America's beverage companies making American products.
This book.
So they're advertising sugary drinks. Oh boy, these guys are hilarious. So this is Jesse Waters.
Thank you. Thank you. It's nice to be able to speak to you guys without being interrupted by Jessica Tarloff.
She makes me miss Geraldo. One time I said, Geraldo, what is the secret to success in this industry? And he said, Jesse, keep your hair and keep your waistline. Well, so far so good, but I have a different secret, and I'll tell you guys that in a little bit. I started in the basement of Fox News, making minimum wage, no health insurance, 2 p.m. to midnight. I sat next to a girl named Candy who dotted her I with a heart. And all of a sudden I heard there was an opening on the O'Reilly factor. I said, I got to get this job. I got to get out of the basement. So I go in.
Yeah. Notice how, he's not going to talk about how you could work for a major news corporation, News Corp, and work at a job with those kind of wages and no health insurance. Why would a major corporation be doing that, even to the basement dwellers? But he won't talk about that.
In for an interview with Bill, and I sit down and he sits down, and I give him my resume, and he looks at it and he says, what's your father do? I told him what my dad did, and then he looks down and he's silent for a long time. And I think he forgets I'm there. And then I said, Bill, I just read your latest book. It was amazing. And all of a sudden he perks up and says, you seem like a smart kid. You start Monday. So he hired me, and then he almost fired me. We had these pitch meetings in the newsroom where we all circle around as producers and we pitch Bill's stories we think will make good TV segments. And these producers are just getting swatted down like flies. Bill's calling us idiots. It comes to me. I bomb. And the producer brings me up to his office afterwards and says, Bill doesn't think you're articulate enough to make it in television. You have 2 weeks to turn it around or you're fired. I mean, it's like telling Jordan he can't dunk. So I put my nose to the grindstone, turned it around, and I got it together. And Bill said, Jesse, you're bothering everybody in the pod. We're going to have to send you out to the streets to bother other people. He said, I want to find out how much young Americans know about current events. Turns out they know very little. Would you guys like to hear actual questions and answers from Waters World?
Yeah, of course. No speech, just have to go back to old clips. Let me put it to you this way. Young people don't know a lot about politics or about a lot of things. Critical thinking, they don't know how to critical think. They don't know American history because their parents did not teach them. America's biggest problem is parenting. And I honestly don't have a solution. I don't know how you tell parents that even if you're a baby mama or baby daddy, your life, I'm not going to say your life is over, but the focus of your life changes. In my opinion, the child becomes, building the future. Is why you have children, at least, in modern Western culture. So kids don't know shit about politics because the parents aren't teaching them shit about politics, and probably their parents didn't teach them about politics.
Who did America fight in the Revolutionary War? China. Who won the Civil War? France. Who did America fight in the Vietnam War? Not a trick question. South Korea. What was the ship that the Pilgrims sailed over to America on? The Nina, the Pinta, and the Linta. Name one state that borders Canada. Philly. Not a state. I asked this one kid, what do you think about Bernie Sanders? And he said, who's Bernie Sanders? I said, I wish I didn't know either. And I said, he's the senator from Vermont. He said, what's Vermont? My all-time favorite. What do you think of the Ebola virus? It's nice.
Here's another interesting thing, and I'm sure everybody knows this, but these idiots, or you know, I guess I could use a stronger word, but these guys like go to young people. They'd rather go to young people, and I think there is a problem that they're highlighting. So it's not a totally bad thing with a Jesse Waters or a Steve. What's his name? I'll think of his last name in a minute. Steven Crowder. It's not a bad thing, you know, that they kind of highlight, but that's all they do. They never confront, you know, people who know as much as they do or more. That's why people like Jesse Waters get upset with the Jessica Tarloff. She tends to know her shit. And they don't like it. Jesse Waters especially, because, you know, she sometimes shows him up.
So it's funny, but it's sad because these people are oblivious, and politicians and corporations can hoodwink and bamboozle us. And this is kind of the stage that was set for me in the summer of 2015. And Hillary and Jeb were supposed to fix things. The two most boring politicians in America. Until...
See, this is the weird thing. You know, you may not like Jeb, you may not like Hillary. And a lot of people don't like Hillary, even on the left. But the thing is boring. You got the most exciting president in living memory, and the motherfucker is a moron. He doesn't give a shit. He's fucking up the White House. You know, there's some major problems with Trump, but he's exciting, and that's what these airheads need, apparently. Excitement. How about a boring politician who actually knows shit and can get shit done? I think that's another thing that social media and bad parenting are reproducing rapidly. You got to keep somebody's attention. We're going to produce a generation of kids who do not have focus more than a couple minutes. And social media is going to be a problem. It already is. And I think with AI, you know, slowly but surely, kids are being weaned from using their brains. So that's kind of the direction I think America's going. You know, we're going to create a generation of just non-thinkers. AI is going to do the thinking for us. And not sure, you know, that I don't think that's a good thing, to be honest.
Donald Trump came down the escalator. And I thought he was selling hats. I didn't know what was going on. And so he connects emotionally with the American people right away on immigration. And everyone's offended, but you feel it in your heart.
He connects with America's worst instincts.
And so, first big event, he has the Iowa State Fair. Do you guys know what the Iowa State Fair is? There you go. So it's like regular politicians go around and press the flesh and try to act like regular people, and there's like fried food everywhere. Trump comes down in his helicopter and lands it in the middle of the Iowa State Fair, gets out in a $5,000 suit, takes a pork chop on a stick, takes a bite, and then starts giving kids rides around the Iowa State Fair in the helicopter. So right away, he like wins. And then we start going into these debates. You remember Little Marco? Lion Ted. Or my favorite, he said about Mitt Romney, he said, Mitt Romney is poor and he walks like a penguin. And we're watching this at Fox and we were like, we had no idea. We had never seen anything like this before. Just like middle school ridicule. And it was working. But he was connecting. And he wins the
So if you step back and actually think about this, what does that say about people who vote for Trump when they're going for middle school ridicule? See, these people are just surface level scratchers. They scratch the surface and that's about as deep as it goes. It's just sad.
nomination and
Oh, and Turning Point USA is kind of like the youth arm of the right wing. So they're young people hearing this slop and they're not thinking about it either.
goes through the summer. And I think there's like this event right around 9/11 and Hillary's walking to her car and all of a sudden she's walking, and then she faints. You'd faint too if you were married to Bill. So we're all tied up going into the first debate. Remember that debate? Trump's like, well, if I were president, you'd be in jail. Drops the mic. Now, Hillary didn't go to jail, but Bill might. Have you guys seen the Epstein files? Woo! No bueno. And so Trump cruises, and on election day, Hillary thinks she has it in the bag and falls asleep to get rest for her victory speech that night. She wakes up, and it's a nightmare. Trump has won Florida, North Carolina, and the next thing you know, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, he's president. So obviously, what do? I say, I got to get an interview with the president. So we call Hope. She sets it up. It's like somewhere in Tennessee. And he puts me there. There's like this big rally beforehand. O'Reilly made me work the rally beforehand, before a presidential interview. Can you believe it? And so I sit there in this holding area where we're going to do the interview. And all of a sudden, the president walks in the room. Jesse, my man, how you doing? Grabs my hand, like pulls my arm off. He goes right to the mirror, takes a whole thing of hairspray and just goes, shh. He sits down, I sit down. He said, Jesse, you see how many people are outside? 45,000, 85,000, 125,000? There's a lot of people out there, Mr. President. So we sit down, we wrap the interview, and it's over, and he says, well, we're headed back to D.C. Do you want to ride on Air Force One? And I said, yeah. So next thing you know, I'm like walking up the steps of Air Force One. He puts us in like the business class section. All the fake news is in the back. And so, you know, I'm trying not to steal everything. I have sticky fingers, so like, there's like Air Force One, like M&Ms with the logo emblazoned on it, and I'm just stuffing everything in my pockets. Yes. And so all of a sudden, Hope says, all right, he's ready for you. And we bring the cameras, we bring it back into like his executive boardroom area of the jet. And I said, Mr. President, now that you're president, they're gonna have to rename this Hair Force One. Yeah. He didn't think it was funny either. So we wrap the interview and we go back. He tells me to put the camera away. So we're just talking. I said, Mr. President, why were you playing NSYNC at your rally? That's kind of a strange choice. He goes, what do you mean? NSYNC's amazing. I said, really? He goes, yeah, Lance Bass is the man. Lance Bass? He said, yeah, Jesse, I was just at this cocktail party the other day in Manhattan, and there was this model, perfect 10, stunning. And she's next to this like New York Giants linebacker, okay? They're together. And all of a sudden, Lance Bass walks by, and the model leaves the linebacker and chases after Lance Bass. Lance Bass gets tail. I said, Mr. President, Lance Bass is gay.
Well, Richard, I know, but sometimes, I mean, sometimes you have to kind of, deal with the pain. It will only make you stronger. And I don't watch Fox News. I don't really even have cable, so I don't watch any of the cable news channels except, clips on YouTube occasionally. I like politics. I like these speeches, and I know they're painful, and I apologize, but I think I think it is important to know what your political opposition is thinking and talking about. Years ago, when I was in college, I was an Army ROTC scholar. And one day I was talking with the head of the unit. He was a lieutenant colonel, it was University of Georgia Army ROTC. He was in charge of it. And he had a PhD in psychology. And I don't even know why we were talking about this, but he literally told me, and I don't even know how we got on the conversation. I guess, like I just said, he said he tended to watch, not regularly, but, every now and again you drop in and you watch Sesame Street, or you watch, back then, I think the Electric Company was still around. These children's shows, these children's cartoons, you've got to know what the kids are learning in media. And, you should always know what your opposition is thinking and understand their arguments better than they do. It doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't just work, up on a YouTube panel, but you can do counter policies. You can, you got to know what they're thinking. You got to know what the hoi polloi are being told by the Jesse Waters of the world. And since I'm into politics and have been for decades at this point, it's interesting to me. And I apologize for the pain, Richard. But salute to you. How long have they been going through a divorce? I thought that happened years ago, Mackenzie.
He said he is. He said, all right, Jesse, I'm going to go talk to the failing New York Times. I'll see you later. So, Fox changes the lineup. They move me from the weekends to the 5 at that point. And and so the best part about the 5 is the commercial break, because Greg is like crazy. I mean, these are things Greg's actually said. He said, Jesse, you want to know the best way to kill your wife? No, but tell me. Take her hiking. He goes, Jesse, you want to know the best way and the cheapest way to have phone sex? No, tell me.
Why is he telling us this? How is this? God damn, this is weird. Richard, I think I might be feeling your pain by now.
Call Victoria's Secret and ask them to go through the catalog with you. Yeah. I asked Greg if he wanted to play golf a little while back. He said, no, last time I golfed, I got injured. I said, well, what happened? Someone like shank a drive, hit you in the noggin? He said, no, I was bending over to pick up my ball and I jabbed my golf club into my neck and ruptured my trachea. Not the manliest guy, but we love him.
Wait, Richard? Hey, Richard, you don't know who he is? This is Jesse Waters. He is the guy who took over Tucker Carlson's primetime spot on Fox News. I'm surprised you don't know who he is. Yeah, he's Jesse Peterson. Jesse Waters. He is a goofball, but apparently he's doing Tucker Carlson's old job successfully.
Oh, we miss Jeanine Pirro. I don't think Jessica and Harold miss her so much. Both Jessica and Harold went deaf in their right ears. Doesn't matter, they don't listen anyway. Pirro actually got her phone hacked last month. But the good news is now China's deaf. So I'm on the 5 now, and all of a sudden the phone rings. Jesse, it's your favorite president. How you doing? Just got back from 5 days in Asia. It was meeting after meeting after meeting. If Jeb were president, he would have had to have taken a nap. I said, that's crazy. He said, why don't you bring everybody from the 5 and come have dinner at the White House? And I said, even Juan? And he paused and he said, what the hell, bring Juan anyway. And so a little while later, we didn't all go. It was me, it was Sebastian Gorka, and Stuart Varney. So we go up and we get to like the second level.
Sebastian
Gorka says, you want to go see the Lincoln bedroom? I'm like, sure. I didn't even have to donate anything. And so we go up there, and there's the Gettysburg Address, and like it's encased in glass. And he's standing next to it, and he says, Jesse, some people say my Twitter account is the modern day equivalent of the Gettysburg Address. I said, some people meaning you?
Yeah, but Richard, so many people do trust him though. And I understand, my numbers are not super high, even though I do, I'm up to 267 now. In the past week, I've gained, I think, 4 subscribers, but that's fine. It's boring content, but somebody's got to do somebody's got to listen to these speeches and comment on them. And unfortunately, God has blessed me with being this this boring. But hey, somebody's got to do the hard work.
And then we go downstairs and he shows me this other room. It's very private. He goes, see that on the wall, Jesse? That painting's a Monet. Jackie O brought it. I'm thinking about taking it with me when I leave. I said, I don't think that's a very good idea, Mr. President. He said, Why not? Crooked took the silverware. It's true. So we go sit down, and like Miller's there, and Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and we're having dinner. And all of a sudden, the First Lady walks into the room. And she's statuesque, she's very tall and graceful and elegant. And I had not been briefed on the protocol on how to introduce myself to the First Lady. Do I bow? Do I curtsy? I don't know.
Oh my God.
So
I might not be able to make it through this. Fuck, this goes on forever. 2:35.
So I go, one cheek, and then I got greedy. Other cheek, denied. So I kind of scurry back down a little embarrassed, and I sit back down, and I just change the subject and ask about the Russia hoax, and he forgets about the whole thing. And so the first term was very tumultuous. There was a lot of conflict, but like right in that late winter, early spring, Trump was just riding so high. He beat impeachment. I think Gallup had him about a 50% approval rating, and things were going well until the China virus hit and shuts down everything. Stock markets crashing, Black Lives Matter's tearing the place apart. And I'm quarantining with my wife in Manhattan, and all of a sudden the phone rings. Hello? Hey, it's Hannity. How you doing? So what's up, Sean? He goes, the president's not in a great mood. He wants some of his friends to come cheer him up at Camp David. I said, sweet. How are we getting there? He goes, we're going to take my jet. I said, nice, because I don't have a jet. Yet. So the next thing you know, it's like me, Hegseth, our wives, Hannity, Kilmeade, we're all going down there to Maryland to the woods to go see the president at Camp David. So we get there, and they have a whole perimeter set up with the Navy. Remember, this is like right at the beginning of COVID.
Okay, but Richard, this is you gotta listen to the boring stuff until you get to the good stuff. Now, why the fuck is the president of the United States inviting Hegseth? Well, I guess we know why now, but Fox News journalist Hegseth was, at Fox News at the time. Why is President Trump, why is a president inviting these wingnuts down to Camp David? This is some good information. You gotta sift through it. Oh, he's not that old. He's younger than I am, Mackenzie. So hopefully it'll be a while before he needs a bedpan. By the way, I read a news article that Bruce Willis, who's only 70, he probably everybody knows he's been suffering from a particular type of dementia. He's been moved to like a 24-hour assisted living / care place. So he doesn't remember anything. So the diapers and all that stuff. hopefully Ben won't go the Bruce Willis route.
Like no vaccines, like no one knows what it does to you, nothing. So we all have to get tested before we go in there. And the test at the time was the Abbott test. You guys know what that was? You guys know what a Q-tip is? Okay, there's a Q-tip about that long. And they take this Q-tip and they shove it up your nostril and then swirl it around so it like tickles your brain, makes you cry. And so you have to wait 15 minutes to get the results. It's like no news is good news. So we're all just kind of knocking back drinks in the perimeter of Camp David in the woods, waiting for our test to come back.
Hey, everybody, I just got a news alert, and I don't I'll talk about it maybe tomorrow. By the way, I'm not sure if we're going to do a show tomorrow. I'm going to start cooking for Christmas because I'm going to have to transport it all down to Savannah. But if I do one, who knows? We'll see. There's Wednesday, but at least the prep work will be done Tuesday. But Donald Trump is announcing plans for a new battleship. And I'm like, what? Nobody fucking needs a battleship. Dude, there's a reason battleships are in mothballs. These guys are really trying to take us back to I don't know why you need a fucking battleship. And I was in the Navy, so I was, in the surface fleet. So what the fuck do you do with a battleship? You got carriers. You've got Tomahawk missiles and, you got all kinds of you don't need battleships. Battleships would slug it out. It's almost like boxing. You just slug it out. You're launching launching shells that are as big as Volkswagens, the old Volkswagen Beetle. I mean, you're launching car-sized ballistic missiles, basically ballistic shells against another battleship. You don't need a fucking battleship. You know what? There is no doubt it will be the USS Trump. I guarantee you, because it seems like we're heading to something, a war or something. Why would you be building a battleship if not for war? Maybe it'll be like a Theodore Roosevelt thing, where he just hops on a battleship and takes a world cruise. So anyway, I saw that. I'll talk about it tomorrow, but this dude is just insane.
Back good and go on in. So all of a sudden, this naval officer says, "Mr. Waters, I'd like to see you over here, please." I said, "What's up?" Walk over. He said, "Mr. Waters, sorry to inform you, but you've tested positive." I said, "Positive for what?" He said, "You've tested positive for COVID-19, sir." And at the time...
Well, we know he didn't test positive for humor or intelligence.
We didn't know what it did. Was I going to lose my hair? Was I going to grow a third nipple? I was a little scared, but I was most worried about how...
Who's taking bets that Dennis Miller wrote this speech? The quote conservative, the quote conservative comedian. Is Dennis Miller still around? Is he still on Fox News? I guess I could Google him.
I was getting home. I can't take the jet back because I have COVID. And there's no Hertz rental cars in the woods in Maryland.
Oh shit! You know what? So that's got to be a show title. I'm just gonna make that the show title.
Says, "I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, but Mr. Hegseth put me up to this." I look over. Pete's laughing at me. He smoked me like a Coke boat. I'll get him back. And so we all hop in the golf cart and we go into the woods and we meet the chaplain. The chaplain puts us on a golf cart and takes us on a little tour, and he's showing us all the scenes. This is where Bush put in the horseshoe pit. Over here is where Eisenhower installed the par 3 chipping green. And see up on that little deck out there on that, there's a hot tub. Guess which president installed the hot tub?
Clinton.
Bill Clinton. If hot dogs could talk. And so, then we freshen up, we put jackets and ties on, and, we go have dinner, and Robert Kraft was there, the owner of the Patriots, and he starts giving a toast. Boo! Go Eagles. Hey, we won last year. Let us have something. So Kraft starts speaking, he's got the mic, and all of a sudden, achoo, and he sneezes near Trump. And Trump, he jumps up and stiff arms Kraft like Gronkowski and runs out of the room. I've never seen a man move like that his age. And everyone's laughing and Kraft's a little humiliated. But Trump comes back and he grabs the mic and just takes over the speech, and he's like, I tried to set Ivanka up with Tom Brady, and Ivanka's right there with Jared. And Jared's beat red. And Trump's like, Jared can't throw a spiral to save his life, but boy, can he get us those ventilators. So we finish up dinner, and Trump wants to watch a movie. And if the president wants to watch a movie, that's what you do. So remember, he doesn't drink. Thank God. And so we go into the movie theater area of Camp David, and there's this popcorn machine. Trump just goes right for the popcorn, fills it all up, goes and sits down. And those commercial grade salt canisters, they're blue with the white top, the aluminum little thing, you kind of hurt your fingernail when you peel it back, the lip. He sits down, he's got the popcorn like this, and he's got the salt like this. And he's pouring a steady stream of salt forever onto the
popcorn. Jesus.
And I'm like, this
what
must
a
be the
pig.
diet of a very stable genius. So then the lights dim.
Okay, and that joke right there is very telling. Slowly but surely, it's getting more politic to make jokes about the president in a somewhat negative way. This is important. One of the themes, I don't know whether it was the Washington Post or New York Times or who knows, but there is a lot of headbutting in the ranks of MAGA. There's a lady, and I can't think of her name right off the bat, and I've yet to actually talk about her book because I haven't gotten around to reading it. But there are basically three factions of MAGA. I thought there were two, but she makes a good argument. And the reason I know this is I've watched a bunch of her YouTube interviews. But MAGA's just like any other, time in American history. There are factions within the party, and they're going after each other. And somehow or another, Candace Owens has figured out how to not align with any of those factions. She is literally a party of one.
My wife sits next to him. He's on the corner. I sit
What's
next
up,
to my
Ignat?
wife. And as the lights dim, he leans over to my wife, Emma, and says, "Do you sleep naked?"
Jesus.
So I don't know what to do. I got to defend my honor here, but there's Secret Service everywhere. And so I said to I said, "Emma, what did he just say to you?" And she says, "Oh, he said, is Sleepy Joe going to make it? Do you sleep naked? Is Sleepy Joe going to make it?" It's like, thank God.
Again, what kind of president? Dude, these guys have figured out, these MAGA folks have figured out how to take decrepitude, degeneracy, and just outright, old man, lecherous old man, and make it like popular, at least to a certain segment. Why would you fucking worship a man who you think is talking dirty to your wife? But he's up here making jokes about it. These motherfuckers they're degenerates.
Gotta listen. And so the funny thing is,
you know what? I was going to make another comment, but let's just listen to this moron.
Sleepy Joe did make it. The only guy to sleep his way to the top. So Biden gets in, and Fox kind of rejiggers the lineup again, and they put me at 7 o'clock. So I start calling people for advice. I'm like, thank you. I'm like, I call O'Reilly. He's like, Jesse, just don't be boring. Okay. I call Bob Costas. Costas says, just stay relaxed. I call Tucker. Tucker just says, don't lose your sense of humor. I call Scaramucci. He says, buy Bitcoin. And then I call Britt Hume, and Britt Hume says, Jesse, don't sleep with your assistant. I said, don't worry, my assistant's a guy. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And so, I'm really hustling. It's 7 o'clock show. I'm off the weekends. I got a show at 5. I got a show at 7. I'm trying my hardest. I'm like waking up at 5 a.m. I'm grinding, working out, in office early, sitting, reading, writing. All of a sudden, I'm shaving one day in the bathroom, and my back goes out. And I'm in agony. I'm like crawling and hoist myself on the bed. And we have to call 911. It's that bad. So the emergency services team comes up, puts me on like a stretcher, get down to the elevator. I'm in the Upper East Side at the time. And they wheel me out of my apartment. I gave them like the thumbs up, like I was an injured quarterback coming off the field. It's like, I'll be back. They put me into the ambulance, and I'm in serious agony. And, I'm just trying to make small talk with the EMT. And I'm like, wow, you must see some crazy stuff, your job. And he goes, yeah, I was just in the Epstein cell. I said, what? He said, yeah, we were the first EMT team on the scene when Epstein killed himself. And it was really weird. I said, well, what do you mean it was really weird? What was weird?
Here comes a conspiracy theory.
And he says, well, when we got to the jail cell, there was like 10 people in the cell. And they were like touching things, like touching the body and moving the body all around. And I'm like trying to get up. I'm like, I'm going into the office. We're going live. This is like the biggest scoop of my career. And the next thing you know, I'm like wheeled into the emergency room. I don't even get this guy's number. I know. And so, they put me in there, they give me an MRI, and then I see this surgeon like a couple days later, and he said, what happened to your back? And I said, well, I've been carrying the 5 for years. Not true. And so he said, no, seriously, like, what's your routine? Like, let me see a picture of your office chair. And then I text my assistant, Johnny. I'm like, send me a picture of the chair. I show him the picture, and he's like, look at this chair, Jesse. This chair is crooked. This chair has destroyed your back. You know who put my chair together? My assistant, Johnny. Now I'm definitely not sleeping with him. And so he's like, Jesse,
Yuck.
sitting is the new smoking. The human body was not designed to sit all day. Bad for you. And I'm looking at your images, and you're like this close to like permanent nerve damage. So we do the surgery, and all of a sudden I'm back. I'm like walking, I'm stretching, I'm Maha, baby. And then Fox changes the lineup a little bit again, and Tucker leaves, and they bump me up to 8 o'clock. And so I call Tucker for advice, and he hangs up. I'm just kidding. He said, Jesse, every day you want to take a sauna to relax. And then he said, also, don't read what the media writes about you, which in Tucker's case is very good advice. And so, right around this time, lawfare kicks in, right? Like they raid Mar-a-Lago and rifle through Melania's underwear drawer like a bunch of pervs. And, they indict him in Washington, they indict him in New York.
Did you
What's
miss
up?
Miss Stanley?
Oh, yeah.
That's what's up, man.
Well, your buddy Jesse Waters is up. Oh, that's right. You don't really do politics. So
Hell no,
this
I
is
can't.
this is Jesse Waters. He's a Fox News one of the Fox News primetime hosts.
He looks slow.
And he gets him. And so I saw the president on the golf.
He's slow enough to make $1 million a year being a Fox News host. So
God damn.
Oh, I $1 million is probably lowball. He probably makes more than that.
Of course, right after that, and I said, Mr. President, my wife saw your mugshot. She says you look fierce. And he goes, Jesse, let me tell you what happened. I get in there. Guy goes, click. I go, can I see it? He says, no. I go, can we do another? He says, no. I go, uh-oh. So I'm riding back on the jet, and my lawyer shows me a picture of what I look like. First thing I do, I call Melania. And I said, baby, I know who's going to do our Christmas card. It's the Fulton County Jail photographer.
What the fuck is he talking to me?
And he's like, did you see me on Tucker? Oh.
He's talking about Georgia indicted Trump for essentially voter fraud, tampering with the vote. So they booked him. And when you book somebody, you take fingerprints and a mugshot. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
100 million people watched. It was bigger than when Oprah interviewed Michael Jackson and he was saying, I did not touch those little boys. There's a lot of people watching. But at this time, when he was assaulted by all these lawyers, his numbers were going up. And in that spring, his lead on Biden was bigger than it ever was. So the Biden team had to do something dramatically different. So what they decided to do is challenge him to an early debate in June. They had to change the
That was a bad call, as it turns out.
His team purposely blew Joe up so they had enough time to swap in another nominee. So Biden, he goes to study at Camp David, and later we found out he just slept the whole week. And then you saw when he walked out onto the debate stage, he was white as a ghost. And what does he say in the first 20 minutes? We finally beat Medicare. Johnny and I were watching at Fox, our heads hit the ceiling. It's over. White men can jump.
Did he say Johnny and I were watching from Fox or watching from bed?
Yeah. Is he the guy that is he the guy they said was sleeping with Bill Cosby?
Is he the guy that what?
That they said was sleeping with Bill Cosby?
This guy?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, it's the other one then.
I don't even know that story.
Well, you gotta look into it, man.
Yeah, I'll do just that.
And so the coup starts closing in, and he has to pass this big test. They had this big thing on
What?
Friday with NATO. He just
Really?
has to pass that
Wait,
without
hold it.
screwing up,
Yeah.
and he could survive.
Wait, hold it.
You think I'm
Bill
making it up, man?
Cosby?
Yeah. He was asleep. He
Somehow,
got caught sleeping.
somehow or another, I didn't hear this one. So
Yeah,
Jesse Waters?
Yeah, he got caught sleeping with Bill Cosby a few years back, man.
What the fuck? Okay.
Somebody walked in on it and recorded.
Wasn't Bill Cosby in jail a few years ago?
That's what you think.
Yeah, okay.
And he comes to the podium and he said, I'd now like to introduce Vladimir Putin. I mean, Vladimir Zelensky. That's like confusing Maxine Waters with Jesse Waters. No relation.
Let me make one point here as a man of a certain age. I've noticed here in maybe the last year that my quick recall of names doesn't work as well as maybe even 2 years ago. Sometimes when I think, one name will come up or last name will come up, sometimes no name comes up. But, what do you expect from, someone who's 20 years older or more than I am? I mean, I understand, but, the argument that we need to maybe even put an age limit on presidents and people in high office in general, that's part of this whole boomer problem that people keep pretending is real. And I'm sure it's real to a certain extent, but, it's not an existential sort of problem.
Well, moonshine to fix anything, man.
Or break it. There's sometimes there's certain systems where the break is the fix. So I'm thinking that's what moonshine does. It'll break it, and breaking it is the fix.
So all of a sudden, the coup is like right around his neck. George Clooney comes in, Barack sent him in, and Nancy and Schumer twist the knife. But Joe got the last laugh. Joe, right after he dropped out, endorsed Kamala an hour later and just stuck the party with her. And so what does she do? Kamala doesn't pick Mayor Pete for VP because he's too gay. So instead, she picks Tampon. Not sure that makes a lot of sense. And so
he's a fucking idiot,
also,
man.
like, it was all happened in the same week. Butler, Trump almost dies. And remember,
Fox News is a treasure trove of guys like this.
Shit, if he can be in the news, I can too, then.
And they're playing cat and mouse with him, and they let Trump go on stage, which is absolutely crazy. And so the only reason he survived was God. So Trump now has God on his side, and he has J.D. Vance, which is good. So that's the ticket. And so Trump rolls into that debate with Kamala, and, it's actually kind of like they were hitting each other pretty good. Kamala was holding her own. Trump was winning on points, and all of a sudden he said, these Haitians, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. And I'm watching at Fox with like Brett Baer and the Hard News team. And they're like, what just happened? Like, oh my God. And people didn't get it at the time, but like the next day, all everybody was talking about was illegal aliens, Haitians, and they made it a meme. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the dogs. Eat the cats. I thought it was catchy.
This is ridiculous, stupid, man.
My mom hates it when I sing that.
Mm,
Mom.
no, actually,
And so,
he's actually playing to this audience. I mean, when you make speeches like this, you got to read the room.
Well, they
And
stupid
he's
too, then.
yes, all MAGA voters are stupid.
Except me.
Yeah, you're the exception.
you know how when like
Yeah,
punt
moonshine,
returners
man.
are like taking it to the house and like no one's near them and they start celebrating before they get across the goal line? That's what Trump starts doing. Like he's feeling himself. Like he puts on the McDonald's apron. He puts on the garbage man vest. He's having fun. And then he smokes her in every swing state. And now Donald Trump has been a part of the biggest upset victory of all time.
It's interesting. Trump, that address he did to the nation he did last Wednesday. These guys are starting to play the greatest hits. Okay, they're not telling you necessarily what has been accomplished. They're talking how, he smoked, I don't know what's that noise, JB?
Oh, that's my goddamn dog.
Okay. Let me mute you. So, they're talking about the glory days, how they got to office, how they smoked Kamala and all this stuff. It's all Biden's fault. What they don't understand is that almost a year into office, nobody's going to buy those arguments. He has had enough time to make his own imprint. And remember, this is his second term. At some point in time, blaming Biden is going to stop working, even with the MAGA base. So, I spent a good portion of yesterday and a little bit of today hearing people going, good things are coming in 2026. Well, let's see if that's actually so. By about March of next year, the first quarter, we'll know where the year is going, or we'll have at least, an inkling.
The most controversial election of all time and the greatest comeback of all time.
No, it's okay. What this dumbass doesn't understand is Trump. It is a comeback, but Trump is a reflection of people who don't give a fuck. To be honest, I buy the argument that people are just kind of thrashing around, trying to figure out who can fix some of these problems. And what they're not realizing is they can fix the problems. Okay, fix your own life and it cascades upward. Don't know why people can't figure that out. Start within your own four walls, and then you can move outdoors and start fixing other things. America's, parenting is America's biggest problem, in my opinion. And I've heard nothing in the past 10 years that has convinced me otherwise. All these problems can be traced back to, poorly educated kids of no parental guidance. And it just doesn't mean the Black community. We need better white people, especially since they're like right now the overwhelming majority.
Yep, and I'm the best one for him right now.
No doubt you are.
So the first thing he does is Doge. And I'm like, I got to get an interview with the Doge boys. So we go into the Eisenhower building and like Elon Musk is there with like 40 dudes eating pizza, listening to classic rock. I'm like, whoa. And I introduced myself to Elon and Big Balls. And so Elon, he grabs this like humongous box of Swiss chocolate. And he starts like offering it to me in this very mysterious way. Like he's enticing me with the chocolates. He's like showing it to me like, do you want some chocolates, Jesse? Just lost my mic. And he's like seducing me with the chocolates.
Jesus.
And I'm thinking like, now I know why this guy's got so many baby mamas. So we get in there and Big Balls and Musk are telling me like we're spending $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala, $20 million on Iraqi Sesame Street, and like $100,000 on a DEI opera in Ireland. What American is watching that opera? Only Rosie O'Donnell. So Musk has a little bit of a tiff with the president, but they patched things up where? At the Arizona Memorial for Charlie Kirk. That's God again. And so, you know, the president invited us again, my wife and I, on Air Force One, very grateful. And he said, you know, Jesse, the guy that shot me had a perfect SAT score. The guy that shot Charlie had straight A's. Smart people hate me. And I'm like, I must be an idiot.
That's like the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life and very dangerous.
Well,
and
you
yes,
voted for him, Stanley.
we can, for who?
For the dudes.
For what?
You voted them in there, man.
Trump?
Yep.
I didn't vote for Trump.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Because I love you. And so we're on Air Force One, and Oz is there, the doctor, and he's telling me the history. We modeled Air Force One after the Saudi royal jet, so they had a operating room on there in case anyone needed surgery. And Dr. Oz says, Jesse, from Arizona to DC, I could perform 16 vasectomies. I said, only on Elon? And then Trump's so excited, he loves to show stuff off, so he's like bringing us back to like the private quarters of the jet. And he's like, see, Jesse, that's the bedroom area, there's the bathroom. I said, Mr. President, did you ever sleep in the bed? He goes, Jesse, I've slept in thousands of beds in my life, but never that one. I said, do you mind if my wife and I sleep with it? And he looks at me and he goes, do it passionately. Oh my God. And so he brings us over to like the executive room and he sits down, we're having like Mexican food. And he goes, Jesse, you want to see the rendition of the big, beautiful ballroom? I said, sure, let me see it. He rolls the whole thing out. And guys, I don't know if you know this, the ballroom is huge. Like, I said, Mr. President, the ballroom is 4 times the size of the White House. He said, Jesse, it's a monument. I'm building a monument to myself because no one else will. So a couple of weeks after, we were at the White House for the Medal of Freedom ceremony for Charlie, where Erica received it so gracefully. And I walk in, I see O'Reilly. And then I see Tucker on the other side. And I'm like, wait a second. These are the 3 guys at 8 o'clock. I got to get a picture. So I go over to Tucker. I said, Bill's over there. We got to get a picture. He said, okay. So I bring Tucker over to kind of like the middle. And then I go over to Bill. I said, Bill, Tucker's over there. Like, we got to get this picture. And he goes, you bring Tucker to me. He big-footed him. So I go tell Tucker to come over, and Tucker's laughing. And we go over, we take a picture with Bill. And then Beck comes in. So it's like me, Beck, Tucker, O'Reilly, the legends. And then a legend in his own mind. And then I'm thinking to myself, wait a second. All these guys have been fired from Fox except me, and all these guys don't drink except me. The secret to my success is drinking. Greg doesn't drink, so he'll probably be gone next. So I only told Erica Kirk this. Greg, me, and Harold Ford Jr. have formed a Bible study group. What is going on? Harold's like a black Democrat Baptist. I'm a C&E Christian. I only go to church on Christmas and Easter. Gutfeld's either Jewish or an atheist or Catholic. I don't know what the heck he is. But Charlie's death just it made me want to reconnect with God. So Harold Ford has given us this book of Bible passages, and there's a Bible passage each day. So every morning we all read this Bible passage, and then we text each other about what we think of it. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. And the lawyers at Fox love it that we're texting about Jesus instead of, the other stuff. And I'm learning more about Jesus, and just from these short passages. And if you guys could tell me, what is the main message of Jesus in one word? Love. It's love. And I'm realizing that the government will not protect what you love. You have to do it. You cannot rely on the government to protect what you love.
He's acting like that's some profound message. Get off my lawn is rule number one to old people, at least. No, I don't know how you can spend 30 or 40 minutes making a speech and do nothing meaningful at basically a political conference. And these airheads have managed to fucking do it. And there are a bunch of them who did it. So, let's just stop that here, because we're not getting, we've gone as far as we should go, which is most of the speech.
Because my hair was starting.
And we're going to listen to a black version of Jesse Waters, another potato head.
Damn, he do look like that with glasses.
So we're going to listen to this moron.
Shit, I might need to start doing speeches myself.
Why?
Because I'm smart.
Yeah, okay.
I want everybody to take this moment to give another round of applause to the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Give him a round of applause.
Now, this dumb fuck, well, apparently he's meeting expectations. Dude's wearing a hoodie and a fucking sports jacket. What the fuck is he doing? Brandon Tatum is a dummy, and he's on the low end of the dummy spectrum.
What them young people say, they drip in sauce.
I came out here so hype, I almost blew my voice out. So I'm going to try to be as excitable, but maintain my voice today. But I am so excited to be here. I'm excited that all of you guys have made it. And I want you to know from the bottom of my heart that we did it. We held strong, we showed up, and we showed out for our good friend, Charlie Kirk. This has been probably the most excited AmFest that I've ever been to. You guys are more enthusiastic, more exciting, more driven than I've ever seen before. And that's what we should do. This is what we're called to do, ladies and gentlemen. And I wanted to come here and use the little bit of voice that I have left to just destroy everybody that have made me upset over the years, people that have talked trash to me online, people that have bashed Turning Point USA, people that have talked down against Erica Kirk. But you know what? God told me very clearly through my wife. He said, I do listen to my wife, by the way. He told me, this is not the arena to do that. What would Charlie Kirk do? You guys wouldn't see Charlie Kirk get on this stage and bash up other people, call them out by their name. Charlie Kirk focused on the mission that we all share together as Americans and as patriots who love this country. So I'm gonna take my time here and I'm gonna lift up what Charlie stood for and what we all stand for. And that is the freedoms of America. That is free speech. That is going out and getting it. One thing that you guys may not know, some of you guys are new to this game. Charlie Kirk worked his butt off every day. He didn't just show up because he was just so brilliant. He worked, he believed, he fought for something. And I want everybody in this room to have that same spirit, that same identity that Charlie had carried in your life. To save this country, you gotta fight. To save this country, you have to have integrity. To save this country, you have to be loyal. And we don't do this just to get a pat on the back. We do it because we came here to win. We came to AmFest to win. And before I get too deep in my speech, I got a special gift that I wanted to give Erica and the Charlie Kirk family. And the reason I want to present this, because I want everybody in the crowd to understand that when I say I love Charlie and I believed in him, this is what it means. So we got a special gift. Erica knows about it. She couldn't be here this morning because she has a few things, but my wife is here, my head of security, Carl, is here, and we're gonna present a special check that Officer Tatum, my followers, some of y'all in here helped in this, that we want to gift to Erica Kirk and the Kirk family. All right, Carl.
This is some bullshit. So this motherfucker actually thinks that Charlie Kirk's family needs money? The fuck is this horrible human being doing? This is awesomely stupid. Dude, this is like Steven on steroids.
This is like Steven on steroids. That's right. That's right.
Thank you, Carl. I'll have it. Just hang out right here.
And I didn't see how much the money was.
And my
Let's
wife
see here.
played a tremendous role.
Why $460,000? Oh my Lord. Let's give it to the family of Erica Kirk came from a wealthy family. Charlie Kirk came from a wealthy family. So this bozo is going to contribute $500,000 to the Kirk family. See, this is what's fucking wrong with MAGA. They're a bunch of morons.
But do you actually think they gonna get that money?
I don't really care one way or the other. Just even the gesture is just, these people are corrupt and all they care about is gestures. What's $500,000 gonna do? I mean, I guess $500,000 is a lot of money, but goddamn, they don't need the money. How about fucking giving it to a charity? Even if it's some right-wing cause. But these morons don't think that deeply.
Thank you, Carl. I'll have it just hang out right here. And my wife played a tremendous role in everything that we've done to support Erica Kirk and the Kirk family. Before I let my wife get off the stage, I'm going to tell y'all, because she's shy, I don't want to make her, I do this for a living. I want to say to all the young men out here, the best advice I can give you, the best advice that you can retain is that will lead to your success.
The best advice I can give you is don't wear a hoodie with a sports jacket. Wear a quarter zip.
Success is who you marry.
Oh my God.
All right. Thank you. Now, I know she's shy, so I'm going to brag a little bit when she get off stage, but I wanted to say that, address that. Thank you guys for all your support, people who supported to make that check happen. But also, I want to speak to the young men.
Hey, Richard, Richard, you know who Brandon Tatum, Officer Tatum? I don't know. I guess he's kind of like a YN. But all I have to say is this is almost a sick joke. Giving $500,000 to a family that does not need $500,000. There are so many better ways that money or charities or there's so many options for actually, hopefully donating to a good cause. This is stunning. It's cynicism, it's depravity, it's degeneracy. God damn. I didn't have a lot of respect for Brandon Tatum to start with, and I have less now if that's possible. This is disgusting.
Now, the young women can
I
glean
bet
from
he
this as
slept
well.
with Charlie
So it's not
Kirk.
just for the men. Young women, listen to me as well. And you're going to have Allie Beth Stuckey and some of the great women that are going to come and address things for the women specifically. But young men, I want to make this very clear. God is calling us to lead. The success and failure of America is on our backs. It's our responsibility. Let me tell
Oh
you
my
why.
God.
Brandon up here talking. Read your Bible. God made Adam first. And when the violation happened in the Garden of Eden, who did God address first? He did not go to Eve. He went to Adam first. Adam, what did you do? I gave you the responsibility. I told you what to do. I created Eve to help in the mission that I told you to accomplish. And young men, I want you to understand this very clearly. God is dependent on you to step up and be the men that this country needs.
Hey, Mackenzie, I have two chats going on right now. One's the vertical chat and one's the I think it's portrait or landscape. Since you're over in the vertical chat, can you just help me moderate it? I don't tend to look at it much, and I'm trying to figure out whether, just doing it in one format, versus two. I'm just kind of testing it out. But since you're over there, if you could just help moderate over there, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, I could did that for you.
Oh wait, you've never, Mackenzie, you've never heard of Officer Tatum? Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. He's famous, but again, normal people don't really get into politics the way I do. So maybe the problem is you're normal and I'm not. So, and by the way, Aries Roman, I don't know how to evaluate that comment. I don't know that was what he meant, but it is well taken.
And I wasn't playing. I wasn't trying to get brownie points with my wife when I said that one of the greatest decisions that a young man will make in his life, I'm not talking about in your young life, when you're in your 20s and you're building and you're finding out where God is calling you to. I'm not talking about at that point. But when you want to get to the maximum of where God is going to take you, the greatest decision is who you marry. If you marry a bad woman, you're going to have a bad life. I'm just telling you
Bad
right now.
woman.
Some of y'all will thank me later. You marry a wife like I got, a wife like Charlie Kirk has.
Oh
When
my
you marry a woman
God.
that believes in God, that believes in you, that allows you
That
to
just
lead
show
according
you
to the
right
way
there. They
God
were
is
sharing
establishing,
why.
you will be the greatest man that you could ever imagine. You will lead properly, you will have vision from God, and you will change the world. And young women, don't think this is an indictment on you somehow. It's not. Because when you follow your husband, you're really not following him, you're following God's mission in him. Some people, they get it confused. They think that somehow it's the man that has the vision. It's really not. It's God's vision that the man is exercising. And you have a valuable role in making that mission happen. There is no mission that a man will accomplish without a good wife. The married people in here, they know what I'm talking about. And I want to add this as well for the married folks. Y'all might hear somebody say this. I mean, it's not for the married folks, it's for the people that want to get married. Y'all may hear some different stuff from different people. God bless them. Take it in, digest it. I hear people say a lot, get married young, have as many kids more than you can afford. Don't do that, please. Your mom and them know what I'm talking about. Hear me right here in my chest. Make sure that you are going in a direction to lead so you can actually give something or have something to offer a young woman that you propose to. Don't get out here and try to marry somebody and your mama's still paying your phone bill. All the ladies clapping. Don't get out here and try to marry somebody and you don't know who's gonna pay for the bill at the dinner. You ain't ready yet. God is not giving you your vision yet. Build something. Become a good man. Build your faith. So you have something to offer a young lady when you get on your knee and propose. Don't rush. You don't need to rush. Young women, you don't need to rush. Don't let nobody tell you washed up because you don't have 15 kids by the age of 20. God has a plan for you while you're waiting. Don't rush and get in a relationship with a dirtbag. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Some of y'all didn't experience it. Y'all coming out of breakup right now. Don't waste your time doing that foolishness. Spend your time with the Lord. Spend your time building virtue and character. Spend your time learning how to be submissive.
Spend your time reading goddamn books and a lot of history. Now listen to this bozo talking about a submissive wife.
Dirtbag. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Some of y'all didn't experience it. Y'all coming out of breakup right now. Don't waste your time doing that foolishness. Spend your time with the Lord. Spend your time building virtue and character. Spend your time learning how to be submissive. Submissive doesn't mean you lay down and just let anybody talk crazy to you. Submissive means that you know how to submit to the will of God through your husband. Build your time wisely.
Submit to God through your husband. What if your husband's a lunatic?
Hell yeah, like someone like me.
Let's see here.
Hey, Stanley,
Yes.
what is that other thing you got going? They can hear you on that one, too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Give me one sec. I can't. The older you get, the less you can multitask.
That's why you
All
need
right.
movie
So
time, man.
Don't look at Instagram. They show you that when they kids happy, after they cleaned up poopy diapers and they been up all night and they put their makeup on, they hold their kids, they make it look sweet. Kids crazy.
motherfucker, you weren't helping her? Well, you know what? I'm not going to even go there. This motherfucker's wearing a hoodie and a sports jacket. Is that a herringbone chain?
I got a few of them. They crazy. We couldn't bring one of them today because he crazy. No, I love him though. But it's all worth it. Do it.
Hey, Fred, anytime you want to.
I'm not telling you not to. If God has called you to do it,
You know,
He's prepared you to do
dude,
it,
you
and do what
know,
gotta do.
you're always welcome
Some
on
of
this
y'all,
panel.
You need to build. You need to grow.
Man, don't let that motherfucker up here, Stanley.
You can't lead
Hey,
a family.
I've known Fred a while. He's always welcome.
You can't lead a family.
God damn.
I'm just telling you. You broke. How you gonna do something? The biggest flex in America for a man is for your wife not to have to work.
Yeah, goddamn cauliflower, whatever your fucking name is.
I did not say that your wife don't work.
You come up
If
on
that's
this
what your-
panel,
if
I'm
that's
gonna
what your
go off
family
on you,
decided to do,
boy.
that's good. But your wife should not have to work. Your wife should be able to stay home with the kids if that's what she wants to do.
You know what, Fred?
Making your wife
That is an interesting point. I didn't really think towards that. I think you are right. I think that is a strong possibility. Good catch, Fred. No. Hey, I think you're right. Damn.
Man, I think
damn,
that's
Fred.
bullshit. Doesn't seem right. He wore that shit there, man.
You think so?
Hell yeah. You can just look at it.
Well, I mean, we can't prove it either way.
Yeah,
But
I
knowing
guarantee.
someone like Brandon Tatum, because a hoodie and a sports jacket, that's just so fucking weird.
I guarantee you he wore that.
You
bitch.
know,
His wife probably
that's
kicked
like
it.
that's like the I already made the quarter zip joke, so I'm not gonna make it again. But
Yeah, his wife picked that out for him.
well, blue of that dark blue doesn't go with black. So I'm thinking Fred's probably more right than
Man,
than
Fred
not.
doesn't know.
Fred knows more than you.
No, he doesn't.
Don't be submissive to
Fred's
another
a
man at a
moron.
job that don't care about her. That's not a flex. My wife don't have to listen to nobody but the Lord and me. And she don't listen to me sometimes, but I have to. That's why I got the Lord on my side.
Yeah, and not on her
I
side.
got a short time. I wish I could talk forever to y'all.
What's
I got a
up?
couple more seconds.
Speak Radio.
But I just want
Good to see you.
everybody in the room to notice, I say this every speech I do, that every single person under the sound of my voice have a purpose and a calling by God. Just the same as you have an identifying DNA strand that's only for you. Fingerprints that's only yours. Why did God do that? That's because he wanted you to know that he sees you as an individual and he know you by name. And that the calling that he put in your heart is just for you. Don't let nobody lie to you or trick you out of what God has called you to do. Some of y'all in here are afraid because friends and others don't believe in your vision that God has showed you. You got to put that noise aside. You got to go for it. Take chances in life, young people. Don't be afraid. Have that childlike faith. Believe in everything. that God has shown you. Believe in it, do it, go for it. You're gonna fail sometimes, but you can get back up and know that the Lord got you.
Speak Radio, I'm into politics. I want to know what the other side is doing in CPAC and, TPUSA, AmFest. I want to know what the other side is doing. I want to know what they're thinking. I want to know about the infighting. We'll
What
get
they
to your
feeling,
videos.
what they
Okay, what I
eating,
need you
where
to
they
do is
sleep.
I need you to let me finish, sir. I'm into politics. This is oppo research. This is opposition research, in my opinion. So I know it's boring as fuck, but this is what I do. I wish I could be Galt or Izzy Bands. I wish I could be, more entertaining, but this is me. This is what I do. And if I weren't doing it here, I'd be doing it without you.
Or at
But my
I had it on
apologies.
online,
I'll try and be more
all year,
entertaining tomorrow.
especially after Charlie passed.
Yeah, we'll try.
But I don't give a flying flip about what people say about me if you don't pay my bills. You're not feeding my children. You don't put a roof over my head. You're not the Lord Jesus. Therefore, whatever you say don't mean a hill of beans to me. You can talk about me. You can say I got paid $7,000. And if y'all find the plug or connect for that $7,000, holler at me. I'll take that money and put it in the bank. Don't listen to them. Continue to fight for what's right. Continue to believe in truth. And I want all of us together to continue to fight for Erica.
Well, here's the deal, Mackenzie. The reason I asked that question was that I did 1st through 12th. I'm gonna send you a link because I showed it a few days ago. I don't know how much you know about Savannah, Mackenzie, but I went to Benedictine Military School. And it's changed a lot since I was there, 40 years ago now. However, just watching their little website infomercial, it hasn't changed from when I was there, at least kind of like, I don't know. It hasn't changed attitude wise, but I tested into the school. I scored 10th highest. I scored like 10th highest in the city on their entrance exam. So, they knew I was serious when I got there. There were probably 500 kids who took the fucking test. So, I had a different experience in that I was always, back in the day, I don't know if they still do, but there were 4 sections of each class, and there were A, B, C, and D groups. And, I was always in, that academically gifted group all 4 years, so we were somewhere between geeks and there were athletes. I mean, I was athletic. I ran cross country. I didn't, do any, the basketball and of course the football. But where I'm going with this is that I think going to Catholic school, especially 1st through 12th grade, is the road to agnosticism. I think if you want to guarantee that someone isn't a good Catholic, fucking send them to Catholic school. The academics are excellent, but in my opinion, being very religious, you sometimes have to suspend belief. Faith to that extent, at least in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, is a suspension of belief. So that your father's an agnostic and he went to Catholic school, it just doesn't surprise me that much.
Stan, did you put me on mute, man?
Yes, I did.
Don't do it no
I
more.
don't. I don't like a whole lot of disturbances when I'm talking.
Apologize or something, man.
No, you apologize for interrupting me while I'm speaking, and then I'll apologize to you. So anyway, really, is there a Catholic school over there, Mackenzie? I didn't know that. Oh wait, hold it. By the way, I went to school. One of the founding fathers, like the country's founding father. Well, the framers, like the from South Carolina. I went to school, like sixth, seventh, and eighth. Well, seventh and eighth grade with the descendants of Charles Pinckney. There were two of them, and both of them were framers of the Constitution. The kid, one was younger, the girl. The boy was a Charles Pinckney. I think he was a year ahead of me. They were really nice kids, by the way. But I guess they were Catholic. They sent them to I know you've been to Savannah. You know where the cathedral is, Mackenzie? If you do, the building next to it, I don't know what they're doing with the building now, but when I went there, it was Cathedral Day School. When my brother, 13 years later, went to the school, it was Notre Dame Academy or something like that. So, that part of Savannah is my favorite part of Savannah. There's Clary's Drugs. There used to be a candy store right on what is it, Abercorn and whatever, the Liberty. I don't even know what the streets are anymore. I've forgotten them. So you're in seventh and eighth grade. It's a beautiful square. It's a beautiful school. We went to mass every morning at the cathedral, the lower, the lower chapel. So we have Clary's Drugs. We have the candy store. There was a Goodwill used bookstore right across the street from Clary's Drugs. So me and books. I mean, even in seventh and eighth grade. And then if you cross is it Bull Street? I can't remember now. Right next to the DeSoto Hilton is Shaver's bookstore. And I've got my favorite bookstore ever. And the family doesn't own it anymore, but the family knew my father. And, we would go in there, my sister and I, seventh, eighth graders in our little Catholic school uniforms. We'd go in there like, two black kids in this bookstore downtown. And it's kind of a high class bookstore, even still. They never said anything. They were always kind and all that. I had no clue they knew my parents. So, two black kids in this Catholic school uniforms with their grubby hands, touching the books. But you know what? I went back about, I would say 20 years later. I walked through the door and they're like, "Is that Stanley?" I had no fucking clue that they knew who I was. Dude, I love the Shaver family. They were just really nice people. If you're a book lover, it was like, to be in love with books and have like a really nice bookstore in downtown Savannah. Shoot, I'd order like $200, $300 worth of books.
So is we just going to talk about books or what?
Yes, I will talk about what I want to talk about. It's my show.
Apologize.
So anyway, I'm gonna, let an old man go down memory lane, sir. Don't be disrespectful to your elders.
I'm probably older than you, man.
Okay, well, don't be disrespectful to your juniors. So anyway, talking to Mackenzie, she lives over on Hilton Head. So I was just, anytime I get to talk about Savannah, I'm going to talk about Savannah, and hopefully uninterrupted. But no, I went to. Okay, hold on. I went to BC. That was kind of my defining Savannah experience. So, and I went to something called St. Mary's. 1st through 6th grade, went to the Cathedral Day School. 7th and 8th grade, and then BC. Then the University of Georgia. So motherfucker, I will talk about what I want to talk about on my own panel in my own show. I do not need your approval, nor do I need your criticism for that matter. This show is not for you, JB, or even about you. You are a guest.
Kurt, Turning Point USA.
Oh, man.
For Charlie Kirk and his legacy. They may be able to kill the body, but they cannot kill the legacy. They tried to kill Jesus.
What the fuck is he talking about? What legacy?
They hung him on the cross. They said,
"Oh my Lord, they're making Jesus comparisons? Really? Oh my God! Oh, that is almost sacrilegious."
Stanley, I'm waiting on my apology, man.
Christ reigns strong.
Keep waiting.
The most sold book in the world.
I'm waiting on your apology too.
We still
I don't apologize.
So we have dueling apologies pending.
Well, you go first, and then
I do not know. I do not like, dude. I rarely make monologues. I rarely go off on rants, and when I do, I don't like to be disturbed.
Well, and you apologize first.
If you're dude, this show is not about you.
Stanley, I
owe you no apology.
Okay, man.
After they killed him, they thought it ended on Calvary's cross, but it only made the movement stronger. Just like Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Christ.
That if they killed him, that this would end. That there would be no TPUSA. There will be no Amphis. But I came here to tell you that the devil is a doggone lie.
Let me do a quick hot take. Okay, Charlie Kirk literally, hey, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Okay, that's the reality of it. There was no they that killed Charlie Kirk. Look, sometimes hate elicits a strong response. Maybe if Charlie Kirk didn't hate, alternative lifestyles and black people and Democrats, and maybe if he didn't hate, he wouldn't have been killed by hate. Dumb fuck. These guys want to make this guy into some mythical figure. He has done nothing of import. TPUSA is going to die without Charlie Kirk. MAGA's going to die without Donald Trump. Their successors are not strong enough personalities to continue this more than a few years. It's going to go by the wayside, the dustbin of American history.
Well, I'll keep MAGA alive.
Yeah, well, you can try.
We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep pressing. We're going to keep putting God first. And Charlie Kirk's legacy will live forever. Thank you, guys.
Well, when I'm talking, though, Stanley, respect it, man.
What an amazing crowd.
Hold on one sec. Let's see. That's not where I want it.
Is that Charlie Sheen?
No. So, where did I want to go next? God damn it. I thought I had. Give me one sec here. Oh, this fool, I want to go next. I noticed, I don't think Matt Walsh spoke at this.
Thank you all very much.
This is Michael Knowles, one of the Daily Wire weirdos. So it's only 20 minutes. Again, this for me, for someone like me, is like opposition research. I'm interested in what these freaks are talking about. And I understand it's boring, but in my opinion, it's necessary that I know at least.
Every year, I would say it every year I come, it's 1,000 people, it's 5,000 people, 10,000. But now this year, I think we've reached about 4 million people. This is packed to the gills, people everywhere. Thank you very, very much. It is always great to be at America Fest, which, through the efforts of TPUSA and TPUSA's founder, has become the largest, most energetic, most crucial gathering of young conservatives in the country. America Fest is always a highlight of the year on the American right. It has to be.
Hey, that's
We're going to sneak away from our families.
that's actually pretty funny. Mackenzie says, this is exhausting. Can't believe how much I hated George Bush. I take it all back to not have this. Is it really that bad, Mackenzie? That's funny. You know what? That might be a show title too.
The kids right before Christmas. It is always got to be, and it always is, fabulous. It's especially important, however, for us all to be here this year to pay tribute to Charlie Kirk. Everyone in this room, I suspect, has paid tribute to Charlie in some way or other over the past few months. The way everything happened, Charlie and I actually were supposed to host an event together 12 days after a leftist ended his life. Many more events followed. Charlie.
A leftist? What bullshit. These guys are still pretending it was a leftist?
Amid all of the
Oh my
tributes,
lord, these
have
people
praised
are
Charlie's
fucking
debate skills.
delusional.
Very unfortunate to be on the wrong side of Charlie debating. He was very good at it.
Stanley, I'll get at you later, man. This shit is bonus.
All right, take it easy.
Motivate voters.
Yeah.
And in the words of the White House Chief of Staff, to make the winning difference in the presidential election. He did all of those things at as high a level as anyone in the country. But Charlie's distinctive skill, his distinctive gift,
His distinctive skill.
his most Christian gift, was his ability to make peace within a fractious coalition. Erica spoke beautifully about this earlier. Blessed are the peacemakers. Everyone and his mother has an opinion.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk was known for his peace.
It is not hard to pick fights, to accuse, to gossip, to defame, and to revile. In our age, it can be very lucrative. What's more, it can be entertaining. What is harder is to build, to refine, to assuage, to unite, and to advance. What is harder is to mediate, to harmonize, to suffer setbacks with patience, and to offer grace to those who often don't deserve it. Charlie did the harder thing.
Do these guys, I don't think they watched a lot of Charlie Kirk. This motherfucker was not a peacemaker. And he
Why did he do any of it? Ultimately, he would say it was for his faith in Christ. Politically, he did the harder thing because he knew we had to win. Charlie was a great debater, but he understood that politics is not debate club. There are real threats, real costs to losing. There are real goods to be won. And there is a real chance that we can win if we are willing to sacrifice some pride and put in the often thankless work of keeping a team or an army together moving down the field. This is the last event that Charlie will have left us. That hit me this morning and as I was flying out here. This is the last one. He planned out his tour, he wrote his book, and this is the last one. The people on this stage and the many more people in the seats, all of you, you are the people that he invited. This is the team. This is the army right here. You might not like some of the people that he brought onto the team. You might prefer that he invited some people that he excluded from the team. But this is it. And whatever you think, the leftists who perpetrated, excused, justified, and celebrated Charlie's assassination make no distinctions between any of us, any of the people in this room. We are all the same to them. So what are we doing here? We are paying tribute to our friend, and we are charting a path forward, a task made much more difficult in...
You know, I'm somewhat heartened at the tepid applause that comment about the leftists got. I think people are starting to kind of soften on this divisive rhetoric that these far right freaks are trying to do. It wasn't a fucking leftist, a confused young man, but I've seen nothing, and maybe somebody in this chat or one of the chats can help me, but I've seen nothing that was that tied this kid, this guy, the Charlie Kirk shooter. I've seen nothing that ties him to the left. I've seen a lot of things that would at least suggest he was raised. Well, hell, he was raised in Utah. There were Trump signs in his parents' yard. Nothing to suggest this guy was a leftist. These guys just fucking lie for the fun of it. They just make up facts. And the tepid applause, I noticed.
In the absence of our generation's political peacemaker, without whose leadership we find ourselves
a political
in the
peacemaker.
latest right-wing civil war. I say the latest right-wing civil war because there's always some civil war going on the right. Right-wingers are too independent-minded to avoid it. There are, by my count, two factions on the left. There are the progressives and the very progressives. And John Fetterman. If I'm being fair, there's also John Fetterman. There is, whatever he is. On the right, however, we have the populists, the fusionists.
What John Fetterman is weird and infirm, and he will probably be voted out of office.
The neocons, the paleocons, the Wall Street conservatives, the Main Street conservatives, the religious right, the irreligious right, the libertarians, the traditionalists, and half a dozen other ideologies in the middle, all vying for power, all accusing.
And the actual breakdown, MAGA. Which one of all those those factions you're talking about are MAGA? MAGA has three of them. There are kind of like the Catholic wing, the Claremont Institute wing, and then there is the more populist wing. So MAGA's really only three. the right is not all MAGA. That's the first thing you need to understand. But, you know, these are kids in the audience. This is the young people's Republican conference. So I guess, you know, specifics aren't going to be necessary.
Others of not being truly or sufficiently conservative. Now, all of these factions conveniently point to some period or other in the long history of American conservatism to prove that they are the sole true keepers of the conservative flame. The free trading fusionists accuse the pro-tariff populists of betraying the true conservatism of Ronald Reagan. Never mind that Reagan protected steel and cars and automobiles and semiconductors. That's not, forget about
The
that part.
fuck is he
They are the
talking
true
about?
conservatives.
Pro-tariff populists? Dude, that citation needed, son. You are no political philosopher, apparently.
The neocons accuse the foreign policy realists of abandoning the truly conservative global leadership of George W. Bush. Never mind that George W. Bush campaigned for president on foreign policy restraint and against nation building. Forget about that. The classical liberals accuse the post-liberals, the boomers accuse the zoomers, and on and on and on and on. Each faction claims that true conservatism includes only its own narrow ideology. The actual history of the American right tells a different story. In America alone, the right has been the party of tariffs. It actually founded on tariffs. And then we hated tariffs. And now we kind of like tariffs again. We were the party against.
Kind of like tariffs are about to crash and burn if the Supreme Court actually is a Supreme Court.
Immigration. Then we really liked immigration. We said all the immigrants are American. They just don't know it yet. And now we don't like immigration again. I think that's pretty clear. We have been the party of foreign policy restraint, and then of adventurism, now of restraint again. Does this mean, therefore, that we stand for nothing? No.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all them books with the squint in his eyes. Spins tales so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words are those? Whose stories flow? They're not his. Oh no.
It does not. It means that we respond to reality. If there is one thing conservatives pride ourselves on, it is our relationship to reality. The left has no relationship to reality. The left castrates little boys to try to make them into little girls. But conservatives do respond to reality. And one of the crucial facts about reality is that circumstances change.
Is that what the surgical procedure is called?
Science
Castration?
of abstract ideals. It is the practical art of applying eternal principles to constantly changing circumstances among real people in a specific place and time. Is that too wordy? Well, I'll simplify it. Politics is about getting along together. That's what it comes down to. It's built into our human nature, and we cannot survive without it. So how do we get along? How do we get along as a country? At the highest level, we cannot get along with leftists who want to murder us. We cannot do it. It's not possible. Would that we could, but we can't.
Yes, you can. And this attitude is exactly why there's going to be a shelf life to MAGA. You cannot, there is no way you can disagree with 50% of the country.
The people who minimize and justify and even celebrate the murder of innocent conservatives for political disagreement.
Innocent conservatives.
The race of political violence is only growing on the left. This is backed up by survey after survey. Even a major liberal magazine had to admit it. To get along as a country, then, we need to restore order and de-radicalize the left. To do that, we need to keep winning. We have been winning. We are winning more. We need to keep winning. We have to do it. There is no substitute for victory. Anyone who tells you that we don't need to win, forget about the midterms, forget about 28, forget about politics. Anyone who tells you that we shouldn't try to win, tune that person out. That person is a loser. I want nothing to do with that person. The squishes on the right who tell you that it's preferable to lose with dignity than to what? Than to try and to win? Or the doomers who tell you that it's impossible to win anyway, so just forget about it. You know, why even try? Losers, every single one of them. Tune them out, ignore them. There is something in all that black pilling for them, for the broadcasters. There is nothing in it for you. Cynics can profit off despair. Citizens cannot. Tune it out. We need to win. Have I been clear about that? We need to win. If we are going to get along as a country, we, the right, need to win. And to keep winning, we need to get along with each other. So how do we do it? How do we unite? Do we let just anyone in? Well, the door is wide open, just like the border, right? No, obviously not. All political movements have boundaries. I know that we're supposed to be against cancel culture now. I never was, actually. I've always looked on the bright side of cancel culture. This is another one of those shifts on the right. Before we were the party of absolute free speech, anything goes, we were the party of Joe McCarthy. We were the party of canceling communists. We were the party of standards. I think standards are very good and very conservative. So no, we don't just take anybody in. Some things are out of bounds. Injustice, cruelty, vulgar hatred on the basis of race or sex or religion. Not only are those things wrong in themselves, they're politically toxic. Charlie knew to exclude all that stuff. You don't build a winning coalition with a reviling spirit. Fair enough. Some qualities are non-negotiable. It's not all the little ideological hobby horses of the various rival factions. It's not exactly this policy or that policy. The qualities that distinguish the right, that set the standards for the team, are broader than that. To be on the team, in my humble opinion, you have to love our country. Is that simple enough? Many on the left today seem to hate the country. Leftists burn the symbol of the country. They defame the people who built the country. They seek to fundamentally change the country, weaken the country, surrender the country and all of its supposedly stolen land. Those people are not on my team. If you love this country, if you want this country to succeed and get stronger and flourish, you know what? You're on my team. We're on the team together. To be on the team, you have to acknowledge that there is such a thing as the American people. We're not just an idea floating in outer space. We are a real people with a real historical lineage and a real historical destiny. We came here on the Mayflower, which is a great cigar brand, by the way. We came here, thank you. We came here on other ships as well. We landed at Plymouth and Jamestown. We fought a war of independence and plenty of wars after that. We spread across the continent. We have a real historical experience and character that is not magically imbued through a few lines of philosophy or a naturalization pop quiz. At different times, we've taken in foreigners. When it's worked, those foreigners have come to act and talk and even look like us. When it hasn't worked, they haven't. If you prefer the flag of some other nation, the customs and habits of some other people, you are not on my team. If you are and want to be a member of the American people, you are on my team. Simple as. To be on the team, you have to believe certain things. You do not, as the various factions contend, have to believe in some particular marginal tax rate. That's not part of the sacred creed of America. You do not have to believe in some mid to late 20th century slogan about diversity being our strength or America being a nation of immigrants. You do not have to cling to the specific economic orthodoxy of the 1980s. You do not need to worship at the altar of the free marketplace of goods or ideas or anything else. You can, I'm open to that, but the American creed, the conservative creed, is more expansive and responsive than all of that. The American creed, forged, in the words of John Adams, through the general principles of Christianity and of English and American liberty, says that we are one nation under God. We believe that we became a nation under God's grace and according to his providence, and that we have a responsibility to cooperate with that grace according to those principles. If you reject those principles, you are not on my team. If you believe that conquer we must when our cause it is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust, you are on my team. We are fighting together. And finally, to be on the team, you have got to be willing to sacrifice. You have got to be willing to contribute. You have got to be willing sometimes to have patience, to negotiate, to give a little of the things you want. There are plenty of people who are attracted to politics because of what it offers them: fame, money, entertainment. They'll say anything to get another view or make another buck. They don't ever help elect lawmakers. They don't ever help get policy passed. They don't ever work to get out the vote. Sometimes they even discourage civic engagement if it makes for more titillating content. I have no use for those people. Our friend Charlie was entertaining. His enterprises were profitable, and he rightly earned a lot of fame. That was not what drove him. That was not even close. For every viral debate clip that you saw, every podcast or interview that popped off, Charlie was driving countless conversations, negotiations, campaigns behind the scenes, doing everything he could to make sure the wheels didn't come off the wagon of American conservatism, that we kept moving forward, always driving toward the goal of advancing the right, improving the country, winning. Even when it was hard, even when it was thankless, even when there was risk. We are in a period of major change on the right. Unless we amend the Constitution, which is on the table, by the way, but if we don't, President Trump will probably leave office soon. Unless Hillary goes for the three-peat loss, and maybe she should. A round of applause for Hillary running again, I think she'd be even better than Kamala, I think. But I don't think she will, no matter how much we cheer her on. Assuming all of that, the baby boomers will soon exit the political stage. Younger generations will take charge, and the youngest political generation, the Zoomers, will demand solutions to the specific political problems they face in employment, in housing, in a fraying social order. We need to give them answers. They deserve answers, and they are the future of this country, and if the conservative movement is to have any future, it needs to bring them in. Conservatives, a lot of Zoomers in the audience, I see. Conservatives can either confront these new challenges with humility and patience, hearing each other out and refining our message and our vision to match our moment, or each faction can demand all or nothing, retreat to its corner, mumble the same old shibboleths, and hand the country over to the people who would destroy us all together. The worst thing about assassination is that it works. Some people really matter, and it matters when you take them out. And I pray that this will be the exception. I pray that the right can sort out its differences with patience and grace and plot a path forward that leads us all to victory. That we are all here together at this moment, Christmas time, looking ahead to the new year, all together looking ahead to the future of this country at a crucial moment, is an opportunity and a blessing. And I am reminded that. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. And blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. God bless Charlie and the Kirk family. God bless all of you. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's see what else we got here. Do we want to hear crazy Glenn Beck? Maybe we do. And Anton, no problem. I'll find a clip. I've never heard of him. I assume it's a him. So I'm going to see if I can, just so I can familiarize myself. I don't usually keep up with California politics, but this year I probably want to. All right. Well, this is crazy Glenn Beck.
Oh, hello. I brought somebody in because I saw something that I just thought was so incredible, and it shouldn't be, but it was. And so I called this young lady, it was the day after, and she was surprised to hear my voice. And I said, I would like you to come as my guest to TPUSA. You may have seen her around. I know she was on the stage yesterday. May I reintroduce you to Jeannie Beeman. So we were backstage just a few minutes ago, and Jeannie said, I don't know what's happening. The reaction has been what?
Overwhelming.
Yeah. She said she didn't understand why everybody was asking her for a selfie. Can you explain what you're curious about?
You know, it seems like one of the enduring tropes in this modern Tea Party / MAGA political mode. Oh, excuse me. Their political mode is to trot out a Joe the plumber, and now we have what's her name, Jeannie. So it's just pandering to a popular, pandering to the hoi polloi, and they don't really care. They just have to do the window dressing to lure you into the store.
You don't understand?
Because I'm just a normal person.
Yeah, common man approach, and it's all window dressing. And I do not understand why why there are still people who are big fans of Trump. He's not doing a lot. He looks like he is, but you know, Trump is one of these people who thinks that he can confuse effort with results. He's got a lot of dumb people making huge efforts to do stuff, and they all that stuff winds up in front of courts. He's actually not doing as much as he claims he is.
And that is why you're here.
Okay.
We were talking backstage, and I said, when I was young, when I was your age, when she was your age, there wouldn't have been somebody like this up on stage because it was the normal thing to do. Now it's not. And I wanted to thank you for being normal. Thank you.
For being normal.
God bless you. Thank you.
Back off.
She told me that she has a lot in common. She understands Erica. She lost her husband. And she said there are days that she has to hold on to her chest because she feels like her heart's going to explode without her husband. So that's why she is who she is. She is a woman with great heart, great heart. So I have a ton to share with you, and honestly, I had a completely different speech that I was prepared to give you today until I started watching, and I last night started thinking about you and what you need to hear. I wanted to talk to you about history. I wanted to talk to you about the economy and what's coming. I wanted to talk to you about what is coming for Western civilization, and to warn you that today the times have changed and you are desperately needed, desperately needed. But there's something else that I think is more important that you need to hear. We must stop fighting with one another. It is important to stand for the truth, but people are not your enemies. Lies are your enemies. We each have a responsibility to stop and point out lies, to stop lies. But you can't stop lies. You can't stop darkness with more darkness. You can't stop hate with more hate. You only dispel the darkness of lies with the light of truth. A single candle will light up a room. If everything is dark, one cell phone will be seen everywhere in this dark room. You are that single candle. You are that light. And if you don't believe it, I understand. I do. I get it. I've spent a lot of time trying to think back to when I didn't have white hair, when I was your age, and what I thought and what I would be thinking if I were you. If I were you, and I'm 25, I was 1 when the World Trade Center came down. I would have no memory of that, and I certainly wouldn't have a memory of the United States before that. You'd have no idea what it was like to get out of your car in front of an airport and walk directly to the gate. You don't remember a time when you didn't have a cavity search just to go onto an airplane. You don't know of a time when you didn't have to have your iris scanned. If you were born in 2000, you don't know of a time when this country wasn't at war or the world wasn't on the verge of global war. That is a frightening place to live. When you were 8 years old, the financial crash happened, and maybe your parents lost everything. But the big guys in New York, the big guys at the banks, they didn't lose everything. Nobody went to jail. And you and your family paid the price that none of them had to pay. Then 2008, 2009, the cell phone comes out, social media comes out. It's supposed to connect us so we can talk to our friends, and it does just the opposite. It divides us, it changes us. Then 2020 hits, COVID happens. If your parents survived 2008, now they face COVID. And if they happen to own, let's say, an Ace hardware store, a local hardware store, what happened? They were shut down because their local hardware store was killing grandparents. but Home Depot was fine. Once again, you saw the entire system turned upside down and the little guy gets screwed. Then, with nobody going to jail, you're also in school, taught all kinds of things. Men can be women, and women cannot be defined unless you're a scientist, I guess. You were also told, just study hard. Just keep your nose clean, just do the right thing, study hard, go to college, get a degree, keep your grades up, and you'll get a good job. Well, you did all of those things, and there are no...
See, this is no. See, motherfucker, I hate it when these people are just so disingenuous. No. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Who tells these kids this? If their parents are telling them this, then the parents are not good parents or good to the degree. Dude, you don't just go somewhere and make good grades. There's extracurriculars. There are things you can do to enhance that resume, like getting a part-time job. See, this is the disingenuous bullshit that a Glenn Beck wants to feed these kids. Okay, parenting is America's biggest problem. We're not teaching kids how to parse dumbasses, the arguments that dumbasses like Glenn Beck makes. It's just so disingenuous. Like, that's all you need to do. I never heard all you need to do is go to school and make good grades. Fuck, dude. If that's all your parents are telling you, they need to put you up for adoption.
Jobs for you. Everything. If I'm 25 years old, I would think absolutely everything is a lie. I get
What's
it.
up, Black Knight? Good
Let
to
me
see
start
you.
with this. You are not crazy. You are not lazy. You are not imagining things.
Yes, you are lazy. If all you think you got to do is go to college and make good grades, you are lazy. And your parents raised you to be lazy. What the fuck is this moron talking about?
The truth is, the rules have changed. Promises have been broken. Institutions have failed. Banks were rescued.
Again, it's the parents' job to be aware of the things have changed. Well, motherfucker, parents need to know that things have changed and advise their kids accordingly. See, these guys claim to be pro-life and pro-values and pro-family. Dude, start giving these kids advice.
While families like yours weren't. And you were told to follow a path.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good advice. Time-sensitive advice. Time-relative advice. Advice in real time to take advantage of current conditions or to avoid, negative consequences. Nowhere in there has this far-right freak mentioned the quality of parenting.
Path that would guarantee security, and it provides none of that. But the most dangerous lie that you have been told wasn't that the system failed you. The biggest lie that you were told is that you don't matter. Here's the thing. I want you to understand, a broken system does not erase human agency. It reveals who still has agency. Every single generation since the beginning of time has inherited a mess, but only the great generations turn that mess into a mission, and that's your calling. America was never built for comfort. It was built for people who believed they could shape their own destiny.
That is fucking bullshit. Pursuit of happiness, sir. Pursuit of happiness. Humans are happy when they're comfortable, you moron.
Previous generations had it different, but they didn't have it easier. They had world wars, they had depression, they had drafts, they had the plague, they had no safety nets, they had no guarantees. But what they had that you don't have is belief. Belief in God, belief in responsibility, a belief that there is a brighter tomorrow.
What this idiot does not understand is the welfare state came into being because there was no safety net. Dude, there were riots. There were uprisings. Dude, there would be no constitution without something like a Shays Rebellion. The fuck is this idiot talking about? Has he ever opened a history book and thought about American history? No, sir. The welfare state exists because of the robber barons. The crash of 29. Dude. And this is literally like using an uninformed and uneducated audience. He's preying on them. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and his white hair is the wool.
Just over the horizon. They had that. You need that. Belief is what creates prosperity, not the other way around. And you have been fed lies to keep you powerless. And so many of your generation are following the natural path of somebody who believes they are powerless. You look to others to lead. You look for a leader. May I propose one? You are the leader. As I was watching speeches yesterday, I thought to myself, what do any of us clowns who are up here have that you don't have? What is it that we have that you don't have? A platform? Build one. Charlie did. Build a platform. You don't have an understanding of history or God or economics or politics. Learn it. You have the world's library in your pocket. Learn it. The only thing that...
No, sir. No, sir. Let me tell you, and this is kind of a life experience thing. For better or for worse, some of the most annoying and dumb people I've met are autodidacts. Sometimes you need directed learning, someone who knows a text or something like that, and teaches that particular text. I'm sorry. Autodidacts need direction too. I think the saying used to be a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. And that's MAGA autodidacts. They have a little knowledge and they are dangerous.
I have that maybe you don't have is white hair. That's the only thing that I have, and that comes from a long life of watching things play out over and over and over again. So the only thing that I have that you don't have is I've seen the pattern. You're in the first phase of your life, so you're seeing the pattern for the first time. But believe me, all of this crap will happen again and again and again. And when you have the white hair...
Again, you can have an inkling if you read a history book. There are whole history books written about patterns and history rhymes and all that stuff. There are books out there, and it is just a shame that these young people are being shortchanged. Glenn Beck is a salesman. He's not a sage.
You start to go, oh crap, this is a giant game. I wish I would have known that a long time ago. You need to know one thing. You hold every card you need. You have everything you need, everything and more. You have your intellect, so you can now think, you can reason, you can learn. You're living in a country that today is still free enough to where you can ask questions and never stop asking questions, especially the uncomfortable questions. There is no such thing as a wrong question or a dangerous question. You ask those questions, but then you find the truth. You don't have truth given to you. No one is here. Don't take anything I or anyone else on this stage say as gospel, because I'm not Jesus. None of us are. You find the truth yourself.
This is literally spoken like a moron. There are such things as bad questions. And I've talked about this before. The way I raised my son, I told him there were bad questions. Let's stop this bullshit premise that there are no such things as bad questions. There are such things as bad questions, stupid questions, etc. We're shortchanging our kids with this "you can do anything" bullshit.
You can hear something, but then you prove it to be true yourself. Here's something else that you have that I think you dismiss. You're here. So if not you, who? If not now, when? The other thing you have that you dismiss is that you're alive. And that to me means, proves the fact, God does not make excess people. You have a reason to be here. You have a purpose. There is a reason for you to be alive. God doesn't make excess people. You're not excess. You're the center of your life. I will tell you that I believe I'm 61. I believe 2 months ago, I discovered the reason why I was born. And I had planned on talking to you about that because it's really important. But you need to hear something more important than any of that I have to share with you. You need to believe in yourself. You need to recognize the power that you have. You don't need permission to begin a meaningful life. You have 3 levers of power that you don't understand that you have right in front of you every day. You have 1, internal power. No one can control your work ethic, your honesty, your discipline, your faith, or like Jeannie, your response to others. You own that. Don't let others dictate how you respond. You also have compounding power. The compounding power. Small, consistent actions every day will beat institutions every time because your skill compounds. Every time I met with Charlie, he was a different and better person. Every time he was smarter. He was deeper in with God. He was more successful. And towards the end of his life, it was compounding so rapidly that the changes were staggering. But he's the one who did it. He just chose to do it. Reputation compounds, integrity compounds, intellect compounds. Time is not on my side for compounding any of that anymore. But you have all the time you need to be far greater than anyone else you're going to hear speak today. The third thing you have is spiritual power. Meaning is not given by governments or markets. Purpose precedes prosperity. God doesn't create excess people. If you exist, it means you're needed. You are not born too late. You were born into this moment for a reason only you will find, and it requires courage to go out and find it and stand. You are not a victim. Spread the word. History has never asked a victim to save it, nor does history ask comfortable people to save it. History asks capable people to save it. You will discover, if you shake off the lie of victimhood, you will discover the glory of responsibility. When you take on responsibility, when you concentrate on responsibility, you will discover purpose. When you have purpose, cynicism falls away and your life becomes a calling. Concentrate on the first step, personal responsibility. Let me leave you with a scenario. We're sitting in here and all of a sudden, the mic goes out. The lights go out. What's the first thing you do? First thing, we probably all gasp or laugh a little bit, gets a little uncomfortable, and then you probably will pull out your phone. And there's the light. And you will look at your phone, and somebody at some point will realize there are no bars anymore. The lights go out. Not for a minute, let's say it's not a glitch. Let's say they go out and stay out. At first, the phones come out, and somebody will say, wow, this is weird. Then your phones die. Then the stores close. Then the sirens start. By tomorrow morning, if the lights went out right now and they stayed out, and it was out everywhere, by tomorrow morning, there would be a change in most people's eyes. And it would not be fear, it would be confusion, which is worse. When the system disappears, people don't ask the question, who's in charge? When the lights go out and stay out, people begin to ask the question, who knows how to live without the system? Some people will freeze. Some people will wait. Some people will demand answers. I want answers. Somebody's got to pay for this. And they'll be demanding answers from institutions that no longer answer. Others will just look around. Others will begin to look around and then check on neighbors. They'll begin to share food. They will organize quietly. They will not wait to ask for permission. They don't have or need special authority. They don't have official titles. They have something else, personal responsibility. And here's the part that matters. When the lights go out, that's when everyone will discover who they really are. No one will ask, who did you vote for? No one will ask, what did you post? No one will ask, who were you angry at? How angry did you get? Whether you're prepared to stand or not, that's the moment. And we're at this moment. The lights are flickering. I told you at the beginning, you're not crazy. Things are not the way they should be. The lights are flickering. So now, what do you do when the lights go out? You need to restore your confidence. The lights are flickering not just in markets and politics, but in belief, in confidence, in belief. You've been told the dangerous things over and over again, that when the system fails, you fail. It's not true. People matter more in those moments rather than less. And every great generation in history, they were forged in a moment when something big broke. Not when things were easy, not when things were guaranteed, but when people your age looked at one another, saw this giant mess they didn't create and went, oh, crap. We'll fix it. I'll take responsibility. That's not weakness. That is the highest form of power, because power is not the ability to control others. Power, real power, is the ability to control yourself when no one is watching. Power is telling the truth when lies are rewarded. Power is forgiving hatred when hatred is celebrated. Power is building when everyone else is tearing down. Hear my message to you. You were not born too late. You were born with everything you need. All you really need is belief in yourself, and from there comes courage. And courage is not loud. Courage is just getting up when you've been beaten down. Every time you fall down, you just get up again. That's what courage is, getting up one more time after you fall. That's it. Courage is required now because civilizations are not saved by governments. And people who understand their power, they fix things. That person that will fix things is you. So I urge you, please, leave here this weekend filled with one thing. If you take one thing away, is that you matter, that you count, that the ultimate power is there and it channels down to you, and you can accomplish anything. So go out and do what Charlie did. Live your life in a way that you are prepared for when the lights go out. Do not curse the darkness. Become the light that others will see by. We're counting on you. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, how are you?
You know what? Actually, there were some other speeches I wanted to see, but let's just go with this.
So those of you who know, Charlie was very good about having a surprise for every AmFest. And we are so blessed to have you. We are so grateful. I mean,
thank you. I'm honored to be here.
Let's see. I keep wanting her to do Anaconda.
I am honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
Love you guys. So we're just gonna dive right into this. You had some fun words for Governor Newsom. I have to read these tweets because they're amazing and they are so funny. Okay, first one, we'll do this one. Unless you want to read it in your own voice. I think it'd be really great. Okay.
Oh, Gavi Poo, it only gets worse from here for you, buddy. It's the end of the road for you, my love. Get on the nearest jet ski and let that beautiful hair blow in the wind. It'll make you happier than this race that you will not win. Enjoy life. Peace.
Okay. One more. One more.
Why not? Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Haha, not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids. Not Gav. The Gav nots. Gav not in. Gav out. Send in the next guy. I'm bored.
So I'm just gonna let you riff. Like, I want you to say whatever you want to say, to Mr. News.
Well, I hope at some point Erica Kirk does shut up and rap. And you know what? That's so funny. You were a Green Lantern fan too as a kid. Interesting, Black Knight. Yeah, in Darkest Day and I'm sorry, in Darkest Day or Blackest Night. I haven't seen any of the Green Lantern movies. I look forward to the one that's coming out on HBO. I think it's a series, not a movie. King Pix is here. Where is King Pix? So, by the way, I guess I should really do station identification. Everybody, welcome to Stanley versus the World, in the Stanley Cross channel. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like buttons. And if you are new to the channel, we do boring politics and history and all that other unexciting stuff. And on the weekends, we will get to the fuckery. So enjoy the ride. Hey, you know what? If politics isn't really your thing, that's fine. Today's theme is, basically we're reviewing some of the speeches from the TPUSA, Turning Point USA AmFest. And makes my life easier. I don't have to go out and search for a bunch of stupid MAGA folks to talk about. They're all in one place. So the only thing that's missing is Candace Owens. And by the way, I do want to see Tucker Carlson's speech. We'll see that next. Ben Shapiro's speech. And then we will end it with Vice President Vance's speech.
So.
Dear Newscom, we don't have a problem cleaning up the scum if we have to. Please tread lightly. That's what I would say to Gavi Poo.
So with regard to the current administration, what has
This is so fucking lame. And why is this woman, why is Nicki Minaj, why is her fake hair longer than her skirt? See, again, she's just playing a trope. Maybe if you're going to a conference like this, you want to dress more conservatively, but she hasn't figured that part out. She is there to play a role. This is the far right version of Kamala having Megan the Stallion at a political rally.
maybe the biggest surprise for you, or something that you just really has been put
What's
on
going on,
record that
CKJ3?
you've learned about our president and our vice president?
Well, I have the utmost respect
King Pix, salute. Good to see you.
admiration for our president. He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win, and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me. So, but what it's shown me personally is sometimes, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never going to come back from it, but you do. And our president shows that he's been through every single thing a person could be through publicly, having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny until you are in that person's shoes that's being lied on.
Where is Condoleezza Rice?
Understand what it feels like.
We
That
need
person is a
Condoleezza
human
Rice.
being. They have a family who has to read those lies, and that's not. And it's just not fair. But this administration is full of people with heart and soul. And they make me proud of them. Our vice president, he makes me, well, I love both of them, but they're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that, but both of them have a very uncanny ability to be someone that you relate to. I can relate to them. When I hear them speak, I know that they're one of us. Like, I know that they're not, don't you guys agree? They haven't lost touch of the world. They're still connected to the world and what's happening in the world, with the younger people and older people, with the richer people and not so rich people. They have the ability to still connect and be real and make us feel proud to be American.
Now, who here thinks that Lee Greenwood, Proud to be an American? I wonder if she could make a rap out of Proud to be an American. Wouldn't it be cool if she and Lee Greenwood could do like country rap? Proud to be an American? I want to see that project.
So why now have you been involved with speaking about politics? What was kind of the turning point for you? Yeah.
What was the turning point? Well, I just got tired of being pushed around. Yeah. Sometimes you just get tired of it, and then you realize, wait a minute, I have something inside of me that's stronger than what's out there.
Oh boy.
That's right.
Oh, so many jokes I could make. God damn it. I want to do it.
So when you've had enough, you realize, wait a minute, why do I even care about these people and what they think? Who are they? They don't even know who they are. So I'm not going to back down anymore. I'm not going to back down ever again.
Amen. Can the students in the room raise your hand? Wow. This question is for you guys. So you guys are very courageous and bold on your campus. Nikki, I know our students feel this way, but why do you think speaking your mind has become so controversial?
Because people no longer are using their minds, their brains.
Ooh.
So
oh my Lord. This is awesome. Finally, the right messenger for the right message about using your brains. She's famous for it. We all love Nicki Minaj's brain and not her booty.
just imagine we're not allowed to have a different opinion anymore. We're not allowed to think out loud anymore. We're
Who
not
the
like
fuck? Oh my God, this is so fucking stupid. Who has taken your who has taken your right not to think? And what the fuck is she talking about? They? Ugh.
this is not what the world used to feel like. And especially for the young people, I don't want them growing up in a world where they feel like that. I mean, they deserve for their voices to be heard. They have valid feelings and they're thinking about things, and it deserves attention. You know, we should listen to what they're saying. And if you're growing up in a world that tells you it's taboo to say something that the masses don't agree with, that's not okay. And we're not gonna have it. And I love this. You know, it's giving the younger people confidence that they will need later on in life. You guys will need it, and you will have it. So I'm rooting for you.
Amen. Amen. Again, Charlie would always say, it really does not take skill to be courageous. It takes a choice. It takes a decision. And I want to say again, thank you for coming and being courageous and being able to share your heart with us. And the reason why that also holds true sentiment-wise is because I know that
They were wanting
you are
more than
getting a
her
lot
heart
of
to be
backlash
shared.
from your own industry. What is your reaction to that?
I didn't notice.
Amen. I feel the same way.
I feel the same way, sister girl.
When people are like, what do you think about them? I'm like, I don't think about them.
Bingo. We don't even think about them.
We don't have time to. We're too busy building, right?
Yeah, we're the
You know, I think Erica Kirk is wearing like hair extensions or some hair enhancement thing. Yeah, they are sister girls.
cool kids.
Okay.
The other people, they're the ones who are still just disgruntled, but really they're just disgruntled with themselves. They are angry with themselves, you guys. So you can't wake up and think about somebody who is determined to just stay mad. I literally tell them, stay mad.
Amen.
Stay mad. Because we're going to stay joyful, and peaceful and iconic and smart. And we're going to stay thinkers.
You know, I am not. Look, you know, I'm going to sound so horrible when I say this. And I'm just going to say it. And people, you know, the Mackenzies and the Black Knights and the Richards are all going to judge me for this. I think converts tend to believe more strongly in causes than people who are raised in it. You know, if you are raised in something like being Catholic, you've seen the upsides, you've seen the downsides. And I think, you know, I may not be that strong, you know, a Catholic, but I am culturally Catholic. I think like how I was educated. You know, my sister went to the sister school to Benedictine. And my brother went to Benedictine too. It was about the closest thing you could get to a classical education, at least in Savannah. So I just think differently. It may even be more weirdly enlightenment, but it's enlightenment plus. My point being is she comes off as fake because she is a convert to this form of degeneracy. Nicki Minaj is not going to attract Black people to MAGA. people know who she is or was.
A world that doesn't want us to think, we will think. By ourselves, on our own, we will continue to think.
Well, Mackenzie, I read her autobiography and I know a little bit about her background. Believe it or not, it's kind of similar to mine. She's not that much older than I am. I don't, if she's 10 years older, I'd be surprised. Um, she might be 10 years older, but here's my point. I don't have a problem with principled people on the right. I never got the impression that sometimes you get a black conservative like a Colin Powell or a Condoleezza Rice, and they have the courage to deviate or not agree when things just get outright racist or just outright ridiculous. I honestly think that Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, I could just as easily be a Condoleezza Rice type of rightist. I'm just not as religious. I imagine that might actually be the difference. But you're going to love to hear this, Mackenzie. I would vote for Brian Kemp, depending on who the Democratic candidate was. I've known Republicans. My best friend in the Navy was a Republican. And 30 years later, we still, talk every now and again, usually over Facebook. There's nothing wrong with sane Republicans. MAGA is demented. It is Republican on coke. And, the decrepitude is just unacceptable. MAGA is un-American, oddly enough. And I think Trump is proving that almost daily. The biggest pop-up problem is that a judge basically agrees, a lower court judge, probably a district I want to say a district judge. Basically, due process is popping up as a problem with Trump's immigration policy. That emergency bullshit only goes so far. It was not an invasion. It was a problem, but invasion? Nah, it wasn't an invasion. MAGA is a problem. And it's like a flash in the pan, like the Tea Party. It may morph into something else. Sometimes viruses will mutate into a form that doesn't kill the host. If the host dies, then the virus dies, and that's not a good survival strategy. Viruses can learn to, not harm the host. And maybe MAGA will morph.
This is something I know that's really important to you and on your heart. And I personally want to know what inspired
That's pretty
you
funny, Mackenzie.
to speak out for the Christians that are being slaughtered in Nigeria.
Well, and that brings me back to our great president and this administration and our great country. That we take for granted that there right now in this world are people who cannot worship God as they please, where they please. We take it for granted because we
What
have
the
it.
fuck is she talking about? People can't worship God where they please, when they please. What fucking hallucinatory What is she on? Oh my God, this woman is out of her mind.
Imagine not having that right. But every time we pray and fellowship, we have to remember the people that are right now in this world hiding to pray and fellowship. And we have to pray for them. And first of all, Nigeria is a place I've always loved. Someone very dear to me, my pastor, is Nigerian. I have lots of Nigerian barbs. And so hearing that people are being kidnapped, and while they're in church, people are being kidnapped, people are being killed, brutalized, all because of their religion. And that should spark outrage in the great America. And that's what it did. And again, we're not backing down anymore. We are not going to be silenced by the bullies anymore, okay? Know that. Hear that. Receive that, bullies. We won't be silenced ever again. We will speak up for Christians wherever they are in this world. Amen.
Amen. I don't know if you can see this at home, but she is getting a ton of standing ovations.
A rapper we can all wrap our minds around. Jesus.
I love you guys so much. Thank you guys.
So going along that thread, can you tell us about your relationship with God? Because I think a lot of us want to.
Sure. Well, my relationship with God started, well, when I was a toddler in Trinidad. My grandmother, if things got spicy in the house, like if the kids and grandkids were arguing or fighting, she would make all the little kids go in her room and make us say and say a prayer. So later on in my life, well, not much later, when I was like 10, 11, 12, I started going to church in New York. And it changed everything. It changed my life for the better because I was going every week. I was hearing the word of God be preached. And then I was going home and I was applying it to my life. Even as a little girl, I learned how to pray very early. I always had this.
Savage, what's up, Savage? You ask a very good question, and it's going to come to. Well, my response is, this is why you keep up with news. This is why you keep up with politics. The question in and of itself is what we're trying to answer watching Nicki Minaj talking to Erica Kirk this weekend. I think it was actually yesterday, maybe it was Saturday. She is MAGA now. That's what she has to do with anything. Keep up with the news and you'll know shit like this.
Faith that made people think, the kind of faith that you think a person is crazy, like, oh, please, like, but I had that faith instinctively once I started hearing about God. And
come on now, Mackenzie, if you're an immigrant and you're pro MAGA, sure, you'll be okay. They will. Those are the kind of immigrants they work. And I'm guessing by now she's probably an American citizen. I don't know that for fact, but she's 43. She was born in Trinidad. I'm guessing she's a citizen by now. But anyway, if you profess your love for Trump, those are the kind of immigrants they want. See, they talked about immigrants, voting for Democrats, but if you're an immigrant that votes for Trump, shit, they'll paint a fucking I was good. Dude, should I make the joke? I think I'm going to make the joke. They will take the blood of a lamb and put it on your door so ICE does not bust down that door and kidnap you and put you in a nice detention center. It's a joke. You know what? I bet I didn't stick the landing to that joke, but when I thought of it just now, it seemed funnier. Maybe it's not, but the blood of the lamb on the immigrants that are pro-Trump, I think Nicki Minaj has the blood of a lamb smeared on her front door.
Just getting more into the Bible. I got baptized when I was about, yep, amen. I got baptized when I was about 13. I got baptized. And I have just always applied those teachings to my life. I try to. And that's the thing. We're not perfect. We try. Sometimes I would wake up and feel so far removed from not God, but from fellowship. I was like, oh my God, I used to go to church on Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday every week, like literally 3 days out of the week. And then later on in your life, you become busy and you start thinking, oh, well, God is in my heart. And, but then sometimes you can be in an industry as well that pulls you away even more. So lately, I've been feeling like, like if you haven't seen a long lost best friend for a long time and then you bump into them again, that's how it's been feeling for me. Like just going back to God and praying and talking to him. And, and he said to me, where were you? Where have you been? I've been waiting on you. And since that moment that God had that conversation with me, I've been in such a better space because now it's just, I'm thinking about, is God pleased with this? Not if the bullies and uglies are pleased, but if God is pleased. And when you have that personal relationship with God, guess what? Even in school, he's there. Wherever you are and whenever you need it, you have something that you can tap into immediately. It's immediate. You don't have to leave a message. He's not going to call you back. He's there immediately. Soon as you call on him, on the first ring, he's going to answer. And I want you guys to remember that. You're young. And first of all, I want to say, I'm proud of you guys. This is a major... To be so young, for you guys that are in college, to be so young and to care this much, this early in your life, it tells us how smart you are, and it tells us that there's hope for our future. So God bless you. Congratulations, you guys. You're amazing. Congratulations. You guys are amazing, okay? Know it. Feel it. Yes. Yes. Proudly. Be it proudly.
Know it.
Be who you are.
She was brought there to teach these white kids how to have soul.
Proudly.
Feel it. Feel it. I'm a black woman. I'm going to tell you how to feel it.
Amen.
Yes.
So, what have you, you're an amazing mother. What have you seen that has been a struggle for young women today? And then also, since both of us have little boys, I would love for you to also talk about the male side of that question as well.
Okay, well, something that I've noticed recently is that for little girls, I think that no matter how you look, we should be trying to instill into them to be proud.
You know, Richard, though, the thing is, I don't know that it's fair to say this is all a grift and bullshit. These people voted for Trump, and Trump is, pretty much trying to do what Republicans have wanted in one fell swoop for decades, for like fucking probably, I could honestly say, probably since, in my understanding, and again, I'm not a historian, I just, dabble in it, as an amateur, but probably since Goldwater, Republicans have been wanting to dismantle the New Deal stuff, the social safety net, for 60 years or more. So, and Trump is doing it in real time. He's also demolishing the fucking White House and renaming the Kennedy Center after him. He can't wait till he's dead. He has to do it now. So it's a grift and bullshit that is literally starting to affect day-to-day life for a lot of Americans. Not me just yet, but it's happening in real time. You can't call it a grift if it's going to cost you more at the grocery store. Not a grift. It is policy. It is the current state of the government. It's life. It's real. It's governing. A governing principle. The grift has become real.
Out of how they look. Recently, in the media, it's almost been like a push to, it's not just making young Black children feel proud of themselves, but it's almost like doing that and at the same time telling other children not to be proud of themselves. And I don't want any child feeling that way.
Mackenzie, this is an interesting point that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. And I'm going to talk about an experience I had this weekend. Too pussy or too polite? Keep that. Think about that. That's an interesting comment, and I think it's worth, spending a couple minutes kind of cogitating.
If as Black women, we felt that we were not being represented and not being...
Yeah, but Mackenzie, usually when I think of a grift, it's just my personal opinion. I'm not necessarily contradicting you, but I think of a grift as like, somebody picked your pocket, or somebody does a Ponzi scheme, or somebody, writes you from Nigeria and you send them money. It's very, I don't want to say limited, but it's not a widespread. I guess you could maybe make the argument that, where we are with this Trump administration is governing by grift. But, governing in the Trump administration is a grift. I could agree with that. But, you could just drop the grift and say, hey, it's the Trump government. It's a grift. But it's a governing principle right now. When it becomes something that affects 300 plus million people. Is it really a grift or is it governance? So I don't know. I'm kind of playing semantic games in my head with that point. I'm not saying you're wrong. I guess I'm saying I just kind of think of it, a little bit differently.
Admired for our beauty. If we felt like that as Black women, why would we want to do that to other women? Why would we?
Yeah, I'm going to
now
address
need
the
to make other
frustration,
people
Mackenzie.
downplay their beauty so that we can feel? No, that's not how it works. I don't need someone with blonde hair and blue eyes to downplay their beauty because I know my beauty. Do you understand? It doesn't bother me that a woman feels and says that she's beautiful. Why shouldn't she feel that? Why have we gotten to a point where certain colors or certain kinds of people have to be afraid of loving themselves and loving the way they look? Like, isn't that wild? And so for little girls, I don't want what was done to little Black girls done to little white girls. I don't want it done to any girls. I want all the little girls in the world to know that you are unique. You are beautiful. You are you. And you can compliment another girl. You can compliment another woman and still know that you are epic and amazing. So that's what I would say about for the girls.
This is why people shouldn't really get too into what big stars like Nicki Minaj want to talk about or what they think. Has she tuned into a fucking DJ Hamp or a fucking, some of these Black Manosphere or Black Manosphere adjacent shows are talking about? Ooh, she would be so disappointed. A woman can't think she's beautiful unless a man tells her she's beautiful and she's submissive to him. That's how it works in this blackosphere, Nikki.
And I know I know my adults understand clearly where I'm going with that, where I'm getting, I don't like that. I don't like people making other people feel badly about themselves in any way. We need to nurture young girls. Yes, whether they are Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, they still need to be nurtured. They cannot continue to pay for other people's sins. They haven't done anything wrong.
Amen. And what do you think about for young men? For young men.
And for young men, don't be new scum. Yes, see, dear young men, you have amazing role models like our...
I'm going to ask, should a 43-year-old be dressed like this at a conservative conference? Dude, all that's going to happen is these Black manosphere adjacent motherfucking, I need all my women to be submissive, even if I'm a degenerate sort of men will just say, oh, look at Erica, she looks so classy, and look at that Minaj. Oh boy.
Handsome, dashing president. And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine. Yes, we.
Miss Ann, can I speak frankly, Miss Ann? Jesus Christ. It's a fucking minstrel show.
You have have to laugh
It's
about it, truly. I
okay.
have been called every
It's okay, Topsy. You can speak frank to me. This woman, who probably has more money than Erica Kirk, is fucking asking her permission to speak? Where's the freedom in that?
single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because
Oh,
if the internet
fuck
wants
all
to
that. Fuck that. Dude, you know what? So, so this woman has to ask permission to speak her mind. It's okay, Topsy. There's nothing new under the sun that I ain't heard before. Jesus Christ, this is oh my Lord. This is Gone with the Wind.
it, who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart.
I love this woman. She is a wonderful wet nurse, and she is also a wonderful cook. She makes those spicy Trinidadian meals that me. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. This is so embarrassing.
For the Lord. And
Oh, by the way, Savage, not for the black people in America. It's embarrassing just for Nicki Minaj. She doesn't represent shit. She doesn't represent black women. She does not represent black people. She doesn't represent Caribbean people. She's up there looking ridiculous at 43 in that dress, because nobody advised her that, oh, hey, you should not be doing this. Oh, man.
words are words, but I know her heart, and it doesn't even matter. And you say what you want to say because I know your heart. And I will not
Thank
judge
you, my
that.
sister. Thank you. For boys, be boys.
Mackenzie, relative to what? Come on, be honest. Relative to what, ma'am? I love this comment. Oh, man.
Amen.
Be boys. It's okay. Be boys. It's nothing wrong with being a boy. How about that?
Amen.
Oh, Lord.
Is that? How profound is that?
Amen.
Boys will be boys, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Anaconda.
Yeah, that's what I want to say.
What's something the media and the world in general misunderstands about you?
Oh, I think people think maybe that I'm mean, or, maybe when you have a strong presence as a woman, it's easy to just box you into one box, like one category of mean or, other words.
They want to put you in a box to be able to label you what they want you to be, but you're so much more than that.
Because you're
so much more than that.
And they want to find something. And if they can't find something, they'll make something up. And so they'll put a label on you. But, it doesn't, what people misunderstand about me now, I don't care about it. I really don't. In fact, I love that they misunderstand me now.
I do too, because it shows that you're not a part of this world. Someone once told me, do not be surprised when the world acts like the world. And I held on to that so much, because even being in this role now, they're trying to figure me out. Okay, enjoy. I am who I am. There's nothing to hide. And I know you feel the same way when people misunderstand you, and you're like, okay, well, I have an audience of one. Well, now I have an audience of two, but I have an audience of in heaven. And I know the Lord knows me, Lord knows you, and he put everything in you to be able to make a difference in this world. Likewise to all of you students and everyone else here. And to go into that further, I know that this, and I'll end on this, I know that a lot of you guys have been hearing about, you know, we are doing this for Charlie, and we're doing this for his legacy, but we're also doing it because each and every one of you guys have a legacy. And I want you guys, when you leave this conference, to take something with you. And when it gets tough out there, I want you to hold with you a word. It could be anything. For me, it's Charlie. But for you guys, it could be, I don't know, refocus, family, children, future, something. Hold that word in your heart so that when you go back out into the world and you have someone screaming in your face, someone spitting in your face, someone flipping your table on campus, someone making fun of you because you're a conservative, someone making fun of you because you love the Lord, say that word to yourself out loud or internally to refocus your brain and your heart and your soul, to know that you're about something so much bigger and greater. The legacy with Turning Point USA, yes, but also for yourself. And so, Nikki, I want to ask you in closing, what is something that you want to leave as a legacy in this world for your family, for your baby, for just everything?
Well, that it's okay to change your mind. Yeah, it's okay to change your mind. You don't have to, you know, sometimes there's a lot of things projected onto you when you change your own mind. You know, they project fear, shame onto people who don't think and do as they think and do. But I've traveled the world. I've performed for huge crowds all around the world. And no matter how many songs I do on that stage, it didn't mean as much as this. Because this is a direct link for younger people. This is a direct link between young people and God.
This is a direct link to open up a new audience who might go back and I'll sell a couple more albums.
And there's been a lack of that. There's been a lack of that in our media, in our everyday conversations. People have been, you know, interestingly enough, people have been, even Christians have been being persecuted right here in our country in different ways. So when we talk about Nigeria and other countries, know that prior administrations saw nothing wrong with that. And that's what was wrong with them. I truly feel that there are people out there who felt good about chastising Christians right here in our country. And it's kind of really, really sick. We can't let people like that be in power, you guys. That's the truth. I can sugarcoat it and laugh and kiki, but the truth is, I am here today to tell you guys that. We absolutely cannot let people who have a problem with us worshiping God, we cannot have them in power. We cannot have them in power. All you have to do is look at what is happening in other places in the world. Look at what is being done to Christians all around the world.
This is literally the dumbest goddamn argument that I've heard in quite some time. And I hear dumb arguments on YouTube all the time. This is fucking amazing. Who's hurting Christians? Dude, this is so much bullshit. Someone brought up the war on Christmas earlier. Yeah, there was a goddamn war on Christmas. So much bullshit. So much nonsense. So much insincerity. This is what happens when you raise your kids dumb. They become Erica Kirk and they become Nicki Minaj, talking to an audience of other dumb kids. Parenting is the biggest problem in the United States currently. Everything stems from the quality of child, the quality of the education, the quality of the commitment to the country. So many things stem from how a child is parented. And Nicki, you know what? I couldn't name you a Nicki Minaj song, but dude, this is so stupid. It's stunning. Dumbest statement of the goddamn fucking year, as far as I'm concerned. You know what? I didn't do it this week. Maybe tomorrow I'll do the segment, the fucking Bigsby Awards. Nicki is a strong contender with this bullshit.
And ask yourself why people in this country that were in positions of power felt so comfortable to try to take our voice.
Hey, Mackenzie, I don't know how big a John Lennon fan you are, but Merry Christmas. War is over.
This is from us. They were that afraid. They are that intimidated. They are that insecure. They are that small inside that hearing us and seeing us worship God irritated them. Our spirit irritates them because when we speak, they get shown up. When the truth walks in the room, the lies hide. They don't come out willingly. You gotta pry it out of them.
Oh my God, what the fuck is she doing?
Because they don't want you or anyone to know who they really are behind closed doors, because even they know how evil it is to try to deprive people of worship.
She is doing what MAGA thinks black people do best. They preach about God.
Thank God.
Amen. We love you. Nicki Minaj.
Thank you, guys.
Oh my God, this was
thank you for having
embarrassing.
me.
This is what happens to old rappers.
Going.
You know what? Do I really want to watch this bozo? Let's see here. Shoot. I don't know that I want to do a second show hearing some of these morons. I want to hear Tucker Carlson. You know what? I want to hear. Let me see if I can find Tucker's speech. I don't know. There might be up to four speeches. Because I love hearing these morons. They always prove my point. So let's watch Mike Johnson next.
We are so grateful to be with you here at the end of a historic year in Congress on the eve of our great nation's 250th birthday. And that's right. And in the midst of this epic and fateful battle that truly will determine the future of our great republic, Charlie Kirk understood that better than anyone. And as you've heard here over the last few days, we're no longer in a battle, no longer in a contrast just between Republicans and Democrats. We're in a contrast between two completely different, diametrically opposed worldviews. Charlie stood for that. I knew him a long time, and yes, Andy Biggs, we're going to work on that statue in the Capitol, okay?
So they're gonna fucking build a statue to Charlie Kirk? Oh Jesus, these people are fucking demented. Oh, by the way, we're gonna get a Charlie Kirk statue, and taxpayers are gonna pay for that shit. And we're gonna get a new class of battleships named after Trump, the Trump class. Now, the only question is whether they will be painted gold. The golden battleships. You know, I'm glad I'm drinking beer as I watch this bullshit. Makes the depravity more tolerable.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I knew Charlie a long time. I came up in the conservative movement. For about 20 years before I got to Congress, I served as a constitutional law attorney. And so my job was to go into the courts and defend religious freedom and marriage and family and the sanctity of human life. I came across a lot of people during those years. I don't think, when I was doing the work in the courts and the court of public opinion, I don't think there was anyone else who handled that court of public opinion better than Charlie Kirk. And that's why we love his legacy so much.
You know what? This is actually a really good handle here. Agnostic know-it-all. I wish I thought about that. Welcome, agnostic. Welcome to the circus.
I was honored to be asked to speak at 4 different vigils and events for him following his tragic passing. It was as if the ground shook beneath all of us. And at each one of those things, we all had a short amount of time. And I just presented a simple message, and I wanted to share it with you here this morning. It's a pretty simple thing. I think the best way to honor Charlie's legacy is to live as he lived. And what I mean by that is I think there's 2 very important things that all of us can and should do. I think we should advance his principles, and I think we should adopt his approach. Now, let me talk about the first one, advancing his principles. See, what Charlie stood for was very well known by everybody. He was a man of deep faith and conviction, as we know. He was a man who was truly authentic, and that's what drew everybody into the message. That was the great power of his message, was that it came so deep from his heart. It was authentic. Charlie believed in the things that Scripture says we should focus on, the things that are praiseworthy and noble and good. He believed and he preached faith and family and freedom and virtue and patriotism. See, Charlie understood we live in the greatest nation in the history of the world, and it's not even close, and we all know that. Charlie had a great talent of explaining why we live in the most successful, most benevolent, most free, most powerful nation that's ever been. It's really not even close. And he did that so well, because see, Charlie understood, the reason he was so passionate about that message is he knew that it is easy to take freedom away from a people if they do not understand the source of it. I love that he read Psalm 11:3, not just as a rhetorical question, but as a call to arms. You know that scripture, it says, if the foundations be destroyed, what will the righteous do? It's our call to arms as well. To save our country, all of us have to defend the foundations and advance these truths. So what I wanted to do in just a couple of short minutes here is give you what I think may be a helpful illustration that you can use as well. I've been doing this for the last few years because I'm going into these college auditoriums and sometimes on these large stages, and usually I have a whiteboard. I request a whiteboard. And I go through what I just say is a word picture, 5 simple words to explain why we live in the greatest nation in the history of the world. This is important for us to do right now because so few people understand it anymore. So let me offer this illustration to you, and maybe you can use it as well. You don't need a whiteboard. You can do it on a napkin or a small piece of paper. But here's what I do. I go up on the board, and I write 5 words on the board. I go to the top, and I write G-O-D, all big capital letters at the top. I go halfway down the board, and I write king, lowercase k. The bottom of the board, I write the people, backslash the subjects. And then I draw a bunch of arrows down from the king to the people. I back up and I look at the whiteboard and I say, see, this is a graphic illustration, a graphic word picture of what would be defined as the philosophy of the divine right of kings. It's an old European medieval notion that other countries bought into before ours came along. And it explains this basic idea. They believed that there was a God somewhere hovering high in the heavens, but the real boss, the earthly boss, the sovereign, was the king. And the king was the one that could give you all your rights, tell you what property you can hold, sometimes who you can marry, what you may do for a living, etc. The king was the boss. Well, in 1776, a group of faithful patriots came along.
Faithful patriots. So much bullshit. Faithful patriots. This motherfucker is making it all up as he goes along.
They deeply considered this old medieval philosophy, and they said, that's not right. The king is a tyrant. The king is...
What medieval philosophy are you talking about, you fucking moron? It was an Enlightenment project. Talk about it. Reason versus, the religious stuff. See, Mike knows better. He's a lawyer.
Taking away our rights. Now, you might know that many of them were seminarians. They were students of Scripture. They understood the real truth. And they said...
Again, many... why would you go to seminary and not be a preacher? Many of them were not preachers.
This is not what this is all about. G.K. Chesterton was a famous British philosopher, and he said one time, America is the only nation in the world that is founded upon a creed, and it's listed with almost theological lucidity in the Declaration of Independence. What is the creed? We hold these truths to be self-evident. Now, when I'm in a big audience of university students, I'll say, hold on, wait a minute. What is a self-evident truth? Something that's obvious. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Wait a minute. It doesn't say just born equal. It says created equal, okay, by someone. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and among these, the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It was such a revolutionary statement at the time. You know why? Because we shattered that old paradigm, that old philosophy. And effectively, I go to the whiteboard, I take the eraser, and I erase the word king off the board. I erase all the arrows that went down from the king to the people and the subjects, and I erase the word the subjects. The only 2 words left on the board, 3 words, God and the people. So then I draw all the arrows straight down to the people. And I step back and I say, that, my friends, is the root of our Judeo-Christian heritage. That is the root of the truth that made us the greatest nation in the history of the world. That's it. Many years after the founding, Abraham Lincoln famously summarized it in the Gettysburg Address. He said, we are dedicated to this proposition that we are one nation under God and that a government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth. But then we have to explain the next part. Why did that make us so successful? Because of the implications of that worldview. So you understand the difference between that and what the other nations were pursuing before us. See, what Lincoln was talking about is if we're going to have a self-governing because of the implications of that worldview. So you understand the difference between that and what the other nations were pursuing before us. See, what Lincoln was talking about is if we're going to have a self-governing people, we have to have responsibility that goes along with that. The founders understood that you had to have a basic moral consensus to keep a constitutional republic. George Washington was the father of our country. He famously said in his farewell address, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. John Adams came next. He said, our Constitution is made only for a moral and religious people. It is.
Listen to this used car salesman. Washington said religion, not Christianity. He didn't specify a religion, you moron. See, this is where they get disingenuous. Unlike today's politicians, these people were extremely good with their words. They knew what words meant. They did committees about how to construct. They would have like committees to write the fucking Declaration of Independence, and they'd have committees and subcommittees. They were extremely careful with their language. Washington said, and I bet it was probably Madison who wrote the farewell address, if I recall. I'm not sure. In Madison, freedom of conscience was a Madison thing, a Virginia thing as well, probably a Jefferson thing too. If I recall that Madison wrote the farewell speech, or maybe it was the inaugural speech, I don't recall, but the word religion was probably deliberate versus Christianity. Look at this used car salesman. It is so disappointing and so disingenuous and so fucking basically pseudo-intellectual.
Wholly inadequate, the government of any other. The other implication that comes from that is that because we are made by a creator, remember the framers, the founders were students of scripture, they understood every single person is made in the image of God. And there's big time implications.
No, the creators did not say
You know
that.
what it means? Yeah.
I'm sorry, the founders.
So the meaning of that is so important because it means every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin or what zip code you live in or what your major is in college. Your value is inherent because it is given to you by God. And
Why does his cadence remind me of Robert? God damn it! These names that they used to just pop into my head. The Music Man. It was Robert. What was the lead actor's name? I know Shirley Jones was in it. Is Marion the Librarian. Anyway, the cadence is very Music Man, hucksterish. You're selling instruments. It's a scam.
no one can take that away. No one can take that away. The founders built our country on the premise that our rights do not come
Here
from
we
the
go.
state, they do not come from the government, they come from God himself. And that is what has made us the great nation that we are.
Hey, Richard, is it too loud, that background music? It's such a good song. I love hearing it in the background. If it's too loud, I can turn it on. I can turn it down, or I can just, not play it. Just let me know. Okay. Thanks, Richard.
Now, look, real quick to close the illustration, then I say, when I'm in a university campus, I say, but what the problem is?
It can't be louder if I'm to talk, Richard.
From these foundational truths. The foundations are being destroyed. I take an eraser, I go back to the board, and I erase G-O-D, because now there's this movement that denies the Creator himself, denies his commands and his orders, and all the movement that denies the Creator himself, denies his commands and his orders and all the things.
Creator is deliberate. It doesn't say God. You fucking moron. Stop this foolishness. a good portion of the founders were deists. They didn't even think Christ was divine. What the fuck is he talking about? If you are a deist like Jefferson was, the Jefferson Bible he literally went in and cut out every reference to Jesus as divine. These people weren't Christians technically. He is full of shit. These fools depend on these young college kids in the audience not even taking history classes.
That ordered our liberty in the beginning. And that is the problem, and that is why freedom is imperiled, and that is why we're in a war in this culture to save the greatest nation, this great republic of ours. The best way to restore it is to return and restore those foundations, to return God to the top, and to remember who we are beneath him. Look, Charlie knew those foundational truths, and he evangelized them better than anybody I know, and now we all have to do the same. So the first principle is advance his principles, and the second one is adopt his approach. I just want to say this to state the obvious, and you all know it. I'm delighted to follow the Professor Glenn Beck here this morning. His message was spot on. See, Charlie
The professor
loved a vigorous debate, but he loved people more. That's the secret, right? He took to heart the biblical admonitions. Among them are a few. 1 Peter 3:15.
Okay, Richard. I'm I'm not immune to a little bit of gossip. What is Art doing wrong over there? John needs to dump. What is Art doing wrong? And Slick why does questions to ponder need to go? I heard someone told me JB Smooth told me that John was talking shit about me earlier, and my response is I'm just not that concerned about it. You know, fuck John. Fuck John Gall. So why does questions to ponder need to go? Let's add some fuckery to the mix.
Always be prepared to give an answer for the hope that you have. I love 2 Timothy 2, and Charlie did
She
as
gets
well.
on everybody's
Study
nerves,
to show
Slick.
thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not be ashamed, rightly handling the word of truth. Charlie also loved 1
Interesting,
Corinthians 16,
Richard.
verse 13. Be
Interesting.
watchful, stand firm in the faith, act like men, be strong, but let all that you do be done in love. And as radical and as powerful as it is, Jesus reminded us you're supposed to love even your enemies. That's our calling. Charlie was never motivated by hate for anyone. That's why he was such a great example.
So these dumbasses are going to talk about loving your enemy and they shit on Democrats all the time? Dude, this dude is just a fucking clown. And you know what? I want to see Marjorie Taylor Greene as the next Speaker of the House. Let that shit rot. Marjorie Taylor Greene must be the next Speaker of the House. She will be the MAGA Nancy Pelosi.
That's why his legacy lives on as it is, because he was driven by that powerful truth. After every debate, he was always the very first person to reach out his hand, a hand of friendship to someone, or offer an arm around the shoulder of someone who he felt was lost. Because in so many places, in so many cases, the person on the other side of the table actually was lost in a very real sense, not just philosophically, but spiritually. And it was about this eternal battles. Charlie, our friend Charlie, served sacrificially.
What's up, Oman, sir? Oman,
He
sir?
didn't do it just to save a country. Even more importantly, he did it to save souls. And that's what we have to remember, especially on this Sunday.
You know, I didn't even realize this was all
that is
Sunday,
necessary
so
for the
they
truth
are
to be known is that good
sermonizing.
men do nothing. And your presence here today shows that you're in the category of those who do much. I want to thank you for all your willingness to stand and engage in this battle right now. It's never been more important than it is right now. And I want to thank you all for what you did in last fall's election, returning Donald J. Trump to the White House, yes. And allowing us to keep the majorities in Congress, in the House and Senate. Now, let me tell you something. That's in spite of the media's desperate efforts to paint a different picture. We worked arm in arm with President Trump over the last 12 months, and we have had one of the most consequential, historic Congresses in the history of this country. Let me bring you a couple of these. Yeah. America is looking at a split screen right now, okay? On one side is President Trump and our majorities in Congress delivering on our promises. Look, a short list. We ended the border crisis, right? In very short order. We are working right now to solve the crime crisis in all these major cities around the country. We passed the largest tax cut in U.S. history, and at the same time, the largest spending cut in U.S. history. We are restoring American energy dominance. We are bringing down the cost of living, and we are rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse in this government. We kicked illegal aliens off of taxpayer benefits. Think you'd like that? We slashed funding to USAID, PBS, and NPR. Yes. They were too woke, and you know what we did as well? We kicked biological men out of women's sports, and so much more. In the last 12 months, we've codified more than 70 of President Trump's nation-shaping executive orders, and that's so far. And meanwhile, he's been reforming every agency of the federal government and restoring peace through strength again. We desperately needed all of it. All of that is in the past 12 months. We have so much more to do. And by the way, we did it with the smallest margins in U.S. history. I mean, every day. On the other side of that split screen, in quick summary, you see the radical left Marxist Democrats, and they are being overrun by the Marxists. They truly are. This is not your father's Democrat Party anymore. And they want to dismantle the very foundations of our republic and everything that we all stand for and that Charlie Kirk evangelized. Everything as...
I'm confused. He didn't mention the Epstein files that he was forced to hold a vote for. Why didn't he mention that as an accomplishment, folks?
As has been said here, everything is on the line in the midterms of 2026, and we have much more to do. But if we lose the House majority, the radical left, as you've already heard, is going to impeach President Trump. They're going to create absolute chaos. We cannot let that happen, and I know you won't. I know you won't. I want to leave you with three things. If we refuse to let the left and the mainstream media lie without being challenged, it's our job to challenge it. If we refuse to let outside forces divide us, as Glenn Beck said so well, and if we all will do as Charlie did, and that is fight like happy warriors, advance his principles, and adopt his approach, we will win next year, and we will save the greatest nation in the history of the world. We're going to do it together. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Super Centennial. Let's go win. Thank you.
Phoenix, Arizona, how the hell you doing? Hey, look, let me start out by this. My boss is the greatest president in the history of this nation, Donald Trump.
Okay.
I love that guy.
All right, Mackenzie. It wasn't that bad. It was like a book report. It was book report, 6th grade book report level. That's funny.
Look, let's talk about the most successful president in the history of this nation when it comes to border security, immigration enforcement. He promised the American people he would secure the border. And right now, today, as I'm standing here, we have the most secure border in the history of this country. I just returned. I was on the California border. I was on the Arizona border. I was on the Texas border just a few days ago. I spent 3 days on the surveillance at the northern border by plane, by boat, by four-wheel drive. 3 days on the border. I didn't see one illegal alien, none. I started in the Border Patrol in 1984. I've been around a long time. I'm an old guy. But I've never seen that. So it amazed me, even though I knew what the success level was. I just sat back with the CBP Commissioner Rodney Scott. I said, can you believe this? Not one illegal alien. Not one. Most secure border in the history of the nation. President Trump made 3 promises to the American people when it comes to immigration. He would secure the border. He'd have a historic deportation operation. And he
Oh wow! Wait, hold it. Who is this? That's funny. They secured Porter's bookstore by burning all the damn books. Good one, Darkomancer. I might have to use that as a show title. Fuck. You know what the hell is going on here? Everybody's coming up with all these show titles I'm gonna have to use.
To the country under Joe Biden, and they forgot about, they lost track of. So we got the most secure border in the history of the nation. There's a 95% decrease in illegal immigration. What does that mean? It means less women are being sexually assaulted making that journey. Less children are dying. Less fentanyl is getting into the country, killing Americans. Less known suspected terrorists are coming.
Oh wow! I had no idea he had this kind of speech impediment. This is interesting.
They're going broke. President Trump is saving thousands of lives every month.
I wonder, is he deaf?
95% less people coming.
That's interesting.
How many women ain't being raped? How many children aren't dying? How many pounds of fentanyl? It's a simple question. They want to say the Trump administration is inhumane. No, let me tell you what's inhumane. Inhumane is 250,000 people dying of fentanyl came across an open border. Inhumane is over 4,000 aliens dying making that journey.
Oh, it won't be for that long, Richard. Come on now. Give him a chance to make his argument. And let me stop this right quick because Richard does bring up a point. Everyone, please make sure you're hitting the like button. We actually have gotten a few more viewers, oddly enough. We're up to 267, so we have 4 new viewers of late. You know, we want to be monetized or at least have the option. The nice thing is most of the people that have subscribed tend to kind of be, you know, able to deal with my oddities. You know, I'm probably an acquired taste. However, I certainly appreciate the support for the show. And by the way, support the show, support the host. I forgot that I had paid a subscription for the Washington Inquirer. I'm sorry. No. It's the Washington Examiner. So it's due in January. You know, I got a month or so, but you know, I actually do subscribe to these newspapers. I enjoy the news. I enjoy bringing it to you. I enjoy the history books. I bought a couple new history books last week. You know, the good thing is I get to do something I like to do, but you know, it is, you know, show your appreciation. As odd as I may be. And whilst we're doing it, also make sure you share out the show sometimes. Tell people that, oh, hey, he's not so bad. He won't bite you if you come up on the panel. unless you're dumb. Then I might bite. And that's about it. Oh, by the way, tomorrow I'm supposed to be doing, I'm hoping, a very short debate with some fool. Let me find the I sent out a post about it. So everybody who's subscribed should be able to find the post. It's at 5 tomorrow, so it will be a short show if I do a show at all. Everyone go over to Savage Entertainment tomorrow at 5 p.m. And, the subject is boomers. Boomers caused America's whatever America's going through. And there's some validity to Democrats caused MAGA, but I didn't have to search hard to make my point that black people are boomers only if you look at age. The economics, it was a totally different experience. And these fucking millennial YNs don't read books, so they don't even understand my point. They get their wives on, and it just becomes. And I'm gonna take the host privilege and use the N word, dude. These people are a nigga mess. My mother used to use that term sometimes. It's a nigga mess because they were never taught to read books, or before you speak, make sure you know what the fuck you're talking about. And I used to be able to do like 8-on-1. CT's show was kind of like I learned how to take on 8 fools, but after a couple years or so of it, fuck it. I'm not doing 8-on-1, 8 dummies versus someone who I think I'm smart. I may not be, but I generally can back up what I say. And it should be a very short show tomorrow. It's a rhetorical argument that this fool is making. He has no facts that will back up boomers cause the problem. Black boomers, black people in the boomer age aren't handing down the money and they're holding on to power. It is fucking bullshit. Black people don't have the economic and the social and the political power. 14 or actually it's less than 13%, 12 point something percent of a population that has a historical disadvantage do not control the politics. We just don't. We have more of a say than we did 100 years ago, but we can't walk into some House committee and go, hey, this is going to be a Trump style power play. These YNs are goddamn idiots. And you know what? They don't come on my show for a reason, because I will just slap them about their ears and go read a book. So now they have to mock books. That's what I used to do with John Galt. Motherfucker couldn't the only book John Galt will read is, what was it? Some bullshit about tyranny of the commons, or some fucking ridiculous shit like that actually has no. Dude, if you go back and you look at this tyranny of the commons bullshit, it has nothing to do with how he was trying to apply it. He does not have the theoretical depth to do that. The dude is slow. And where the John Galt channel started is not where it is today. It was actually fun in the beginning. People were actually, John Galt's, one of the things John Galt wanted to do was talk about business. We talked to a few business owners. And I'm not Mr. Entrepreneurial, but even I enjoy that shit. Galt has devolved into a fucking puddle of mess. All he does is attack other content creators who are way more successful than he is. He acted the fool on Izzy Band's show. And when Izzy just, dude, angry man fucking got so tired of it, he just fucking left. And then finally, John Galt just kept going on. And just Izzy was just like, fuck this, dude. I'm tired of you. Go away, and dropped him. So what does John do? Just go start up another mess, trashing Izzy Bands and all this bullshit. Dude, John was outclassed, outsmarted, and just the motherfucker was high as a kite and drunk as a Scaloria schlunk. Sorry for the Dr. Seuss. The Scaloria schlunk, that's Dr. Seuss. I love it, rhymes with drunk. But anyway, John, he's not what he was. Shit's going downhill slowly. So anyway, that's my rant. It's actually Scaloria schlunk. I think I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it's in The Grinch Who Stole Christmas. It's a description of the Grinch, a Scaloria schlunk. And I might even, dude, it's been decades since I've seen The Grinch, so I could be misquoting the nonsense word, but it rhymes with drunk. What more can I say?
Trump is saving thousands of lives every month. Sex trafficking is way down. Smuggling is non-existent. American lives are being saved every day. Now let's talk about promise number 2 that he kept. The biggest deportation operation in the history of this nation. In less than a year since President Trump's been in the Oval Office, we're in the year about 650,000 deportation, which blows any record out of the water. So he's already beat every record there when it comes to deportation. But we got nearly 2 million that left on their own because they knew ICE was out there looking for them. They decided to leave on their own. So record number of removals. Well, get this. While Pam Bondi is suing the Department of the Sanctuary Cities, once we beat the Sanctuary Cities, once we bring all 10,000 new agents on the ground, you ain't seen nothing yet. For those politicians, mayors, governors, members of Congress who compare ICE to the Nazis and to the Gestapo, you're disgusting. Threats against ICE officers about up like 8,000%. Actual assaults are up like 1,400%. I want to remind everybody, the men and women of ICE, the men and women of Border Patrol, they're American patriots. They don't hang their heart on the hook when they go to work. They're enforcing laws. Members of Congress, you don't like it, change the law. If they're a racist for enforcing the law, what's that make you? You wrote the law. So stop the crap. Support the men and women of ICE, because if you don't, if the hateful rhetoric continues, there's going to be more bloodshed. I can't wait till next year. It's going to be incredible. 2 promises made, 2 promises kept. He promised a massive deportation operation. You got it, and we're continuing. Third promise. 500,000 children were smuggled into the country across that open border under Joe Biden. 500,000. They released them to unvetted sponsors. They lost track of about 300,000 kids. They didn't know where they were. They weren't looking for them. They didn't care. President Trump made a promise. We're going to do everything we can to find these kids. Thanks to the work of the FBI, DHS, and Homeland HHS, I'm proud to say we've already located 129,000 of these missing kids. These people. $129,000 children that the last administration wasn't even looking for. Look, I'll be clear. Some of these children were safe with family, just hiding out. But many of these children were in sex trafficking, being sold to the sex trade. Many were in forced labor. God bless President Trump. He saved thousands of children.
Really?
President
that
Trump
is
promised,
that is
and I'm going to keep that
so
promise. We're going to run down every single lead of every single child, and when we're done with all those leads.
okay. This is so fucking hypocritical. Okay, Trump was like a Epstein best friend. Trump knew what the fuck was going on with children. Dude, look at this fucking pudding head. Dude, this motherfucker's a pudding head. Dude, Trump is, oh my God. Who wrote this speech?
We're going to do it again. And we're going to do it again. And we're going to do it again. But here's the honest truth. Out of those three promises, I knew the children would be the hardest because it's hard to find them. We can find you. You got credit cards, you own a home, you got a car, you pay utility bills. You have a digital footprint. Children don't have that digital footprint. So we had to count on the digital footprint of the sponsors. Many sponsors.
You know, in an odd sort of way, that's an ominous statement. Digital footprint. Dude, these motherfuckers, that was just, an offhand comment. Dude, this is ominous. You want pudding head Holman fucking tracking your fucking digital footprint like a fucking bloodhound?
Weren't fingerprinted. Many of the address wasn't even verified. So when agents from the FBI and ICE go out there looking for them, many times these addresses are parking lots, supermarkets. But because of their dedication, because of their love for this president, because of their sacrifices they've made to save these children, because they know a lot of them are living a life of hell every day, at least 14 of these kids already died. Despite all these obstacles, despite the Democratic politicians, despite the hate, for them to find 129,000 already is remarkable. I started as a Border Patrol agent in 1984. I've come out of retirement twice for this president. Thank you for doing that because my wife's still pissed off. I came back because I saw the traps. I woke up every day the last 4 years pissed off because I knew how many children died last night.
Hey, Mackenzie, interesting proposition, but I don't know if you're aware of this, but maybe probably over a year ago now, I think it was actually might have been on my show that HB John Ben popped up and proposed that he and John associate. It was something around that show Grace was doing, the LOL cow bullshit. So they wanted John to collaborate on a show with them. And John, I can't remember why he didn't, just jump at the chance, but John didn't necessarily want to do it. So I was their second choice. And I had to be very blunt. I think Ben Thorpe is a horrible person. And while I'm not very religious these days, I am a cultural Catholic and I don't want to be associated with that sort of stuff. There's no way. Yeah, I don't know that I want to use the word taint. And maybe I haven't watched the Thorpes in a while. Maybe they've gotten their acts together and they're a little bit more, palatable. But I'll leave it to your best judgment, but I'm gonna guess that Ben is going to balk. And I basically said there's no way I would be associated with them, and that hasn't changed. Not sure that I well, basically it's not an association that I would want. So if you can figure out how to work it, fine. If you can't, I still love you. And that you offered is important to me. I certainly appreciate it, but there's just some things that and it's not the rumors that floated around about all that incest bullshit, because I don't think it happened. However, Ben is deep in his 50s, and I think he's a weirdo. Who's hunting you down while you're hidden in a fucking porta potty? That was weird. That's weird behavior for someone who's in their 50s. So I'll leave it at that.
How many women got sexually assaulted? How many Americans died last night from fentanyl? I knew when President Trump got back.
King Rooster, what's up, man? Good to see you.
So save American lives. And not only that,
and again, Mackenzie, you know what? You were so awesome. But I know, God damn it. I wish that I just had a more open attitude towards YouTube associations, but I'm just gonna have to deal with low numbers. There's just some things I'm not gonna do. And I know the Thorpes are Catholic too. That's the weird thing.
You got to remember, a strong border means strong national security. We have to know who's coming in, who's going out, all that thing. Well, let me end with this.
He needs it more than I do, Mackenzie.
Well, let me end with this. To the men and women of ICE, to the men and women of the United States Border Patrol, I love each and every one of you. I will have your six until the day I die.
Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Let's do this. Hold on. All right, let's do this clip because somehow or another I missed it. I've been back and forth to the kitchen. Apparently, I'm a neglectful father, and I do dinner. I do dinner, late these days. But shit, I have to tell you about my son making a baked macaroni. That motherfucker can actually cook. Now, he has not learned clean as you go to my satisfaction, but that macaroni was fucking immaculate. Even the pan, there wasn't a dude. It's like that shit was restaurant quality.
You have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president. And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
Oh my God. This is like bargain basement fucking Eartha Kitt. The fuck is she doing? This is her debasing herself. Oh my God. You know, I saw her do something similar to Stephen Colbert. So yeah. Oh boy. Oh my God. This is weird.
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine.
You know what? I heard the nothing new under the sun part. I didn't catch what happened before. No. I'm sorry, Nicki Minaj debased herself, in my opinion. This is what they expect melanated women to do, apparently. All she should have done the Eartha Kitt purr to complete the act. Oh, just so fucking disgusting. What the fuck are black people doing to themselves? I wonder. But again, she does not represent black women. She does not represent black people, whether you are Caribbean or whether you are legacy black American. Nicki Minaj is just a rapper. She is a performer. You could even call her an artist, but she don't represent us. And any fool who thinks that she does is just that, a fool. God damn. So anyway, this is the original Jesse Waters.
Walking out is always such a trip at these things. I just got here and I feel like I missed the first part of the program. Hope I didn't miss anything meaningful. But I just want to say, I don't think I did. No, I'm just kidding. I watched it. I laughed. That kind of bitter, sardonic laugh that emerges from you when like Upside Down World arrives. When your dog starts doing your taxes and you're like, wait, it's not supposed to work this way. To hear calls for like deplatforming and denouncing people at a Charlie Kirk event, I'm like, what? This is hilarious. Yeah, this is hilarious. Actually, one of the clips I was listening to
that
myself,
fake fucking chuckle is just, dude, that is played out.
thinking is like,
You know what? You know what that chuckle actually reminds me of sometime? You remember fucking Pee Wee Herman's chuckle? That's what it's starting to sound like to me. This motherfucker is Pee Wee Herman.
I often do when I hear myself speak, which is never, because I never watch myself, but at these events they always play like the role of you. And I'm like, that guy is pompous. Woo! Sorry about that.
Hey Lupin, what's up? Yeah. You know, and I've
point when Republicans took power again.
well, Lupin, you know that, I'm watching all this just kind of, information gathering, it's what I'm calling opposition research. Dude, these guys are really just, wow, they're dumb. The smartest person who talked might have been Ben Carson, and I haven't played him, but you can't take away what Ben Carson has accomplished with his life. But yeah, conservative pep rally. Well, I don't know, pep rally propaganda rally. These are supposedly young people out there lapping up this shit like white kitties lapping up that white cream. Maybe that was too far.
Did everything I could, to help, and really felt that was important. I still think, I was right.
Is that right?
But I
Interesting.
really thought that the impulse to deplatform people, or even to use the word platform as a verb.
You need to get Hurricane Para to come up to the show one day. He's in my chat every now and again, Mackenzie.
Why haven't you denounced somebody else? The whole Red Guard Cultural Revolution thing that we so hated and feared on the left, that we did everything we could to usher in a new time where you could have an actual debate. I mean, this kind of was the whole point of Charlie Kirk's public life. And I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about
Charlie Kirk was a shit debater. Okay. If you'd ever seen the Charlie Kirk show, and I actually watched a few episodes, he had a guy from Sam Cedar's show on. I can't think of his name right now. Charlie Kirk literally had a 3-ring binder with topics and answers. He had kind of like a playbook. Dude, that motherfucker didn't know shit. He might have memorized what was in that 3-ring binder, but look, the funny thing, I've seen college professors, biology professors, English professors, and after you've done something for decades, you just kind of know it. But what impresses me is someone who can walk up to a podium or a desk and just fucking pontificate and can answer questions. If they open the shit up to questions, they can answer the questions all without notes. Now, most people, could I do it? Probably not. Though tomorrow's debate, yeah, I don't need notes. Though I do have 2 things I'm gonna, use. And let me put it to you this way. My position, the way I feel about the term black boomers and this whole bullshit notion that black boomers failed the YNs in the hood. It's bullshit. I didn't need books to think my way through that. It's not a conundrum. It's bullshit. So all I did was go out and Google black boomers, and boom, I had shit to back up what I already knew. Sometimes if you're really good at this stuff and you've been doing it for decades, what the argument is. You just come back and, well, maybe it's cherry picking. I've not been able to find a book that supports the notion that black boomers fucked black children. Now, what they want to do, their black offspring, what they want to do is weave the great society and the welfare state, which is that black far right bullshit argument. And I don't need notes to destroy that. They're absolutely wrong. What it is these kids that were unfortunate enough to have bad parents, they want to fucking just complain. But if your parents, you were kind of shortchanged, it's up to you. You might have to just don't fuck your kids up like your parents fucked you up. That's pretty much all you can do. People like me don't care. And Nightish, and I hope he still has that show up. And I'll go back and find it while Tucker's. Look, probably the most controversial statement I've ever made on a YouTube panel I made yesterday. And I'll just hold on one sec, I'll find it. This dude is a prep till he dies. Blue blazer and khakis.
About it because
The eternal frat boy.
because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech
Trevor?
here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point. I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist. You shouldn't immediately go to motive. By the way, shut up racist is the #1 reason I voted for Donald Trump. And because I'm just sick of it. I mean, first of all, if I was a racist, if I was a bigot, I would just say so. Okay, it's America. You're allowed to be whatever kind of person you want. I'm not. I'm sincerely opposed, have always been, and will always be. But the style of debate where you prevent the other side from talking or being heard because you immediately go to motive, well, I wonder why you're asking that question. I wonder why. Why are you asking that question? I detect in the question a certain evil in your soul. And everyone listening should know that listening to you implicates them, and that they someday may be asked to denounce you, and that friendship is not a reason to defend someone. Love is no defense. I kind of thought we'd reached the end of that, and as far as I'm concerned, we have, and I'm not going to play by those rules. I'm not going to engage in that. If someone doesn't like what I think, fine with me, as long as I get to express it. That's my view. But since we're on the topic, I think I should take the opportunity to explain why Charlie was under all this pressure, and I think Erica, who I just saw backstage, and whom I love, and who I can tell you is totally committed to continuing.
You know, Lupin, you were so kind about that. You mean you saw Nightish's show? It was messy. I don't want to be messy. I only do it if I have to. But I want to show the clip where Nightish asked me to make a choice, and I'm sorry. I think I don't even think it's a choice, but I so appreciate it, Lupin. You know, you were really a voice of reason and a steadying force. You know, if you're thinking that, hey, you know, I'm doing okay, I take that very seriously. So thank you, sir. Okay. Yeah, well, let me put it to you this way. Tomorrow's show on Savage's channel, I will not be drinking beer. I might start drinking beer once it starts, but nope. I need to be very lucid because the quote debate, because it's really going to be me winning just on the merits of the argument. It shouldn't be more than an hour. And, you know, if it winds up going south, they're going to be going south on their own. I honestly, I was very annoyed with Nightish and, you know, the two B's.
Charlie's public life, which is the right of every person to express what he believes, that is rooted in Christian faith. We believe people should be able to say what they think because they have souls. They're human beings created by God. They are not slaves. They are not animals. They are not objects. You cannot tell another human being to shut up, even shut up racist, because you don't own him. He's an independent, autonomous.
Listen to this fool. So you can't tell a racist to shut up? Motherfucker, like they have more rights than you do? What kind of moron is this? Now, it all winds up being where you are. You got to read the room. But dude, if a racist, say, is on your YouTube channel, you can't tell them to shut up and bounce them? Dude, I know he probably hasn't thought through all the permutations of that. That's why you have to be careful with your language. You can tell a racist to shut up. It just depends on where you are when you tell the racist to shut up. This is bullshit. It's not thought through. This is frat boy level logic, like he's dressed. You can never expect a grown 50 something year old man who's dressed like a fucking frat boy to have any high level thinking. Yeah, I did. And I mishandled that. And Lupin, I literally mishandled it. And it was something Mackenzie said earlier. Democrats tend to not want to sully their hands. And I don't know that I know how to. There was no way I was going to out yell Mind Chaos Brew Raw G. Because what happens when you start getting into it with a woman, they'll go, well, why are you arguing with a woman? Which is a problem. And even I would agree with that. But what I don't like is Raw G hops in because she knows her husband is incapable of going one-on-one. She has to hop in there. And I've seen it before, to be honest. And I offered to debate her one-on-one. And somehow or another, yeah, you're right. But you know what? I was so annoyed, Lupin. But you're right. It's sage advice. You're the voice of reason on this one. And that's why I'm going to be extremely careful tomorrow. I will do to them what I did with Be Brave. I will be able to just outthink them, out verbalize them. I'll be okay. And good to see you here, Lupin.
Person created by God as an individual. Okay, so that's where that belief comes from. That's where free speech comes from. And there's no accident. This is the only country in the world that protects it because our founding documents were informed, as you just heard so nicely expressed by Michael Knowles, my friend, by people who self-consciously incorporated Christian precepts into their structure of government.
Well,
So
Mackenzie, too late. Galt's been monetized for a while. But here's the deal. I need the right people. I'm a little bit more than halfway, not much more than halfway. I'll be monetized when I get monetized. I am never going to have 1 million viewers, but people who can think, and surely there's 500 of them. Salute to you, Lupin. I appreciate it.
the people around him were like, you can't because it's not that Carlson's wrong. My only point was I don't want a land war with Iran. I got over my skis and said I didn't want another regime change war with Iran. Rather than explain why we should have a regime change war with Iran, which I'd be happy to listen to, he's an anti-Semite. He's an anti-Semite. Which I said, well, obviously that's not true. And Charlie said, I know. And then it just didn't stop. So I continued to say, I'm not an anti-Semite. We don't care what you say. You're lying. You are. So let me just
Dude, what is he doing here?
Not only am I not an anti-Semite, and would say so if I was, I'm not an anti-Semite for a very specific reason. Not because it's unpopular or my donors don't like it.
Oh my God. What would that oh dude, I cannot wait to hear his specific reason.
I don't have any donors. I'm not an anti-Semite because anti-Semitism is immoral.
Oh,
in my
good for
religion,
him.
It is immoral to hate people for how they were born. Period. But that is not a limited principle. That is a universal principle. It applies to every human being on planet Earth. You may not, you are prohibited by my religion, which is Christianity, from hating people for how they were born. Because God created them with his spark in his image. Because they have souls. You can disagree with them. You can hate their ideas. You may even find yourself, and I do, I'll confess it, hating them for a moment. But you can't hate everyone who's like them. You can't punish people for crimes they didn't commit. That's the basis of our justice system. That's the basis of Christian ethics. That's why we have what are called human rights. They apply.
I sent out a post with the channel. It's Savage Entertainment. Hold on one sec, I'll find it. And who knows, maybe I'll enjoy it. You know, let me give you a weird analogy. You know, I used to sometimes my wife's grandmother, you know, pretty much every year after she turned 90, there would be a family reunion on my wife's side of the family. Every year, November 5th, you know, there would be a family reunion at the firehouses. The firehouse at the base of the mountain had kind of like a hall, you know, kind of like a conference hall or something like that. So the family would rent it every year. And I used to, it's so weird how men can be when they have to do shit. It could just be me being an introvert, but every year I just I would just not look forward to this sort of thing. So, but every year after it was over, I had more fun than my wife did. I'd be like, well, I'm glad I went. So that's kind of how I feel about this. I just do not look forward to this quote debate. But maybe once I get there, I'll enjoy it. It's not like it's not going to be a hard debate. And I just, you know, I'm just not looking forward to it. I don't think the people that I'm going to debate are even worthy of my attention. And I know it's weird. I don't want to sound snooty, but I just don't think they've done the homework. I don't think they've done the hard work to make a good argument. So yeah, that's how it goes. So let's see this, and I'll drop the link too. This is oh wait, Canceling Kings. I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh, this is it. Here, this is the one. Oh wait, there's a little oh, what the fuck is this? Man, am I really this bad at YouTube? Now I don't know. Let's see. Okay, here it is. It's this. Can't the fuck? You know what? For some reason or another, I don't see. Sorry about that, folks. Let's see. What have we got? Why can I not find what I'm looking for? Oh, yeah. All right. All right. So apparently, what he has is like some sort of music intro commercial sort of thing. Don't know how it works, but so Savage is calling this, and this is the channel. It's generational miscommunication, and I just wouldn't characterize it as general miscommunication. It's general miseducation. Um, these old YNs just don't understand American history. They haven't read it, and they don't know how history intersects with sociology. But anyway, I'm not gonna go too far. This is Savage Entertainment, and that's the link. So tune in. Supposedly it will be at 5 tomorrow, 5 p.m. And I'm sure it'll be fine, but let's hope I have fun when I get there.
To every human, not just your group, not just my group, but every group, every human, because we don't consider people in
Okay,
terms of
no,
you and
I know,
me. We consider them as
dude. Let me help you out here, Savage. I've heard you say communicate properly. I talk fast because usually I expect people who want to talk about a subject or have an idea to have properly researched and support their idea. I assume a certain level of knowledge when I talk to people about a certain idea. And it's not my communication, it's the understanding on the other side that is the problem. The motherfucker doesn't have the education for it. He's talking about shit he literally does not understand. I talk often about people not really understanding their own argument. I know how to communicate, have been doing it for 60 years very effectively. I was a naval officer. I've been managers in corporations. I know how to communicate. Does the idiot know how to understand what I'm saying or the background to understand? I'm taking no prisoners, and it should be a short debate. I'm not going to do 2 hours of yelling back and forth with a man's wife. Won't happen. I don't give a fuck if a grown man understands my argument beyond a certain point. I don't care. I'm not his daddy. Maybe he should have had a daddy. I don't know his background to that extent, but no, don't tell me it's my communication, Savage. It's on the receiving end of the communication. I know how to talk. I know how to express my ideas. And to quote the great John Henrik Clark, I debate my equals. All others I teach. And I'm considering this a lecture, not a debate.
Individuals the way that God created them. So anti-Semitism is not just naughty, it's immoral. And it is precisely as immoral as hating any other group. And that would include other groups in the United States that are hated and have been under attack for decades. And that would include white men who did nothing to become white men. They were born that way. And just because you have a beef with a white man, let's just say Donald Trump, doesn't mean you get to punish all the rest of the white men in the country. And yet, our leaders, not just of our Congress, the executive branch under Biden, but of every major U.S. corporation, of every college in the country, probably except Hillsdale and 2 others, every single one for more than 10 years has engaged in a systematic effort to hurt white men because they are white men. That is racism that is precisely
this
as bad
is
as
such
anti-Semitism.
a
but it is
fucking dude. Listen to this motherfucker. Dude, you go to Congress, you go to the presidencies historically. Dude, white men are the least oppressed of anything in America. This motherfucker, these guys have taken civil rights law, turned it on its head. Now, my conspiracy theory is that, the way civil rights law was written in the 60s, there were poison pills hidden in it. That a white man in a fucking pair of khakis dressed like a frat boy can talk about being oppressed as a white male. This is how perverted the United States has become.
is much more widespread and has been so far much more damaging. And my point is, if you said nothing about that, or if you encouraged it by, say, cheering on BLM, which was an anti-white hate group, and said so, then you have no moral standing to lecture me about bias. Period. Because all bias is the same. You are not allowed to hate people based on their bloodline. We do not believe in blood guilt. We reject blood guilt. That's why our justice system is just. That's why our religion is just. Every person has the possibility of transformation. Paul is wandering around, Saul of Tarsus is wandering around murdering Christians. Then he decides, well, I'll walk to Syria, and he's met on the road by Jesus, who changes him, and in one day he becomes the most energetic church planter and apostle of Christianity. In one day. He went from enemy to leader in one day. And that possibility exists for every human being, every human being. That's what our Christian faith tells us. That's also what our eyes tell us. There are no permanent enemies. There cannot be. And I would extend this to even people who attack me from this stage. They'll say, if we agree on something, I'm happy to be friends with you. You may have been mean to me one day. Well, I was mean to you too. That's all right. There is always the possibility that we can recognize we have more in common than divides us and come back together. There are no permanent enemies. There is no such thing as blood guilt, and collective punishment in this country, in the Middle East, anywhere on the planet is totally immoral. And if you want to know what makes America exceptional, it's that idea. And it's our job to defend it. So I guess I would just say to the many organizations now, and particularly this applies to the Anti-Defamation League, which has cheered on anti-white hatred for decades, has attacked anyone who said anything about it, which has been one of the most aggressive cheerleaders for hate against white men in the United States, now trying to lecture the rest of us about hate. I would say it's enough to point out the irony of that.
There is so much ahistorical bullshit in this screed. So many things wrong with it. Yeah, could be. I think most people here will understand why I think this is ahistorical. I've seen a Pew poll, I don't know, probably a year ago, maybe even more. Most Jews in America identify as white. So that the Anti-Defamation League is anti-white male, you'd have to prove that one to me. I just don't see any basis for that claim. It was white men who wrote the laws. Stop fucking whining that there was a white man back in the 60s that wrote laws that, look, the bottom line is these people do not want to share power. That's pretty much it. They don't want to share power. You know, there can be tokens every now and again, but they just don't want to share power. Loss of power, sharing out the power. They're like boys, 2-year-old boys in the sandbox who don't want to share their toys. And again, he's talking to an audience that will largely agree with him, but this is literally just it's just disappointing. White people aren't getting smarter.
Come to our side.
White males are not getting smarter.
And oppose all hate against all people. Say out loud, hate against whites is every bit as bad as hate against Jews.
Yes, he is right. I am saying that I am over the bad faith blood sports online debating. I want to
It's not a principle.
avoid them whenever possible. Savage will tell you, I basically said I wouldn't do the debate, and then he guilted me into doing it. So, I'm going to do it. It should be as short as possible. I don't really care about having fun. If I do, then we'll go with it, but I just don't. I'm unhappy that, I'm unhappy with the behavior of Cellulite and Raw G. It's unprofessional. That I use the word nigga mess. They seem to lap it up like a kitten in cream, and I'm not about that. Doesn't mean I can't do it. Doesn't mean I can't survive it. But if possible, I like to avoid it. I'm too old for that high school bullshit. So, but you can't always avoid strife
It's
and
just
conflict.
a preference. It's just identity politics. And we've had enough of that. And that's the one thing that will destroy this country, certainly. The only thing that will save it is the understanding that principles upon which America was founded apply to every single human being always. So I just want to say that. By way of saying that I'm not just situationally opposed to anti-Semitism, I'm actually opposed to anti-Semitism. And I hope that the ADL will join me. I'll send them money, by the way, if they come out against hate aimed at anyone and everyone. I hope they will. But let me just say something more broadly about where the conservative movement, whatever that is, the people who voted for Trump, the Trump coalition, and the supposed civil war going on within that group. I don't think it's real. I think it's fake. I think it's totally fake. I don't think, and I've had cause to think a lot about this because I've been unwittingly involved in the proxy war. There are two things going on here, and I'm not guessing. One is jockeying for position post-Trump. So Trump created this amazing coalition, bringing in people who had never voted Republican before, but were very enthusiastic about him. And that coalition took over the most powerful government in the history of the world. So there's a lot at stake here. And so the question becomes, who gets to run it after? Who gets the machinery when the president exits the scene? And there are a lot of people in Washington, maybe even in this room, who aren't quite sure what they want, but they know they don't want J.D. Vance, okay? And so the attack, and you heard it from the stage tonight, there's someone here who's a very bad man, and he's friends with J.D. Vance. Could be me. I'm sad about being used in a proxy war over politics in which I'm not involved in any level. I'm not an advisor to anybody. But I just think I should say that out loud, okay? There are people who are mad at J.D. Vance, and they're stirring up a lot of this in order to make sure he doesn't get the nomination. So this is true. So this raises the obvious question, which is, why are they mad at J.D. Vance? Such a nice guy, which he is. They're mad at J.D. Vance because he is the one person, and things could change, of course, but right now, who really kind of buys the core idea of the Trump coalition. Now, what is that idea? Ladies and gentlemen, anyone know? Anyone know? America first. It's America first. It's really simple. Which I notice some people are pretty anxious to retire that phrase. Remember when they told us? That's a bigoted phrase. Really? It is. And then they just decided to ignore it in favor of MAGA, Make America Great Again, which I'm obviously for. But how do you make America great again? By putting America first. Now, what does that mean? I'll be more precise. It's not a complicated concept. It's a really simple concept. The U.S. government, the largest organization in human history with the most well-funded military in history, ought to, in all the decisions it makes, put the interests of American citizens first. That's it. Oh, that's creepy. Sounds kind of fascist. You gonna invade Poland now? No, just the opposite. In fact, the original America Firsters were kind of against wars, and the current ones are too. Actually, it just means what it sounds like. The government ought to serve the people who pay for it, who elected them, in whose name the business of government is conducted. That's all it means. Now, there are two things to know about this idea. The first is almost everyone's for that. Like, what percentage, if you polled that idea in the supposedly fractious Trump coalition that's in the middle of a civil war, what percentage of people would disagree with that? Well, a few. You know, people whose names you know. Well, that sounds like America only. No, it's not. Just America first, simple. But like probably 95% of Trump voters would be for that. And I bet you like probably 70% of people who didn't vote for Trump would be for that. And if you calmed down and explained it to them, probably like 90%. Why? Because it's self-evident, like most true things. And moreover, and think this through for a second, there is no other legitimate rationale for running our government. We have self-government. This is a democratic republic. It exists for our benefit. The documents were written that way. The point of the American Revolution was to make that point. And so if you're not operating the federal government on behalf of U.S. citizens, you're illegitimate. You actually have no right to rule. Period. And if you disagree, tell me what the other legitimate justification is. Oh, because my friends or people I agree with or in my, interest group or, no. The government must, this is non-negotiable, operate on behalf of American citizens. So once you realize...
This is so disingenuous. When has the American government... Now, sometimes you'll do like Trump is doing. Look, there's never... I can't think of a time, and I'm not a presidential historian or any sort of historian, but when has the American government ever not put America first? It's a bullshit argument. Again, he's talking to people who don't know American history well enough to know that Trump is doing what other presidents have done, pretending that something is America first. You can make this sort of rhetorical argument. You can do sophistry. American presidents, by and large, have never not been America first. Sorry. The argument doesn't hold water. Vietnam might be the exception off the top of my head. But even there, it was to stop the spread of communism. There were the domino effect. That was all America first. This dude is talking to dummies and taking full advantage of it. If he's not a dummy himself, I can never be sure.
The statement at the center of the debate, it all becomes pretty clear. Really clear, actually. It's not an ideological debate. There's nothing ideological about that. I've got all kinds of kooky ideological views. I love Knowles' list of all the views. I probably had most of them. Well,
see, I kind of like the ad hominems, if it devolves to ad hominems, Lupin, I'm okay with it. Except, I get disappointed when people are too stupid to know what my insult means. That's usually my biggest disappointment. Look, one of the 5 laws of stupidity, and I'm paraphrasing, but you cannot argue with it. You cannot reason with it. It makes no sense. It's like you can't argue with stupidity. And I honestly think that what I heard from the 2 B's was stupidity and ignorance. But, it's stupid to argue a point that you don't know about and can't back up. So, so it goes. It'll be okay. I'm not that worried about it.
In my long and varied life, I have fewer now. I just kind of want to see a good faith effort to improve the country. That's it.
You know what? Let's see. Where am I? Hours was. This is 6 hours. I'm going to skip ahead to that piece of Nidish's show. And I'm not going to even go too far in that because I'm actually ready to kind of wrap it up. I'm at 6 hours.
About time, man.
About time for what?
That you finished with that bullshit.
What bullshit? You mean the
that got them talking and them ignorant people?
Well, I'm afraid if I stay on YouTube, it will always it will be a never-ending paradigm.
Yeah, I'm like the smartest person you done talked to, Stan.
I don't even know. I haven't heard of these. Mackenzie, drop the link.
Yeah.
I've not heard of this series of debates, and I tend not to watch debates because I don't like. Look, I like discussions. I don't like structure. I think rules sometimes inhibit, brutal honesty.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad I graduated.
Understood, Lupin. And that's the other thing, Lupin. I'm so used to dealing with people in social norms, rules of conversation, rules of how you do the verbal jousting. These people aren't smart enough to even know the rules. Dude, I get you. And Lupin, I swear, I have to remind myself. I was kind of kicking myself after it was all over last night. Like, what the fuck was I doing? It was a waste of time. I know you're right, Lupin, and I struggle to remember your sage advice and what I know, just being our age. So anyway,
well, Rupin
this is I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Groupon doesn't know anything.
Groupon?
Yeah. And then that's what that man name is, Groupon.
No idea who you're talking about.
Oh, maybe that's the alcohol kicking in.
So this is there's somewhere in here, and if it doesn't happen like in the next 5 or so minutes, I'll just go ahead and tell you what I'm looking for. But I was asked a decision on Nidish's panel last night, and it kind of triggered Nidish apparently. And again, Nidish, he's one of the few people I can go toe to toe with, and it'll all be over. We say what we have to say and be done with it. But this actually stands out on the Galt channel. So, I know him fairly well. We were talking about Galt, by the way.
Hopefully they're sending that man some money. Thanks, John, for letting us shit on black people. Here goes some money.
Well,
That's how
no,
that's
he
supposed to work
has
out.
memberships. He's got the membership set up. So a
Oh
lot
yeah, I
of
don't
these
give a fuck about the
people.
membership. Send some money also. Thank you for the $2 or the $5 in the membership. But now that you didn't shit on black people and just let your nuts hang, send some money right now too. You should ask him when he come back from the toilet.
And Wicked, I think you're right. If that happened to me or you, we'd never talk to each other again until that man cooled down and gave some sort of legitimate apology to some degree, not just, hey, that's how we all act. And in fact, there's been others on John's stream that has said, well, you know how as black people act? I mean, just very violent and vulgar dialogue. I'm like, what? Well, for what benefit what benefit does one have for just shouting someone down, calling them all these crazy names, and they might have their kids in the background hearing?
Right, exactly.
Master Kid, you get it? Did you hear that?
Oh yeah.
Listen, they dumb, they retarded, they have semi.
I swear, this sounds this. Oops. This sounds like ghetto Beavis and Butthead. It's Beavis and Butthead ghetto version. But these guys are just low budget intellects for sure.
Keeping people up to date on what's going on, I shouldn't have to call you.
I did have a phone and I didn't have your number.
You see that? Midwits. Too smart by half. My phone. I lost my phone. And the whole world stopped.
Yeah, John goes into a classic shitting on blacks comment here or rant.
I think he's gay, Stanley.
See, this
yeah,
is what
well,
these
I don't
dumbass
think about
niggas
things
don't
like
understand.
that.
Technology keeps track. Like, you don't just fall off the end of the earth because you lost your phone. Correct?
No.
Right?
No.
I get a new phone, I log in the Cash App.
You know what? John actually talked about that last week, Mackenzie. Basically, John, they're gonna barter. I think Jeremy's gonna work off the rent or some bullshit like that. But John is a racist. He thinks that that white vagrants
Yeah, we know what
white.
We know what
Okay,
type of work.
why are
he
you
don't
talking
do.
while I'm talking, JB? Can you wait your turn?
Yeah.
John thinks that, some white dude, and Jeremy's way into his 30s. Some white wanderer. What's a better word for wanderer? Like a. This is bad. Basically, a white wandering world traveler, free spirit. A white boy who's a free spirit. And Jeremy's not a boy. He's way into his 30s. If not, I don't know that he's in his 40s yet. But John, he worships whiteness. Now, he doesn't worship white people specifically, but he worships whiteness as a cultural thing. He talks about Jeremy. Oh, this white boy says he might go to Europe. Jeremy's not fucking going to Europe. But John will let the wandering white boy, work in lieu of rent, but he won't let black people do it. It's amazing. So he does talk about it. It was one of his shows, maybe in the last week or so. The reason I know about it is I think Izzy or somebody, one of the other shows, talked about it. But John is a racist, as in he's a Richard. He's He's had fucking Jason Kessler on twice. John is that kind of racist. He worships whiteness as a culture. He has no use for black people. He thinks everybody's ghetto while he is doing ghetto behavior. You know, he also thinks he's the king of the blacks. He thinks he's the smartest black man, at least on YouTube, if not America. He's a degenerate.
Right?
It's all under the cloud, bro.
Yes, look at this. We waited. See, these blacks are like, what's happening?
Listen to this motherfucker.
In my opinion, Latino, these dim-witted blacks
some good alcohol.
are getting surpassed. Their education, their intellect is getting surpassed by.
Listen to this motherfucker. These dim-witted blacks. Like, this motherfucker is literally on camera, smoking and drinking, both on the panel and in the video. His kids are going to see this one day, and this motherfucker doesn't think he's a dimwit. That's the amazing thing. You look like a fucking YN. You are in the hood, but he's talking about the dim-witted blacks. Dude, where the fuck are you cheering?
This is what I believe. Listen to this nitwit. Listen.
I expected you to call me when I expected someone to call me so I can get in contact. If I have no contact information for nobody else, how am I supposed to contact anybody?
Mm-hmm. You hear that?
Lord have mercy.
You hear that? So I'm saying to myself, like, I bet you if there was a problem, a leak in that apartment, if there was anything wrong, you think that black would have figured out a way to call me?
Oh, hell no.
You'd have called me. If there was anything that I was responsible for.
Now, Galt is on this panel with a Dominican fucking racist and a half white, half Korean racist. And earlier, Wicked, the Mexican racist, was up there. So it is literally, it's a meeting of Beavis and Butthead Ghetto Edition and a Klan meeting. Like a Clayton Bigsby level Klan meeting. You know, these are melanated racists of America. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I said that's just nuts. All the shit that they are just doing.
You participate in it sometimes. Don't look. Have you not done it once or twice yourself?
Hell no.
You know the taste.
Owe me an apology, though, family.
I do not.
From last night, man.
I do not.
Shit.
Oh yeah. For
sure. That black would have called me.
I don't even remember why I would apologize from last night.
But to pay
you was talking bad to me last night, man.
They have to act like they stupid, like they
you
don't
had
know
me
things.
crying and
That's
shit.
what I'm telling you. They live a whole damn life.
Tearing your beer, huh?
Like they don't know shit. I didn't know how to give you first to. I lost my phone.
Listen to this ignorant fuck's giggle.
John, that's just like when Stanley made the statement of the boom.
Listen to this shit.
White people like that. Like the smartest man in the Navy. At least engineering.
So yeah.
Now see, this is what John does. He plays like a couple words and pontificates. I wasn't talking about myself at all. I was talking about a captain I work for.
Yeah, that's what he typically does. He does that.
Right. And then, but this captain, it wasn't me who thought he was the smartest man in the Navy. There were actual people like senior Navy people who thought he was the smartest. His next job was literally building a fucking nuclear reactor. He went to a pre-com, basically pre-com means that, a ship is being built before it's actually commissioned, basically accepted into the fleet. So the dude is in charge of building a nuclear reactor from scratch on a U.S. carrier. The motherfucker the dude is in charge of building a goddamn nuclear reactor. He was thought to be the smartest engineer in the Navy. But I'm guessing John thought, I was talking about me. And by the way, this guy made me a better engineer. He told me what he wanted, and when I did what he wanted, he's like, Stanley, this is what I expect. Good job. That's how you grow your junior officers. You tell them what you want, and when they do what you want, you tell them, hey, good job. Keep it up. That motherfucker, dude. And I'll tell you another story. We had a major engineering inspection coming up. So we had a 1-star who was leader of the engineering team. So they're all gathered in the wardroom. It's the crew. The officers meet their the inspection team. It's formal. We're opening the inspection, all that stuff. So my captain comes walking in, and I was a command duty officer, which means I'm the captain's representative. So it was a watch station, but basically, I'm like the captain's representative. If I had to get that motherfucker underway, and it's just the duty crew, motherfucker, I'm the captain of the ship. Anyway, and I have a story about that I won't tell. I was scared shitless. We were going through an ice storm tied to the pier, and the fucking group is like, we might sortie. We might go to sea. And it's the middle of the goddamn night. And I'm like, holy shit, I might have to take this ship out to sea. And the captain can't get there because he lives in Hampton. So there's a bridge and tunnel that's iced over and is closed. So there's no way that motherfucker can get here. Oh shit, this might get real. I was scared shitless. Like, motherfucker, if I run this shit aground as an 03, dude, I'm done.
Don't be scared, Stanley. What up, nigga? What's happening?
Well, you know what? I was gonna do what I needed to do, and how you doing, buddy? I suspect I would have gotten,
buddy?
I suspect I would have gotten through it. But here's the deal. That captain was probably the best captain I ever had. He just knew how to make good officers. And technical officers. I didn't major in engineering. I was a fucking chemistry major, but my role was engineering. So you got to learn some engineering principles, and it's not rocket science. And the motherfucker was a nuclear engineer. So anyway, and this is why the Navy for me was a great experience. It taught me that there's almost nothing you can't do. You just have to be patient and think your way through problems. A different captain used to tell me, Stanley, you got to drive the problem. Don't let the problem drive you. You drive the problem. And every young man, in my opinion, if I really had my druthers, every young man especially, if we think boys are not educated, motherfucker, put them into the goddamn military. They'll grow up real fast when their lives are on the line. And
you just gotta grab the bull by the horn.
Do not. Even basic training is risky. Put these wayward boys, if they're indeed wayward boys, put them through basic training, even if they don't go all the way into the Navy or one of the other branches. Fucking just after high school, put them through basic training. See, we don't put our money we don't put our money where our mouths are. If we think boys ain't doing shit, put them in goddamn boot camp.
That's right.
And give them some goddamn drill sergeants. They will become men real quick. But we're pussies.
How long you gonna be live, bro?
Not very. I got part of this clip, part of this section of Nightish's show.
Yeah, you just got to grab the bull by the horns.
Yeah, I guess.
Hey, what's Nightish's channel? You got Nightish's channel?
Yeah. It's
I can't find it. I was trying to find it. I didn't know where to find it.
Well, he's got 2 channels. Do you know his main channel?
No.
Okay, well, this is his. Hold on one sec. This is his backup channel. Let me copy a clean link. I'm gonna drop this into both chats. Always, y'all subscribe to Nightish's channel. I go over there a lot. He's a good guy. That's his.
Yeah, he fucks with me. We be talking shit back and forth, but he fuck with your boy. But yeah, I didn't.
And then that is his. That is the channel he's.
I missed it.
That is the channel he's trying to get monetized, and this is kind of like the channel, the monetized channel. And yeah, everybody subscribe to Nightish.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be back. I gotta make a call, but I thought you were gonna be on here longer.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
No, I'm at 6 hours, 6.5 hours.
I see. All right. Well, if you're here, you're here. I'll be back though.
Yeah.
Well, I was a chemistry major. I love chemistry. Sister Johanna, my high school chemistry teacher. Hey, I was governor's honors in chemistry. So, that kind of told me, well, gee, you're pretty good at chemistry. Let me tell you a funny story about Sister Johanna. And I have 2 or 3 other funny stories after I graduated. Okay, I do not know why you have to talk when I'm talking. It's annoying. Anyway, she would not let us use calculators. We either had to do the math in our head or we had to use a slide rule. And you know what? I wasn't like, I could do math in my head, but I needed scratch paper. And so I learned to use a slide rule. I got a fucking A in chemistry. I love chemistry, but not enough to work in a lab. So anyway, I learned to use a slide rule because Sister Johanna would not let us use calculators, which is weird. But I love me some Sister Johanna. She got me into chemistry. Again, let me tell you another funny story. So we're taking a chemistry test.
Can I tell a story, Keith?
No, it's not that show.
Oh,
So we're taking a chemistry test, and I had a cold, and you know where this is going to end. So I'm sniffing, and I'm like, I need to take this test. So finally, like, there's not a sound in the room, and she finally goes, "Cross, go blow your nose." Oh, dude, the fucking class just dies laughing. I was too, I didn't think she was going to let me go during a test, but she just got so fucking annoyed. Dude, it's one of the best high school stories I have. Cross, go blow your nose. And she was the only nun. No, I'm not interested in your story. I'm telling the story, and I have to get through this video.
But I want to tell a story too, man.
I don't care.
Jeez, well,
Go. Hey, you got a show, right?
When?
Oh, I thought you had a show.
Oh yeah, you know that, Stanley.
Yeah, okay. Well, go tell your story. You are welcome to tell. You are welcome to fire up alive and tell your story there.
Stanley, you gonna come on it?
Sure. Why not?
I'll
Drop the
pay
link
you,
in the drop the link in the back chat, and I'll put it into the chat.
Okay.
So anyway, I might
Let
have
me
to
tell
cut
my
the
story though, but like I was saying,
no, I'm not interested in your story. Save it.
maybe some other
White
time.
people
Man.
like that, they know
Some other time.
Listen,
John, that's just like when Stanley made the statement. The boom.
Oh, that's what I was talking about right there, Stanley.
Like the
That right
smartest
there.
man in the Navy. At least engineering.
So your name lives in their brain after you ain't been over there in who knows how long, huh?
Right. But I don't know how much of this they play. I was talking about a captain that I work for. I'm going to skip over this part and just told those stories. People actually control freedom in America?
Say it again.
Now, this is where probably no. So this is about, where Nightish and I part ways on this argument that everyone keeps talking about. Why can't we be more like X community? And I think it's a ridiculous argument. The reason we can't be more like them is because we're not them. Different, a lot of these immigrant communities, at least in the first generation, they bring their culture with them, and the culture kind of dissipates as the following generations become more acculturated. We can't be like Jews because we have been here 400 years. We can't be like Mexicans because we grew up in a different under different conditions over 400 years. And to me, they're dumb arguments. Why do we ask dumb questions? We can't be like them because we're not them. It's literally bad metaphysics.
Well, Stanley, I'm fit to go get ready from my show, man.
This is what I believe.
Take it easy.
Yes, ma'am.
Listen, I expected you to call me when I expected someone to call me so I can get in contact. If I have no contact information for nobody else, how am I supposed to contact anybody?
You hear that?
Lord have mercy.
You hear that? So I'm saying to myself, like, I bet you if there was a problem, a leak in that apartment, if there was anything wrong, you think that black would have figured out a way to call me?
Oh, hell no.
He would have called me. If there was anything that I was responsible for,
oh yeah, for
that
sure.
black would have called me.
For sure, he'll figure out a way.
But see, with blacks,
but to pay you,
with blacks,
they have to act like they stupid, like they don't know things. That's what I'm telling you. They live a whole damn life acting like they don't know shit. I didn't know how to give you social truth. I lost my phone.
I have played this part. We didn't have a choice.
Right. So that being the case,
that's not a good thing.
I'm not saying it is a good thing, but what I am saying is that the fact that motherfuckers give you the presumption of freedom is a reason to say fuck your whole race of people.
Okay,
because we're not free now. We're still. What do you mean? Go ahead.
Who are you talking about? White people?
I'm talking about melanated people or native. Well,
okay,
white
do
people,
black people
white
actually control freedom in America?
Say it again.
Do black Americans, legacy black Americans, people with deep roots, in American history, do black people control freedom even now?
I'm more so talking about this. Get ready for it because this is the one that everybody get pissed off about. Unity. I understand
This is perfect. Okay, number one, Black people do not control freedom. Whether we like it or not, um, we don't have the political power and never have. We did not have input into the Constitution, how it was constructed. I'd have to go back because I honestly don't know whether Black people even had input into the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. I can't remember. I'd have to go and confirm or deny that there were Black people in Congress, even when those amendments. I know Black people didn't write the amendments. So Black people don't control freedom. Whether we like it or not, it's pretty much white people who control the United States government. Sorry to tell y'all, but that's actually how it is. You know, we have a lot more input. You know, Georgia's that example that I like to cite where, you know, the Black population won Biden the vote, put Warnock in damn it, what's the other dude's name? I'll think of it in a minute. 2 senators and a president. The Black population in Georgia had a lot to do with it. However, that's a once in a blue moon thing. I think South Carolina in Biden, Black population had a lot to do with it, but it was a Democratic primary. Blacks in Georgia, actually, it was like the general election thing. So, in my opinion, it was way more important. But the black vote in South Carolina course corrected because Biden was gonna lose without South Carolina. I think that was fairly obvious. So anyway, Blacks don't control their own freedom in the United States of America, not legislatively, not at a government level. So, and this is where I'm going to piss Nightish off, but I haven't changed my mind about what I said.
We will never be a
you know my
monolith.
feelings on that.
Yeah. I understand we're not a monolith.
What's up, Lou?
I just see it's just too disjointed across the pond amongst all of us. We
Right,
keep
but
finding
the
things
problem
to
with freedom,
separate and individualize ourselves.
Freedom is not a good cultivator of unity. If
I'm
you're
not talking about
free to
freedom.
do it, okay, I need you to understand my point. Okay. He asked me, because we skipped over it, whether I would choose unity over freedom. And my choice is freedom. We're not unified now. I don't think we ever will be as a Black community. I'm not 100% sure I would even agree 100 years ago during Jim Crow, Black people were unified. There were geographic differences in the specifics of culture. Black people in the South were not, similar to, Black people in New York City or New England. Most Black people lived in the South, so unity makes sense if most of the population kind of lived under the same conditions. Nightish, I don't know why people as smart as Nightish don't get this. The devil is in the details. So that's the point. I choose unity. I choose freedom over unity. The Black community being unified, I'm thinking it was largely a myth. Okay.
Well, make that motherfucker clear. Stop making it blurry.
No, freedom and unity, they don't go together.
So
Unity
here's my
is
thing.
almost the opposite.
Let me ask you this then.
Here's the other thing that Nightish doesn't seem to understand. I have a group of friends. Well, they're mostly in Britain, London, by the way. And I haven't, I've shown their show on Friday nights here occasionally, but it's called the Black Betterment Podcast. And I recommend it. Or Google it if you're in, or type it into YouTube if you're interested. But they're basically Pan-Africans, and I always used to butt heads with these folks because they would keep telling me, well, Stanley, you're not on code. You need to be on code. Well, that's the kind of unity that Nightish either doesn't know that's out there or that he would expect. Motherfucker, I don't give a shit about a code. Because some dude is, on code. I want the freedom to do my own thing at all times or as much as possible. That's unity means you have to follow some rules or some code or, and no, I don't want to do that.
Understand. How important is freedom to you versus unity?
Freedom is more important.
Yeah, fuck freedom. Fuck freedom.
But dude, but did you hear what you just said?
Yeah.
You would rather be unified rather than free?
Yes.
Okay, well, you and I we don't agree on that. I'd much rather have freedom. Unity's not that important.
But the freedom is a lie. We're not free at all.
Okay, unity
so
is
you
a
would
lie.
prefer
Unity
the
is
perception.
Look, unity, dude, you could argue that slavery in America was unity. We were all slaves. Again, I hate fucking talking this sort of stuff with people who don't know the definitions. They don't understand their own arguments. It's so frustrating. Unity, dude, there is no such thing as absolute freedom. There's also no such thing as absolute unity. And people just want to argue these absolutes that don't exist. It's easier to be free in the United States in 2025 than it is to be unified in the Black community. And I don't understand why people can't fathom this. Dude, think about it. Even now I'm just a little verklempt. Why don't these motherfuckers understand this? They lie.
No, I understand we're not.
What's going on, Duali?
But why aren't we aspiring to be?
Nightish. There were.
What is it? What is wrong?
Hey, Duali.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Wait, what do you mean Merry Christmas? Do you celebrate Christmas? Okay, I want a picture of your Christmas tree, Duali. Hit the link if you want. I haven't talked with you in a while.
Say what you want to say. But what is wrong with the mindset and the idea of being unified?
Nightish, all I'm saying is Black people have never been your idea of unified.
I agree with you. How does that change my question?
So why does that mean?
One second.
Come on in.
Okay, and this is where this shit devolves. See, these people were lurking in the chat, and all of a sudden, Nightish and I start talking unity versus freedom, which I don't even think is a good debate. So these people start filing in, and it goes from unity and freedom, and it just devolves. And I'm not gonna pass judgment, but these people are not. These people are pseudo. They don't know what the fuck their own arguments are. And then when I basically call them stupid, they get mad. But they are. They have no clue.
Good
You
morning,
mean
Chicago.
now? I don't care,
What's
Sim.
up,
Chicago.
Oh, it's past the morning.
It's
down
not
to 4 o'clock.
morning, is it?
Yeah, it's past that. I forgot. I've been up here 7 hours. So good evening, good afternoon.
But let me make this quick point. Okay,
None of
there
your
were
fucking points
black
are quick, but go ahead.
overseers during slavery.
None of my points are
Black
quick.
people have never been that kind of unified.
Let me tell you-
It is
let
a
me tell
myth.
you why- I
White-
understand.
Let me tell you why my points are never quick. Because it's tough to debate while you teach. And you know, I swore I wasn't even going to go up on panels anymore. I like going to Nidish's panel if the topic is something I'm interested in. But, you know, this is actually making me a little bit more gun shy. I'm not a fucking 50-year-old man's teacher. You should have learned this shit back in high school. Freedom is not a hard concept to grasp versus unity. And I just don't, it's just, we tend to talk about shit we don't understand. No, not by me. No, as a matter of fact, I'm about to get grilled. I think Knight has stepped back and I knew what I could potentially get into. So I'm not blaming Knightish for this. I stepped into the lion's den and I got my ass mauled. Americans are
You
not
always
that
getting your
unified.
ass mauled, Stanley.
Why are we you know what? Angels tread. What's the saying? Angels tread where God damn it. Angels I'll remember it in a minute, but no, I don't mind stepping into a debate, but you know, Big J, and welcome Lou, by the way.
What's up, man? Oh, you're talking. The term is angels tread where fools rush in.
Yeah, and I think I'm a fool.
Well, no, I mean, I think you introduced well, I don't know who introduced it because I ain't gonna lie. Like by the time I clicked Nidish's, that's an interesting concept philosophically Yeah, that's an interesting concept philosophically to introduce into a discussion, the unity versus freedom, because there are, there's choices and trade-offs with each of them, and I kind of side with
I don't
you.
think I don't think the two can coexist. You can't be free and unified to the extent. Look, Nidus thinks, this question, why can't black people be like the Jews or like the Koreans? Because we're not Jews or Koreans. That's why.
Yeah, but the other side of that is that Jews and Koreans aren't as unified as they perceive themselves to be.
Exactly. It's a dumb argument. Jews don't even agree on things like Israel and Palestine.
Yeah, they're extremely divided. I think that we have bad misconceptions of other groups, and we think that other groups are as unified. I don't know why they think that.
And you want to know why they think that? Because they're simply ignorant, inexperienced in meeting other communities, inexperienced in their reading, and they don't know their own dumbass arguments. Dude, if you got, you know who Get Crack is, right?
Yeah, he's over there on he does the financial stuff on Golds. Or he used
to. But here's the deal. He makes a very interesting point. There's a hierarchy in the Asian community. Like Japanese are at the top. So what the fuck are they talking about? Why can't we be like more like Asians? Now, most times it'll be, why can't we? Actually, it is more like Asians. I was saying, maybe thinking, why can't we be more like Koreans? I think I've heard that before. But Asians aren't unified. But this is the ignorant. Yeah, I'm gonna be brutally honest here. Motherfucker, you don't learn much in the ghetto if you are not taking school seriously.
Yeah.
The biggest problem in America is parenting, parents are supposed to tell their children that, dude, take school seriously.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't look, I don't want to name names. These motherfuckers didn't take school seriously, and then now they want to hop up on panels and make these philosophical points. They have no fucking clue what they're talking about half the time. And there's you can be an autodidact, but most autodidacts that I've met, they're always lacking something. Be Brave is a good one. I know another guy that you don't know, who's actually younger than I am, but these motherfuckers started taking books seriously at 30. You don't learn at 30 or 35 like you do when you're 15.
Mm-hmm.
So, they're dumb. If you're going to be an autodidact, you need to also understand that a lot of times it's better to have someone who knows the text professionally leading you through it. And it doesn't have to be college. It can be, community education. It could be Bible study for that matter. But sometimes autodidactism is not the best way to learn stuff. You'll get familiar, with the words and maybe the concepts, but what do the concepts mean? Nah, you need a teacher. You need a professor, someone who has studied it. There's a certain element you lose if you're going to be an autodidact. You need more. So anyway, I'm boring y'all. And hey Dave, what's up, Dave? Stormcrow, hit the fucking link. Call. Yeah, that fake ass bullshit. Motherfucker, nobody cares. You're not
Hey, what's
calling
up,
you're not calling, you're clucking, you little chicken. You little hen. And I'm just fucking with you. Hold on. I'm just fucking with you, Stormcrow. It's good to see you.
No, what I was gonna say is the problem with the unity thing. Unity made sense when freedom wasn't an option, right? Now that freedom is an option, you actually gain more. You gain more ground in an arena of freedom, because when you talk about freedom, well, you talk about a couple things, right? You can't innovate without freedom. You can't because unity.
What the fuck do you think? And I don't mean to shortchange your argument. Groupthink. What is that but unity?
The whole staying on code and all that stuff.
Yeah. But why doesn't a 55-year-old understand the danger? Fuck. Unity is much more fucking, nationalism is a thing, but that's very high level. Dude, unity is almost the opposite of freedom. Why doesn't he understand that? What happens to someone in some community that thinks a certain way or has customs a certain way, and you think differently? Sometimes it leads to ostracization. There's a book I read a long time ago, and I can't think of the name of it. I actually own the book, but I'd have to go back and look up the title. But it's about a girl who grows up. It's ultra orthodox. There's a term for it, not Orthodox Jew, but like the ultra orthodox with the side locks and all that sort of stuff. And they're so devout. The women wear wigs. They don't wear veils or anything like that. They wear wigs. And you know what? She thought differently. And her life was hell. That's not freedom. Freedom, unity and freedom, like I said in this video, they're almost opposites. And it really disturbs me that, people can't. And Lou, I'm not talking about you. but people can't think through that. They don't understand the basic concepts. What the fuck? You learn this shit in high school.
Yeah, yeah. I've because I've been in these conversations where they talk about unity, right? And when you propose an unorthodox solution that's outside of the scope of what they think,
there is no solution to freedom.
Well, no, I'm not talking about in relation to freedom. I'm talking about in relation to, because they want to unify to the goal of unifying, right? In the scope of their conversations is to progress the people. But oftentimes, I mean, we done heard the solutions ad nauseum, right? But when you propose like something outside of the scope that can benefit individual people, that often gets rejected because they feel that everybody within the group can't do that. And it's like, you don't need everybody in the group to do that. And they just don't. It's like this weird hive mindset that actually blocks out unorthodox, even good ideas.
Yes.
And they just
there's no innovation with unity.
Correct.
You can't think different. Now, but when you talk about nationalism or unity at, a higher level, I wouldn't even call nationalism unity. To me, it's a different concept. It's more diverse. Unity is more, in the community, and who knows, there might even be an etymology. But nationalism is something different. Unity, and this is going to sound weird, but unity is more biological or closer to biology than nationalism is. And the reason I say that is nations didn't even become a thing until like the 19th century. Tribalism, unity, to me, that's closer to, a biological thing. It's not biology, but it's closer to it. Families are going to be, unity will exist in a family. Extended family, there will be unity. And this is going to sound weirder, but, your tribe or clan fighting against, there's unity there. Nationalism is not the same thing as unity. And I know you have to forgive me. I've had a couple beers here, but they're different.
Gotcha.
Well, hey, I'm
gonna tell you what makes it different, right? Because just historically, everybody want to talk about history and all that stuff, right? People often tie, when they talk about tribalism, right? People often tie tribalism to race when they say, tribalism dictates. Yeah, they'll say tribalism dictates that you want to be around people that look like you. But historically, we're like race-based tribalism is actually a fairly new concept in the scope of history.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it was always cultures. The propaganda, bro.
Dude, the propaganda didn't just start. Dude, race started, essential. Look, race started 12th or 13th century. I'd have to go back and look it up. First slave auction, 14 something or another, like 52. I'll pick in Lisbon. Believe it or not, first African slave auction, Lisbon. In 14 something. So that's 15th century. Anyway, it all has nothing. And I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
No. And I'll leave it with this, the last part too. The reason why I pick freedom over unity is that it's easier to control a unified group of people. Yeah. Like anybody could just come in and usurp that whole thing. And now once you become the head of the snake, you now control the rest of the body. You know what I mean? So there's got to be some freedom in there that allows people to have dissenting opinions, have different takes, be off code a little bit in order to progress. And you can't do that if everybody is unified. It makes it easier for you to it makes it easier for you to get taken over when you're unified, because you've
exactly.
moved out.
Well, I don't
You've pushed
know
out
about
all dissenting ways of thinking.
I think look, they're good. I'm not saying unity is bad, but
No. I mean, ideally, right, you would want a little bit of both.
I'm thinking of
but
Nightish. It literally started. He literally asked me, "What would you choose, unity or freedom?" And it wasn't a hard choice. Freedom. Unity should be a choice, and you should have freedom of choice. It's so fucking basic.
Yeah.
And it just went left. And I'm going to ask you a question, Sensei. Why the fuck don't these people understand that? Why don't they understand the basic? Why do they make arguments that they don't even understand? Why talk unity if you don't understand the elements? What makes unity?
Well, you know what's interesting, right? I'm gonna tell you. I'll tell you what's interesting, right? I've been in conversations with people, and when you don't talk about race and you just talk about the fundamentals of life, it seems like they fully understand it, right? But once race gets, I've seen people make complete sense, talk freedom, all this stuff, right? But then once the race aspect gets introduced, it's like everything just flies out the window, and it's almost like a switch. It's almost like a switch hits in their head where they turn into this hive thing once the race conversation comes in, because it's almost like it's almost like they've been programmed to believe that they're supposed to think a certain way in regards to race. It's very weird. If you've ever sat in it and watched the shift in real time, I can't explain it.
Well, I you know what? You don't have to. I understand it.
It's like yo, 1 second 2 + 2 = 4, and then once race gets introduced, it's like 2 + 2 = 6 times 3 divided by 6, and it's like, where did all these extra numbers come in? Like, what are we doing right now?
But that actually describes how this conversation devolves.
Oh,
because
there you go.
Yeah, you're absolutely, dude. You just taught me a lesson. And you know what? This is why I appreciate talking to people like you. Yeah, because sometimes I just honestly don't. Why don't motherfuckers know this shit? Anyway.
I don't know why we make the comparisons with white people.
We're Americans. That's why.
Yeah, I'm an American. I'm not white.
Okay, so the motherfucker wants to talk unity in the black community, and then he wants to say he's an American and not white? The fuck? This is just like, it's muddled. You're black if you want unity in the black community. Fuck. And unity in the black excuse me. Unity in the black community is unity in the black community from the Constitution, and probably way before that. That's the last thing the Constitution wanted. That's why you have one of the reasons you have a Second Amendment. They did not want blacks unifying. It could be dangerous in the South. The fuck? You got to understand that the fundamentals of America didn't include black unity. The fuck? This is just it makes me not want to do these sorts of debates. My Lord. I don't know why you cannot understand my point. This myth of unity
You're a
is
bad
something.
communicator.
No. I expect a level of knowledge that I'm a bad communicator? Motherfucker, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Dude, and this is what pisses me off. I'm a pretty good communicator, but we got to start from the same, level of playing field. Motherfucker, I'm not going to teach a 55-year-old motherfucker what unity means, the ins and outs, what freedom means, the ins and outs, the sociology, the history. Not my problem. And again, I really should refrain from these debates because they just don't know shit. And yeah, I will name names if I have to. It's hard for me to teach and debate at the same time.
Well, I'm not debating with you, sir. What I'm saying is that us being 13% of the population and baby deletions and how we delete each other, we got to change that mindset. Why we keep
we don't delete each other. Dude, it happens in very limited geographic areas. You're acting like all black people live in the hood.
I'm not talking about the hood at all.
Okay, you're talking about deletions. This is the other thing, and I'm going to piss some motherfuckers off. Half the bullshit that I hear is hood mentality. Motherfucker, I did not grow up in the hood. That's why I have a different perspective. And one of the valuable things about books is they can at least let you know that there are other perspectives. Absolutely, Knight is talking hood. It's a view from the hood. America viewed from the hood. I'm not saying it's not a valid viewpoint. It's not the only viewpoint. And if that's why there can be no black unity. Most black people don't grow up in the hood. That in and of itself is a destroyer of unity. Why can't people fucking understand this bullshit? It's simple if you think critically. Violent crime, dude.
No. Baby deletion.
I didn't get that from him. I thought he was talking about. Yeah, I thought he was talking about
It's
the
called
baby.
Smortions.
Yeah, I thought he was talking about the babies.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. And
I'm
maybe
saying a lot
you
of
haven't
these, I'm
spent
saying that a
time in
lot
the
of these,
South.
and then you try to come over here and get loud. Shut your bitch ass up and listen for 5
Okay,
good seconds.
no.
So here's the thing.
You don't listen.
I do listen
You're
very
a bad
well.
listener.
You're talking about what we haven't done. I'm talking about us aspiring.
Fuck the aspirations. This is like this is like telling your kids you can be anything you want to be. No, they can't. They can be anything their ability allows them or qualifies them to be. You cannot be a fucking, Nobel Prize winning physicist if you're not good at math. And some people aren't good at math. The fuck? This just disappoints.
Two different
Keep
things.
aspiring.
Come on in.
Here comes the brigade. I'm gonna be honest, and I see you in the chat. Savage salute. It becomes a dog pile after this, and it is what it is. I'm not whining, but it just kind of devolves from here. We didn't get to develop the unity versus freedom points before everyone else got interested, and it just devolves. And the bees, I'll deal with them tomorrow night.
What's going on, Savage? And then
Wait, hold it. Where was I? I'm not sure I understand that point. Where was I? You were on the panel. Here was Chicago Rilla, me and Nightish.
between 13 and 15%. I think it's between 42 and 46 million of us, supposedly, right? And most of them are young people, which fucking minds is all over the place like
No,
shit.
most
This
of the
old
45 million are not young people. Motherfucker, where do you get these dumbass statistics from? And you also need to define what you think young people are. God damn it. Dude, these motherfuckers actually think I don't know shit. Dude, if you're going to make these kinds of arguments, you need to preface the arguments with some sort of baseline. What is young? It's not 42 to 45. It's right around 45, maybe more. Dude, it's sloppy. And again, I'm not sure I want to do this sort of shit a lot. You know, I'll take a moratorium after tomorrow and then reassess. You got to know some shit before I fucking, Googling it is not, you can't figure out how to think critically at 45 or 35. You got to fucking be raised doing it. Parenting is the biggest problem in America, and possibly, if you believe, black people get the flu, possibly more important. And I'll stay fucking small if I have to deal with this sort of fucking messiness.
right here, he got about another couple of years and then it's over for him.
Nightish, you need to understand that if you want unity,
you need to
move
understand
Africa.
Africa. Do you need to understand anything?
See, this is what happens. All of a sudden, feelings are hurt. Motherfucker, I don't need to understand other than what I'm talking about. What the fuck is he talking about? Okay, if you understand American history, the last thing that the majority population is going to allow is that kind of unity. Okay, it's any populist movement, any sort of unity. Have you ever heard of Tulsa?
Yeah,
Dude,
Tulsa,
they break that shit
Rosewood,
They
Seneca
break
Village,
it up.
Wilmington.
Yeah, there is
So you're
unity.
saying we should just give up what we aspire to do in our
Read a history
past.
book.
I just said I know about Tulsa. I said Rosewood. I said
Okay,
Williamsburg.
you don't know shit about Tulsa.
know
That unity can
Let me
be
tell you
aspirated. See, this is the other thing. Okay, you might know about Tulsa, but how does Tulsa relate to my point? If you don't know, ask me how it relates and I'll explain it to you. These motherfuckers don't know how to argue points. And let me put it to you this way. I've never been on a debate team. I've never done debate in high school or college. I read books and I know how to think critically. That's all you need to do. You don't need debate team bullshit. If that's what you enjoy, cool. And yeah, I've been asked to be on debate teams. And I'm like, nah, too structured. Bottom line is these people do not understand their own arguments. And if it strays too far from their weird points, they just fucking start slinging mud or even feces. The night is just slinging mud. When the two bees come up there, they're slinging shit. But once it happens, it will be broken up, and it'll be the John Galts that get paid off to break it up.
Tato, I don't know how me saying that we need to find more ways to work with each other sound like two motherfuckers who sound like
Listen to the motherfucker didn't hear what I said. Freedom is more important than unity. Why do we have to find a way after 420 5 years. If we haven't found it after 425 years, we're not likely to find it. Stop aspiring to something that's not going to be accomplished. This is exactly, these dumb fucks start talking about why can't we have a black leader? Dude, reassess the goals. Are they achievable? Do they make sense? This pie in the sky fucking bullshit must cease. We're gonna find a way to, motherfucker, we can't even be unified on your goddamn panel. How are you gonna get 45 million people to this? It's a dumb point.
Crackers in blackface.
Nightish, you literally
JP
have
is
no
JP is the most hateful black motherfucker you ever meet. He stabs every nigga that's ever helped him in the back. Every nigga. He fucked
No,
over
he didn't say
Anton.
you.
He fucked over Fatty. He fucked over Marcus. He fucked over
Damn.
Chaz. I can go on
I
all
hear
day.
you. I got you.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is I think it's a good aspiration. If you go back and you look at American history, look at Wilmington.
I just said that 5
North
seconds
Carolina.
ago. You're not listening.
Okay, well, maybe I'm
Wilmington,
not. My
North
bad.
Carolina, for the people that are listening.
Chicago, didn't you hear me just say that?
Yeah, I did.
named Rosewood, Seneca. I named a bunch of them.
Yeah.
You make it seem like
Right.
I'm not. I'm talking out my ass.
Well, Nighty, again, you named a bunch of things from rote memory. See, this, you named some shit from rote memory. How do they apply to the argument either you're making or I'm making? Just fucking spewing them off by rote memory means nothing. Fucking use your brain. All I'm saying is that it's an aspiration, but it's almost impossible to happen because the majority population does not want it.
This is
They
a broken
have not
Negro,
allowed
y'all.
it in the past.
Stop
Look at a
listening to
Fred
these
Hampton.
old niggas,
Look at the
'cause if you have
look
to
at
listen
the
to
Black
somebody
Panther.
like-
Honestly, did I burst a bubble? Did I defeat a dream? This is just, come on, dude. Listen to what I'm saying with an open mind. See, this is the other thing. I don't like backtracking. Okay, dude, these were high school bullshit debates. These were college debates. Motherfucker, this is ground I've been over a number of times. And I understand. This is why, I don't know. After tomorrow's debate, I need to think seriously about whether I just waste time doing this. I'm not getting anywhere. Everyone's pissed off. Their party, what they did to it.
We try to be forward.
That wasn't based on the
We try to
population,
knock the
though.
legs from up under us. So
Okay,
let's just give
I
up.
can't handle two
Live
of you
your
talking.
individual
My bad. Yeah, I'm not trying to. Yeah, that's fair. Go ahead.
Oh, Mackenzie, you haven't seen the train wreck. This is just, this is this is just the setup for the main train wreck, and it gets bloody.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
All I'm saying is that, look,
This nigga been drinking too.
okay,
Oh,
listen
Stanley?
to what I'm
Hell
saying.
yeah, that's
Okay.
a fucking drunk. You can't tell.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
nigga
yeah.
be-
I have been. But see, you're over talking me and not allowing me to finish. I keep bringing up examples of when Black people got together and it was broken up.
But
Black
Stanley,
Panthers,
I agree with all those examples.
right?
good. Well,
I'm
then
saying
why are
because
you still talking if
Because
you
listen,
agree?
let me say what I'm saying, and then I will always allow you to talk, sir. That's why you're up here. But what I'm saying
Understood.
is because the thing was
I apologize.
because
I
the thing was,
apologize.
you don't have to apologize to me. apologies is for pussies. Just because the things kept getting broken up, that mean we should quit?
Okay, motherfucker, you can't. If you're polite, you're a pussy. And see, I do have to admit, yeah, I was, let's see, I forget, we're like, 6 hours into an 8.5 hour stream. And yeah, I've been sitting there having a good time. And I don't know. It just gets out of control.
Damn, Night.
No, I'm not saying we should quit. That's not
you
what
literally said you choose freedom over unity.
Okay,
right.
Did I say quit? Does freedom, do you spell
You're saying don't even think about unity, just be free.
Motherfucker.
What kind of hippie ass shit is that?
Oh my Lord. You think freedom is spelled Q-U-I-T?
Fucking hippie?
You asked me to
work?
choose. You asked me to choose.
And I told you that the idea choice is just that, an idea. You don't have no fucking choice. They got Nikes, Adidas, and Reeboks. You think you got a fucking choice? Damn.
What do Nikes, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? Motherfucker, I choose boots.
You choose Timberland?
Yes, I do. Dude, I'm 60. I don't fucking wear Nikes.
That's even better.
Listen,
New Balance.
You need
comfortable on my old.
Let me say this.
Shout out to New Balance.
Hey, Stanley, bruh.
Example.
That's actually an asinine concept, right? Where you and I.
No, he must have gotten a call. Look, this is the perfect example of unity and choice. It's not a perfect example. But, he's going to name Nike's, Adidas, or whatever the fuck the other choice was. And I want the freedom to go with New Balance or, boots. I want the fucking...
Or Asics or Skechers or a plethora of different options.
The thing is, I understand if the popular choices are those three, but dude, depending on a lot of different demographics and culture and all that stuff, dude, New Balance are the fucking bomb. They come in widths. Nike just started making widths, a while ago, but not. You could get New Balance and widths back in the 80s. Anyway,
yeah, but there's a bigger concept,
don't
right?
Limit the unity of three choices. I want the fourth and fifth choices, if they exist.
But I think there's an even bigger concept, right?
No, go ahead.
You actually have, and I was talking to somebody about this. What was it yesterday? You actually have more clarity in your life when you have less options. So I think that this concept of,
but that really has nothing to do. You're talking minimalism.
No. What I'm talking about is this idea that we should be as free,
or is better,
as like this idea of maximum freedom. Actually,
I'm not going there. I'm not saying more choices equals more freedom. No, I'm not one of those guys.
No. I'm speaking to the example that he used when he said we don't have that many choices. We only got 3 choices, and it's like, number one, that's just categorically untrue. Number two, if I'm buying into
to do with unity.
Well, his point is that his point is that we need to be unified because what other choices do we have outside of that? Which I fundamentally disagree with.
Look, and that I'm not fussing at you.
I know.
I shouldn't even be fucking watching this, but me, I love postmortems. I just like,
Yeah.
And you know, let's give Nightish his props. I like going on his panel, and I keep saying I'm whining. I'll be up there again, but look, I need to pick my battles, and it's not because I won't win them or know what I'm talking about. It's just this is a waste of time. This is fuckery, and it was the weekend, so I guess fuckery is in order. I try to keep it to a minimum during the week.
I think the other thing too, though, is I would make the argument that black people are pretty unified. Like they overwhelmingly vote in one direction. You can't make it. You can't say that black people don't have any power because they have whole political groups from the NC, the NAACP.
Having the groups does not give you power, and you'd be wrong. No power. Yeah, black people have power, but it's white people have astronomically more power.
No, but my point is that
it's kind of like
they're not
wealth.
Right, but my point is that blacks aren't as divided as they're making it out to be.
Okay, I thoroughly disagree with that point.
Okay.
Just because, but you know why black people don't vote Republican. There are a lot of things that Republicans do that black people don't have a problem with. The biggest deal is the fucking racism that they endorse. Dude, Nick Fuentes has a fucking, he's got a whole faction of the Republicans. Nobody wants to fucking listen to a white supremacist if you are black. That's why Republicans hug racists, and black people aren't about that. And if you think that's, the plantation, motherfucker, nobody wants to vote for a Nick Fuentes backed presidential candidate.
I wasn't going to say a plantation. What I was going to say is
I don't care what you were going to say. I said,
oh, come on, Stanley. Don't do that. Don't do that, man. We were doing so well.
Well,
I'm not Nightish.
Well,
come on, man.
It's not okay. I need you to react to my point. Black people aren't going to vote for Nick Fuentes like candidates. That's why there's not more black Republicans.
You want me to directly respond to what you just said?
Yes, directly respond.
Okay, as long as black people overwhelmingly vote one way, there's no incentive to do anything for them because that's considered a guaranteed vote.
Okay, no. You're skipping to your loo. Black people do not vote more Republican because Republicans are in bed and, oh, by the way, have Thanksgiving dinner at Mar-a-Lago with idiots like Kanye and his buddy Nick Fuentes. That's why black people don't vote Republican. For some people, and I would be one of them, motherfucker, if you're a racist, I don't care what you can do for me. Money does not trump racist America. I would rather be a bit less rich and have a president or whatever the office holder is who isn't a racist. Not everything's about motherfucking money.
I wasn't talking about money. That's not even on my radar.
Oh, I am.
Oh, okay.
Since you won't address my point.
I directly addressed your point. You're just rejecting what I'm saying.
Okay. I don't think you did.
Okay. That's fine.
Do you seem to be confused about why black people don't vote more Republican? Am I getting that part right?
No, not at all. I completely
Why do
understand
you
why black.
think? Why do you think black people don't vote more Republican?
From their viewpoint, they don't want to side with racist people.
Aren't you black?
Yeah, but I don't share in that same sentiment.
So all of a sudden, you are doing a John Galt and talking about they. You're talking about.
In the context of this discussion with the people who are talking about unity, absolutely.
So you think that me? Let's just use me.
You're going against your whole freedom argument now.
No,
Stanley.
actually, I'm not. Okay, no, actually, I'm not, Lou. I'm well within the parameters of my argument. I don't want a fucking racist in office. I'm not going to vote for a Republican if I personally think if you are okay with racists, it's because you're a racist.
Well, tell that to all the people who put Biden in office too. Like, Stanley, what are we doing here, bro?
No,
I'm not getting into. I'm not doing a political thing with you, man.
Does not work, Lou. Your argument does not work. I would vote for the less racist. Biden didn't have Thanksgiving dinner with maniac Kanye and white supremacist Fuentes. And you mix that with the notion that people can change. Yeah. But you ain't black. Yep. Biden said it. And I still think Trump is the bigger racist. The Republicans since 1964 have done more racist shit than the Democrats have. I take all that into consideration. You can't say Biden is an equal racist to Trump.
That's not my point at all.
Well, then what is your point, Lou?
My point is
you brought up Biden.
My point is, if that's what you're splitting hairs on, I think you're losing sight of the bigger picture politically.
Lou, the devil is in the details, Lou.
Right, and here's the devilish part. As long as the black vote is guaranteed on one side, there's no incentive for them to do anything.
See, you think it's guaranteed. Tell a fucking Republican not to be a racist, and they'll get more black votes.
Dude, it's a two-party system. If you're not voting for one side and you're voting independent, who are you voting for?
System bullshit. Tell the Republicans, Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson making the news for weeks at a time.
You don't realize you don't feel that you're doing the same thing that Nitish is doing. The same thing Nitish did to you, you're doing to me.
No,
you don't see that.
No.
Okay.
Because I'm asking you to think about what you're saying. Nitish doesn't think about
I am thinking about what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, then you and I just have a fundamental difference. I don't vote for racists. And I've mentioned probably to you that I would actually vote for Brian Kemp if he ran for president, depending on who the Democrat is, because I have tangibles about how he supported some things that were important to me in support of Black culture and the Ahmaud Arbery case. I'd vote for a Republican because I don't think Brian Kemp. I'm sure he's done
Christ, Stanley. Now you're on code again.
Jesus is not going to help you.
Now you're on code again.
Fuck. Okay. Whoa. How is it on code that this man turned over okay. See, you think anything that is pro-black is on code. Okay, I don't think that way, Lou. But I do have pride in my heritage. Do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, then motherfucker, you should understand my point. If a Republican is enthusiastic about overturning a law that was, slavery time law. And you know what? We have African American studies, AP African American studies taught in Georgia schools, unlike Florida, and both states have a Republican governor. There's nothing wrong with being proud of your heritage and having a governor who understands that, hey, you know what? African American history is a thing and it is important within the context of American history. It can be taught. It just needs to be academic. I don't understand how that's being on code.
It's on code because it's like you don't even understand what I'm saying. The black vote is a much more powerful vote if it's earned. And it's not
And
earned
I
if they're overwhelmingly
disagree. I
voting
don't
on
think
one
you
side.
understand your argument.
I do understand my argument.
How is 14% of a black vote more powerful if they think for themselves? When I tell you the unifying factor, I'm not against black unity. I'm just saying it's not some given. I think blacks being against white supremacy is a good thing, and we should be unified over that. And if Republicans want to have Thanksgiving dinner with white supremacists, blacks, it's not a being on code thing. It's not anything. Blacks know what white supremacy means from American history. And if everybody's, not voting for a racist, that's fine with me. It's not being on code. It's being against a racist. White people should fucking be against racism too.
Okay.
You don't think white people should be against racism?
they should be. Yes, they should be.
So black people know what racism is. They're against it. They will vote for a Joe Biden because he's the lesser of two racists. Sometimes you have to split hairs like that.
I think that freedom would dictate that that doesn't have to be the only metric that you use to vote for somebody.
Okay, let me also give you a tricky thing about freedom that you don't seem to understand. You're also free to use that as the one metric. It's freedom, dude.
No, I got you.
I also told you I will take a pay cut to not have a racist as president. Sometimes money is not everything. Sometimes you have to look at a bigger picture. I will do less well as long as I'm not starving. To not have a racist.
Money is everything in politics.
Okay, you know what? That's not exactly my argument. I don't give a fuck about the politics. I don't give a fuck about the money if it means electing a racist into a position of power.
You brought up the money. Like all of these things you brought up. I didn't bring up any of
money. I brought up the money to tell you it's not important.
It's vitally important, Stanley, because that's why they're campaigning for your vote.
It is not vital, Lou. I'm not you mean money? No, I mean vital as in the candidate might need it. I don't have to contribute money to some candidate. I didn't contribute money to Biden's campaign. I voted for him, but I didn't contribute.
I just realized that are we listening to church music in the background?
Oh no, that's Latino for Trump's diss track about me. You want to hear it?
Holy shit.
No, this motherfucker is so. Well, I'll turn this up. You haven't heard it, have you?
No.
No,
What is this?
you know what?
I just heard a choir in the background.
I haven't talked to Latino for Trump in months, but I'm trying to figure out why he took the time to do a diss track about me. What the fuck have I said to him? It's because he's a Galt sycophant. So here we go.
Stanley, the Navy man thinks
Oh, by the way, let me preface this. It's called Stanley's Tall Tales. Apparently, they don't think I've read books. They don't like my Navy service. They're just wilding.
all them books with the squint in his eye, spins tales so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose word?
It gives you kind of a James Bond feel. That's dope.
You know what? It sounded like ABBA to me.
Oh, ABBA?
That's kind of what it sounded like. But basically what they're saying is if you read books, you take all the ideas from books, they're not your own ideas. And they don't understand how to learn. They don't understand what books are. If you read books from authors who are political opposites, both the arguments. I talk about this sort of stuff all the time. Books can influence, but if you actually know how learning works, sometimes you become a pragmatist like me. I don't give a fuck. I just need to know what all the ideas are, and I pick from the best, the best in the basket. These dumb fucks think that if you read books, you can't think outside of the book you read. They are so dumb.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That is crazy. Back
Dude,
to the clip, though, man.
That's what this song is about. This song is literally, and JB Smooth and Deacon Dave are here. I'll let him up, but I want you to listen to the lyrics of this song. And and let me tell you how I found out. I had no clue that the song existed until someone on I think it was Universal's Discord. It's like, hey, there's a song Latino for Trump wrote about you. I'm like, what? I haven't talked to that motherfucker. I literally haven't talked to him in probably 6 months, maybe 5 months. But the motherfucker just wrote a song. So John Galt has a long reach around.
That is crazy. Hey, I'm putting the little one down, but I'm listening.
Okay. Listen to this shit. Tell me what you know.
He quotes from the stars, from poets of old. Says he sailed the seas where the tales unfold. But his hands ain't calloused, his heart ain't bold.
My hands ain't calloused. These motherfuckers are so dumb.
Whose dreams you swallow, they're not his. Oh no, oh no. Stanley, oh no. Tell me what
This is the part that kind of sounds ABBA-ish. This is fucking. This is like the gayest bullshit. Latino for Trump wrote this. So we go.
You should take it as an honor. I think you're taking that wrong.
You know, that's why it's up here. I didn't have to add it to my music selection. It was playing in the background.
Even though you call Latino a drug dealer, I think Latino.
No. I asked him if he was a drug dealer.
That shit is so silly.
He never said no. He never denied it.
I don't think he's a drug dealer, but he might.
I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't know if he's a drug dealer. I asked him the question. I still don't.
Is it a link because you want my thoughts or no? I don't know.
No. I didn't ask you what you think about Latino's song, did I?
Nah, no, you didn't. But Latino's not.
Okay, well, dude.
I think it's a great tribute because it's just funny. I don't know. It's funny as fuck.
No, I have to give you that. It is. Oh, dude. You know, if I was married and I've experienced my wife longing for me, and she never said Stanley like Latino did.
That is a powerful ballad.
Stanley. It's like, dude, I heard longing in that song.
That's definitely an honor. Man, you know what really triggered me to come up here, Stanley? I hit the link because you just, I don't know if your mic's on mute because I know you would cut me off before I even got started speaking. But I think that there's a point that you made that I kind of just don't see it the same way. You think that your racism is more important than getting your money.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Now, I mean, you don't want to lose like half your salary, but yeah. If it comes down to do I vote for Trump or Biden, I'm not going to lose any money either way.
But if you create a lifestyle of like choosing.
Listen to what I just said.
I heard you.
The choice was I'm not going to lose any money. Do I vote for the like a 10 level racist or a 5 level racist? They're both racists. I'm not going to lose any money. I'm going to vote for the less racist candidate. That's how I see it.
Is that the number one most important criteria on picking a candidate?
I didn't say it was the number one. I literally just gave you the scenario, Dave.
And I'm giving you the scenario, but you're changing mine to
no. You are literally moving the goalpost when you
just moved the goalpost.
Okay, dude. Listen to what I'm saying. JB, I have zero patience with your bullshit. We are not equals here. Dave, just say you want to move the goalpost and introduce new variables.
That's what you just did.
Okay, because my scenario, did you not understand my scenario?
Why does race hurt you so bad?
If you want to change the scenario, or okay,
I'm not changing nothing.
Dave.
I'm going based on what you said.
You're not going on. You're not going based on what I said.
Let's just act like this is an interview. I have a question.
All things being equal, I choose less racist.
Right, over your money. So you would end up losing the job.
No, I literally said if I had the choice where I don't lose money and there's a 10 level racist versus a 5 level racist, I choose the less racist. I introduced I don't lose money.
Stanley, you introduced "I don't lose money." Change it.
No,
Move the
you did not
goalpost.
hear what I said,
Literally,
Dave. That's not a Stanley problem.
you just moved the goalpost by introducing that.
Dude, I don't know where to go, and I don't have this.
Well, I know where to go, and I want to reset this. Okay.
Well, if you're resetting, it's moving the goalpost.
Yes, I just want to review.
Okay, then move the goalpost. I understand now.
Are you going to allow me to or not?
You can't figure out what I said, agree or disagree. You just want to change the scenario. Go ahead and change the scenario, Dave.
It did nothing for the
conversation.
conversation
You're itching
that
to
I'm
change the
trying to have
scenario.
with you. What you just did nothing for what I tried. The conversation I tried to have.
Okay, you didn't try to do anything. You thought you tried.
You said if it doesn't make me lose money, what the fuck? That's not what I'm saying.
It literally means all the. Excuse me. It literally means all things equal.
Let's take it down.
I'm not losing money.
I don't want
I
you to
choose
cough
the
out
less
on
racist. Okay, Dave. If I'm not losing money, I choose the less racist.
Okay, good. I would too, right? Let's say there was money to be lost. Would you still choose
How
the
much
less
money?
racist?
How much money we talking?
Well, your livelihood. It's usually all or nothing. You either have a job or you don't. So let's say your livelihood.
Tough decision. I guess I'd have to go with the racist.
Thank you. Because like you said.
Thank you. Stanley chose a racist. Is that a victory for you, Dave?
No, it's really
poverty
not.
or racist? That was your that was your scenario?
Hey, dumb nuts, we not getting nowhere with this.
Okay, motherfucker, JB, you're not that welcome here. Don't push my limits.
I was just asking a question about what you said.
Oh,
Because
did I answer it for you?
yes, you answered it, but it like literally deletes what
you
you
can't
said.
accept the answer that I would
No,
just select the racist rather over poverty.
I've accepted it. It's cool. I just wanted to make sure. I think I got a clear understanding of what
you
you're
know
saying.
what? But that sounds like Jim Crow. Am I a sharecropper?
No, but
Do I have to accept sharecropper status too?
No, you're just leap and bound changing the dynamic, but it's cool.
Oh, absolutely. And now I'm having fun with it. I answered your question, Dave. Now I get to have fun with it. Is there something wrong with that?
Now, let's just say though that the racist that you choose, because it could significantly change the amount of money that you have or coming in.
You said zero or racist. I chose the racist because I don't want to starve.
Right.
Especially if I have kids.
So choosing that racist also comes with.
How many times do I have to say it? Poverty or racist, I choose racist. Especially if I have
not
kids.
going anywhere, man. Y'all,
Motherfucker, you are not.
Shut the fuck up and let me talk.
No, motherfucker. You don't tell me to shut the fuck up on my panel. You better stand the fuck down, sir. And I mean immediately. I have zero patience at this point, JB. You better fucking keep a civil tongue in your head. There's no reason for you to be here. There's no reason for you to stay here, except for your good behavior.
Well, you made it.
So what were you saying, Dave?
No, you answered my question. I appreciate it. You made it very clear that as long as you don't lose money, you would choose a racist, right?
No, that's not what I said. I said if I had to choose poverty or a racist, I would choose the racist. I don't want to starve. That's what I said.
Okay.
The fuck? Great. What are you hearing? Is there some weird translator on your phone?
Stanley, you can't turn the argument that way and then ask me what am I hearing.
Dave, you obviously don't remember your argument. Dave, honestly, I'll replay it. The choice was poverty. Dave, the choice was poverty or racist.
Man, disagree
I
to
choose the
disagree,
okay,
man.
motherfucker. Why are you talking, JB?
I'm gonna shut up.
Good. You finally took the hint.
You allowed the argument to pivot one way
No,
versus the way you
the
pivoted.
argument. Okay, dude, I fucking need to go back and play this. The choice was racist or poverty, and I chose racist.
Actually, it wasn't.
Oh, Dave, you must be drinking too.
You damn right I am. I'm off for the week. I'm off for 2 weeks. I'm drinking, motherfucker. But
that explains a lot.
So what you trying to say, Stanley? He's talking dumb?
No.
Oh, well, disagree to disagree. Good boy.
Huh. I can tell your time up here is going to be very limited.
Well, I'm going to shut up.
Well, you're talking now. What do you have to say? Anything interesting?
Yeah, if it was me, I'll disagree to disagree because that conversation ain't go nowhere, man. That's all I was.
Where do you expect the conversation to go there, JB?
Shit, a different way than what he did.
JB, he tries to stillman the argument, but then reiterates with some shit nobody said.
Yeah.
You should always. Do you know what still manning an argument is, Dave?
Yes, it's repeating my argument.
If I'm still
repeating my argument as if you understand it, but you add it, so you don't sound like you really understood it.
Still manning an argument, I'm reinforcing it, and usually you do it with your.
That's not what that means.
Okay, Dave, you're over talking.
Sorry, Sam.
Still manning is a good thing to do.
Yeah, but you don't stillman correctly. You call it stillman.
No, motherfucker, I don't follow debate rules. I'm not a debate bro.
Well, I use the word stillman. It's not a debate. I just asked a question.
No, I don't give a fuck about stillmanning an idiot's argument.
I got you, idiot. Right here, motherfucker.
I didn't call you an idiot. I didn't stillman your argument.
By definition, you try.
Oh my God!
No, you're right. You're right. You went through the steps as if you was, but you definitely.
Motherfucker, I don't go through steps, dude. I know the steps from like 15 years ago, dude. You don't seem to understand that I'm actually good at this.
You are good at it. I never took that away from you.
I've gotten to a point to where I invent rules.
You damn right, and they're so random that it's like playing ping pong with a penguin.
Hey, that's part of the rules. You need to follow me. You need to understand. Your mind needs to be able to. What's the term? You need to be able to flex.
Yeah.
I will take you from one side of a country to another just to see how quickly you can think and how good you are at making the change. Dude, that's what people do.
Hey, I got one question. You're right. You're absolutely right. But I got a question. When Biden said you ain't black if you don't vote for me, how serious did you take that?
I took it fairly serious.
I rest my argument.
Yeah, what are you resting it on?
I rest my case.
Okay,
you wanted that black card, so you wanted that.
Oh, motherfucker! You actually think there's a black? You probably think there's actually a black card.
You definitely went for it.
You do know that black card is as fictional as blackness.
No, you dove for it. You definitely went low for it.
Let me put it to you this way. I balanced the "you ain't black" in a fucking Breakfast Club interview against the Central Park 5 that your boy Trump took out a full-page New York Times ad, demanding the death penalty. Trump's the bigger racist. He spent money to make a racist point.
I get you. Remember that word that always come at you about anachronism, anachronistic,
Oh, I know what an anachronism is.
Right, anachronism. That means
Okay,
that
but you love the dude. Biden is irrelevant. You brought up someone who's not president. So when I tell the past of someone who is president, you want to use the word anachronism? Dude,
no,
do you
the
even
only reason.
understand? Do you even understand your argument?
Yes, you don't
I'm talking
understand.
about the past of someone who's currently president. You're talking about the past of someone who is not president.
Stanley, you
Talking
should
about
be hearing them all the way
Okay,
out instead of interrupting them, man.
what the? I know that
but
is so
motherfucker,
unnecessary.
this is my goddamn panel.
I'm just saying
Stan,
that's the only way you're gonna
Okay,
understand what he's
motherfucker.
saying.
See, JB, you seem to think you set rules or you can tell me how to conduct my panel. I've known Dave. I have known Dave way longer than I've known you.
But I'm saying
You
you
have
ain't
no.
hearing them all
When
the way
Dave and
out.
I are talking, you fucking listen. You interject with questions, maybe. But dude, you don't set rules.
You cutting them
We
off
are
in
old
the
friends
middle of what he's
talking.
saying.
You bitch. When you become an old friend, I'll give you the same status. But right now, dude, you need to listen more than talk.
But you cutting them off.
Dude, I don't give a fuck. He can talk for himself.
You not letting them talk. So
Okay,
I
dude, dude, you are 2 seconds away from being kicked off this panel and given I don't give a fuck status.
well, I
Listen
appreciate that,
more
JB,
than
but I
talk.
don't want you to get
Yeah,
kicked off.
well, you know what? I don't know. JB Smooth licking your dick. I don't know. But the bottom line is you and I, we're good. He needs to understand that.
He is saying the small voice in my head.
I don't give a fuck what he says. He doesn't set the rules.
Yo, this is
I was
crazy.
just saying, man.
With Stanley,
Keep just
hold on, JB.
saying and keep just pissing me off.
Hey, JB, give it 5. Just be cool. I don't want you kicked off, man. I think
All I asked him to do is listen more than talk. Why is that so difficult?
no, JB's cool.
No, motherfucker, not right now. What's up, Lewis? And Sin, you and I disagree on Trump being a racist. I'm kind of sad to hear you say that or type that. But I still love you, Sin.
I don't think that he's so racist that it's worth me having less money.
Are you making more money under Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then good for you.
Yeah. But you're in a different place in life, you know. So
Well, that, you know, and I'm glad you brought that up. That's part of the dynamic too. You know, when we talk about these sorts of things, you know, I'm on the I'm on the sunset side. you still have kids and all that, but there's some things I wouldn't do, you know, even if I was your age. But I'm glad you brought that up. At least you're a thinking man, Lou. What's up? Dragonfly Jr.'s cousin. God damn it. Good to see you here, sir. Or ma'am. You know what? I don't even know if you're a sir or ma'am.
Yeah, man.
So anyway, I'll stop making a fool of myself. Because I am rather inebriated.
Same here. But you gotta stop making these unnuanced statements like, oh, Trump called for the Central Park 5 to get the death penalty, but
He didn't?
at the time
Did he not? Am I
Yeah,
lying?
but you're leaving
Am
out.
I lying, sir?
No, you're
Okay,
not.
then what is your point?
You're leaving out
That
that
I'm lying?
you're leaving out nuance.
Am I talking? Motherfucker, don't tell me what I'm leaving out. I mentioned it for a specific reason. Trump is
Yeah.
the current president, and I'm talking about his past. Biden is a former president, and I'm talking about his past. One is president, one is not. That's
we're
why
talking
I
about
even
Trump.
framed
Nobody's talking
dude,
about
you
Biden.
are dude, you'll do anything to be called a fool.
We're talking about Trump, the current president. What is
Yeah,
your
the
point?
current president, motherfucker. Why did you bring up Biden?
What is your point? Who brought up
Did
Biden?
you not bring up Biden?
In a previous unrelated
Is
question.
Biden the current president?
In an unrelated question. What does that have to do with what I'm
Oh
saying
my
about
God,
Trump?
dude.
Stanley, no
You need
need
to
for the disrespect,
Okay,
man.
I don't know why you're talking, JB.
when I was talking about racism over
I
your money
thought I
loss.
answered
Money
those
loss. I didn't even
questions.
say
I thought I
poverty. I was
answered
talking
those
about
questions, and you did too, for that matter.
you're lost, Stanley. You are so
No,
lost.
Dave, I am absolutely on point here.
You
We
talking
covered that. We
you
covered
talking
that
circles.
ground, Dave. We
You
covered that
talking
ground.
okay, so this is a whole new topic. We're talking about Trump.
Good.
Central Park
Finally.
5. Stanley, you're the
No.
one who did that shit,
How
not
can
me.
I speak?
You know what? Let's do a segment. We'll call it JB Smooth segment. What do you have to say, JB?
Well, first off, you got to give this man time to.
Motherfucker, don't you
You want me
ever
to
tell me what I have
Stanley?
to do
You
again
asked me what I
in
had
your
to say.
short time on this bed. Motherfucker, it is so offensive that you're telling another man what to do. Dude,
You
you
asked
know
me
what?
what I had to say, man.
Don't do it, JB. Ask the question, but don't tell me what to do.
Well, I think you should just hear him out. Let him
Motherfucker,
finish
I
what
don't
he's
give a
saying.
fuck what you think if it has to do with my actions. What is your
Damn, you
question,
so
sir?
violent. Why you so
Oh,
violent?
dude, I'm ornery right now. Don't be
Well,
the
I'm gonna
butt of
just
my
shut up.
jokes. Don't be the butt of my jokes, motherfucker. Well, apparently JB has decided to take my advice and listen more than talk.
Fight back, JB. Fight back.
Fuck no, motherfucker. Slick Rick, he should listen more than he talks. And if he's gonna talk, it should not be to tell me what he thinks I should do. Slick Rick, if you want to be his jailhouse
Man, I'm
lawyer,
just trying to
give him,
see what's going on
motherfucker,
with you,
don't
man.
talk while I'm talking.
All right.
Slick Rick wants to be your jailhouse lawyer. Slick, give this boy some advice.
I'm a man.
No, I don't think you are.
But let me finish what I was saying.
Men,
Okay?
get to your goddamn question or statement. Do not tell me what you think I should do. At this point, why are you even on this panel? I don't give a fuck what you think I should do, what you think about me. If it involves Stanley, save it for tomorrow's show.
Sometimes, man, people just gotta hear each other.
I don't give a fuck. Ask your question.
Well, I don't want to ask it right now. You mean.
Why the fuck did you unmute?
You mean, damn.
What in the fuck? You know, that was intentional, wasn't it? That motherfucker just wants to slap me about.
I'm just saying, but you won't let nobody get what.
Oh,
they gotta say
motherfucker,
anyway.
keep just saying.
But like I was saying, I don't know what to think anymore, man.
Okay,
It's
understood.
got my head hurting, man. It's a lot of big words y'all saying I don't understand.
Do you want to? I think you might have the option of turning on closed captioning so you can read while you here?
Stanley, I can't read, man.
Oh, well, that's a you problem, sir.
But I'm a
I
just shut
I can't save the world, JB.
Well, I'm a just shut up.
Ooh, novel idea. Who gave that idea to you? Go ahead,
I
Lou.
just thought about it.
Go ahead and play the clip, Stanley. I want to see where this goes because by the time I got to Nidus'
boy,
stream,
yeah,
it was
yeah.
already
It was already messy.
We're gonna let Chicago and Savage get in here. Savage broke my heart just about 3 minutes ago inside IG. I will feel comfortable once I see Nigga Town. I seen Chinatown, I seen Little Italy, I seen the Diamond District. Until Shaq or somebody, open some nigga towns in all these so-called black cities, fuck them. Fuck Shaq, fuck Jay-Z, fuck Robert Smith, fuck Byron Allen, fuck all you billionaires that ain't got no motherfucking nigga town.
But Stanley, you gotta hear people out, man. You can't keep running off at the mouth like that, man. I'm tired of that.
Libraries, little things where they can teach you how to do something in a couple months.
They do exist in the South.
Yo, he said nigga towns in black cities.
Okay, dude, I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, as you all know.
Shout out to Savannah.
I grew up in... Okay.
He said nigga town in black cities.
Look, let me...
You got whole black cities. I'm looking for nigga town.
In Nidus's defense, he didn't grow up in the South. And see, this is one of these things. And you know what? Fuck, we're all drunk. I'm just gonna take the N-word privilege here. These niggas from California have no clue what it's like to be black.
Uh-oh.
They just don't fucking know.
That's a good take. Go ahead, break that down.
Cook on that.
Yeah, I've made this take before.
Yeah, you got to expand on that, brother.
Yeah,
expand on that,
I will have to think about it so it's articulated better. But dude, you grow up in a place it's only 5% black. That's not the equivalent of growing up in Alabama or Georgia or South Carolina. No, dude. And I talk about where I grew up, so maybe you'll get where I'm going with this. If you have questions afterwards, let me know.
One minute. I want to introduce something. Jay Prince made a statement saying that he was a field nigga in life.
I think I heard that one. And it was so stupid. What did an angry man respond to that? Like you
it had a
you don't have to work. Angry. Let me put it to you this way. Angry Man, I got a whole newfound respect for Angry Man. When Jay Prince said that, he told Jay Prince, you don't have the work ethic to be a field nigga, and you don't have the smarts to be a house nigga. Oh shit, that was classic.
Stanley,
did you hear that part? Okay, I don't know why you're talking, JB.
I'm trying to ask.
I heard that.
I literally just asked Dave, did he hear that part? Why are you over talking?
I'm trying to ask a question.
Okay, dude, I don't give a motherfuck. Wait your turn. Okay, dude, I don't give a fuck. Dave, did you hear that part? That's a classic line. He's not smart enough to be a house slave, and he doesn't have the work ethic to be a field slave. I don't know that I've ever heard a better description of Jay Prince, to be honest.
I heard it, and I agree with it in his in talking to him.
No, but do you understand? That's like the best put down. It's possible I've never heard a better put down of anyone. That motherfucker made a historical point for the ages about JP. And JP was too dumb to be insulted by. There are advantages to being as dumb as JP. You don't know when people JP should have just fucking slunk away back to his kids after that.
Nah, you're here for that verbal jousting. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, motherfucker, because I'm a
shit don't
black
work
man
with
with an
everybody. That shit
education.
is like
I appreciate. That was like the best put down. It's possible. I don't think I've ever heard a better put down on YouTube ever.
Yeah, put down shouldn't stop you though.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
you know,
shout out to
if
the
you're too, it was a put down, then you're in luck. You'll be good at YouTube if you don't know what a put down is.
Pause the video. I can't hear you.
Actually, a friend of my parents, he owned a strip mall within.
Yeah, it was a good put down. You're right. And nobody more fitting than JP. But moving forward, JP could be a whole different person tomorrow. So, I mean, I don't put too much stock into that.
Okay, you people over 40 don't understand that, dude, you're already fully formed. You're not going to get better.
No, but it may not require as much effort as a physical job.
Okay, I've been 41.
Running his mouth. All you gotta
I've
do
been
is show
41,
up.
Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave. At 41, you're not going to. Jay Prince.
Stanley, sometimes you just
Okay,
gotta get the fuck
motherfucker,
up and
don't
listen,
you?
man.
What the fuck, JB? Deacon Dave, JP is cooked. He is fully done. He will not get better.
I'm not the guy to condemn people
any
to a box like that.
aspiration that he has for a hot dog cart or a food truck, motherfucker's never going to achieve it. If he had, he would have.
But then he could just be mighty
Okay, motherfucker, stop living JP's hopes and dreams. You know I'm right.
I don't know. I just
If he's too dumb to be a house slave and doesn't have the work ethic of a field slave, JP is cooked. He's fully done. He's well done.
Yeah, if we're talking about
the
slaves,
best thing JP could do right now is make sure his daughters don't wind up meeting men like him.
he's at the whim of an algorithm. Like,
Okay, you don't seem to, motherfucker. I don't give a shit. No, I don't want to hear stupid shit.
I
Stanley,
feel
you
you.
gotta stop
What
being
does
so nice,
okay,
man.
dude? What does an algorithm have to do with JP not having a work ethic? He's not even motherfucker. How long has he been on YouTube?
But with an algorithm, you really don't have to change that
motherfucker.
goddamn
You just
thing.
want to make an excuse
You
for
got
black.
like this glass ceiling
Okay,
mentality
you
where you think that
want to no, motherfucker. I don't have a ceiling. I literally have
if
a
the algorithm picks them up
I
like
have
a
a
launch.
launch.
What are you gonna do
Okay,
about that stuff? You're gonna hate
Dave,
it.
the stupid shit
You're
on
gonna
my
hate it.
panel is annoying. Number one, I don't give a fuck about JP. Why are you even bringing him up?
Oh, I'm just saying, you know.
Well, you're just saying because what? Is there a point?
It won't take no more effort. All you got to do is catch the gust of the algorithm.
That
And what are you gonna do?
motherfucker.
Feed him for
Okay,
the whole
dude,
time?
how long has he been on YouTube? Dude, I hear he's been like an associate or a peer of Anton Daniels and all these motherfuckers. Dude, Angry Man, dude, he's been on YouTube for years. What algorithm has kept him down? Is it the man's algorithm?
Kept him down. This channel has been out for years.
This motherfucker is familiar with the legends. Like people, I've been on YouTube since for fucking 10 years. JP is as good as he's gonna get. You need to understand that and stop making excuses for him.
Stanley, you have just as much ability to blow up as he does.
I don't give a fuck though. I'm already retired. My boy is not running around my house asking daddy for food.
Stanley, what's the difference between you and JP in your current situation?
The difference between me and JP is 20 years, motherfucker.
Right. So if you blow up on YouTube, what makes you think he cannot?
Hey, if I blow up on YouTube, it would be nice, but I don't need it. It's likely not to happen. JP, dude, I've had this channel on my own Steam. It'll be a year next month. JP's been on for a decade.
My point is that there's a chance that dumb luck could blow somebody up. That's just that.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now. JP is cooked. He's done. Stick a fork in JP.
And coming from Angry Man, him just saying that because he got
I don't give a fuck about Angry Man either. I just thought it was a funny comment and very true. I've talked to Angry Man a couple times on CT show. He's not impressive either.
Like I said, he blew up because he went with what the algorithm wanted was a bunch of shorts. So that worked out for him. Who's to say that JP doesn't have a way in?
You know what? All I want for JP is to blow up so he can take care of them daughters and stop bragging about being on welfare.
I agree with you too.
And I guarantee you, and Angry Man, I think, made this point too. If JP blows up, he's gonna forget who he is. He's that empty-headed. He will think he's the sort of person who will think that he was always on this trajectory and it's his due and it's hard work. The motherfucker's not working hard.
I'm not saying that I agree with his content.
Okay, you're saying you are just basically, dude, I don't give a fuck. I hope he does blow up. Did you watch Izzy Bands? Dude, Izzy Bands doesn't give a fuck whether JP blows up or dies.
This ain't got nothing to do with Izzy Bands, what I'm saying.
Okay, you're not getting my larger point. No one cares whether JP blows up or doesn't. It's not my problem. It's his daughter's.
Up, it'll be from people caring.
Okay, motherfucker, why do I even have to care?
You don't.
Why do you care? Why are you talking about it?
I don't. I'm speaking on possibilities.
Why are you talking about it?
All you're doing, Stanley, is prolonging.
I don't give a motherfuck about a fucking failed field slave.
All you're saying is that somebody had a great zinger, and you're so proud of that.
No, I talked about that about 5 minutes ago. I talked about that. Okay, I talked about that about 5 minutes ago. You're still talking. The algorithm might suck JP's dick.
It could.
Good. I look forward to seeing that. I won't subscribe to his channel though.
You don't have to.
Thank God I don't. That's freedom. That's not unity.
You gotta watch your mouth, man.
That's not unity. That's freedom.
It is freedom. You're free to not subscribe. It doesn't matter. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen, irregardless of what you do.
Irregardless of whether I care or not. By the way.
Nobody cares.
By the way, stop saying irregardless. You're the one who gets annoyed when people say that, right?
No, I'm not. That's not me.
Apologize to that man, Stanley.
On your knees.
Get on your knees and apologize, man. Like a good boy.
I don't know whether it's the timbre of your voice or your diction or your accent, but dude, you just get under my skin when I've had a few beers, JB. You might want to just stand the fuck down and let's reassemble tomorrow.
I'm just
JB, I
trying
love
to
it.
give you some good.
You are about to become my piñata, and I don't speak good Spanish.
Look here, bitch. Listen to me finish.
Stanley, you
When
don't
I'm
want to
talking,
be
you
a
shut up,
monolith,
Stanley.
but you don't like people on the other side of any fence of that you put up.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
But listen, my angle of attack with you, the way I fuck with you.
Why are you attacking?
It's not an attack, but I be on the
Well,
other
you
side of the
use
fence.
you use the term angle of attack.
You know how you put your foot down on what you believe in, and I go to the other side of what you believe in. That is the dare.
Why would you go to the
And I
other
hit
side for the?
You called it.
Is
You
this for?
called it a fucking
Is this
dare
for the
link.
fun of it?
Yes, and you called it a dare link just so people could do that. Verse the world. I am the world, Stan.
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah.
You come up here.
That doesn't
You
mean that
came
I
up here.
disagree with you.
You just
Sometimes you
came
need
up
to
here
heal.
to, motherfucker. You don't disagree with me.
You need to sharpen
Everything
your
you
argument.
everything you have said, you absolutely believe in.
No, I may not. I could say shit I don't believe in. I'm that's how versatile
Well,
I
then
am.
why would you come up here just to be disingenuous in bad faith?
Stanley, I don't
Wait,
offend you
hold
by
it.
doing that.
You're gonna say
I
shit
don't
you
offend you
don't
by. Don't
believe
act
in
like
for
you're
the fun
offended
of it.
by that. You pick fucking
Oh, wait, hold it.
racism,
Oh,
less
no,
racism
no.
over money.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Well,
this is an
Dave,
emotional
Dave,
attachment to
Dave,
you.
Dave.
Yeah,
I know it's
this
hard
is
for you and
emotional.
Lou to believe in. Money isn't everything to me.
You're right, and you know what? And I believe you because honestly, I don't even think you're a real Democrat. Honestly, you say more fucking conservative shit. You say more conservative
now I'm
shit
not a
than what
Democrat.
No, you're only doing that because you're with the you want to be black. Let me just say it. Let me cut through the shit. You want to be black.
Look at Dragonfly. Oh no, it wasn't like that, Dragonfly. Come on now. It's
Stanley, you
not
got to
like
hear that man out, Stanley. He's telling you right.
No, I don't gotta do anything, dummy.
You hear what? Who you talking to like that, Stan?
Motherfucker, you are turning me into Fred Sanford. Stop it.
Can you just be quiet and let me talk, man?
No.
trying to give you some good conversation.
You know what? You go ahead and talk. And I'm not going to even charge you money for it.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, like I was saying.
Motherfucker, you better make it real quick.
Like I was saying. He's telling you.
Dude, do you want me to impose fines?
I'm trying to talk. You keep cutting me off.
Quick, motherfucker, quickly.
He's telling you something right. You don't want this. And I've been trying to teach you, and ever since I've been on here, teach you the right way to talk to people. But you still want to be rude, man. We ain't doing that shit no more, Stan. I'm here to stick up for every motherfucker body, Stan. And if you disrespect me, Stan, we just gonna have a falling out. And that's all it's gonna be. Moonshine on that.
So what were you saying, Dave?
Why don't you address his argument?
What argument? I just said he could talk. I didn't say I was going to listen.
God damn, this shit is silly. I'm too drunk to really understand what's going on right now.
Oh, one more thing, if I may.
No, there's more.
See, where I come from, I don't even understand why all you gotta do that type of shit. But if you keep on fucking around, Stanley, you gonna make me go put my motherfucking drink down, and I'm gonna tell you some motherfucking words that you gonna understand, motherfucker. Stan, don't fucking play with me.
Now, are you sure I would actually understand it with this accent? Do you realize your accent gets almost unintelligible when you get this moonshiny?
Shut the fuck up and let me finish, fam. You keep interrupting me. Let a man talk.
Motherfucker, you stopped.
Shut the fuck up.
You know what? You probably thought you were still talking. You were so drunk.
Girl, just listen to me. When a man talking, you shut the fuck up, Stan. But like I was saying, That man is telling you something right, and I am too. You gonna sit there and you gonna fucking listen. I don't want to hear shit back. You hear me, boy? And then I'm gonna tell you another thing. How you talk and tell people bitch and all that. No, you a bitch because you won't let them talk, Stanley. And you need to wash your mouth out with some goddamn soap, Stanley, and stop doing people like that, goddamn Stanley. You hear me, Stanley?
What were you saying, Dave?
I agree with tropes sometimes, but you know.
You know what? Hey, tropes. I didn't say hello, did I?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I haven't been able to pin it down, but
I do. Well, see, I don't give a fuck. It's silly. If you want to maintain this, have fun with me.
It's been a long time. You've been doing it a long time.
Yeah, and kudos to him for doing that. But let's listen to this defense of Nida says he wants N-word cities, and I'm going to tell him if you were in the South, you would know they have existed for quite some time. These California N's, they live in Disneyland.
Another thing I need to tell you too, Sam.
You know what I just thought, and let me take the N word. Okay, dude, I don't know why you're talking while I'm
trying
talking.
to tell you something. You gonna apologize to me.
Okay. I'm telling Nidish that the blacks in fucking California live. There's Disneyland. They live in Niggerland. It's like an amusement park out there.
If you want to, if
you want to know how to be black, if you want to know black culture, you're not going to learn it in fucking California.
No.
Now that's a very racial point of view. I understand what I'm saying, but your granddaddy was from Mississippi doesn't make you an expert on, black culture. There's a lot of fucking, there's a lot of alfalfa and fucking tofu in some of the shit that I hear. It's like black people don't eat tofu. If you go to the fucking Food Line in Savannah, Georgia, you might have to order tofu for next
Stanley,
week.
do I make you mad?
Dude, I do not understand why you have to interrupt me in
I'm saying, do I make you mad?
Dude, you'd have to. Oh my lord, no.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions?
I was just saying. So, do you be happy when I be up here, Stanley?
Oh my God, really? That seems like a question for a John Galt type of person.
No, I'm asking you, man.
And I don't want to answer the question.
Answer the goddamn question, Sam.
I have to?
Yeah, right now.
Am I free not to answer the question, or do I have to exemplify unity?
You need to answer the question now, boy.
I need to play this clip. I'll consider the answer to the question while I listen to this.
Over Fatty, he fucked over Marcus, he fucked over Chaz. I can go on all day.
I hear you. I got you.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, I think it's a good aspiration. If you go back and you look at American history, look at Wilmington.
I just said that 5 seconds ago. You're not listening.
Okay, well, maybe I'm
Wilmington, North Carolina, for the people that are listening.
Chicago, didn't you hear me just say that?
Yeah, I did.
Rosewood, Seneca, I named a bunch of them.
Yeah.
You make it seem like I'm talking out my ass.
Again, and I'm sure I said this. Nidish, the rote memory without applying the facts into, dude, there needs to be context. That's why I don't like going on these panels. These motherfuckers don't know how to think. Is that it's an aspiration, but it's almost impossible to happen because the majority population does not want it.
This is
They
a broken
have not
nigga
allowed it in the past. Look at a Fred Hampton. Look at the Black Panther Party. What they did to it. See, and God damn it.
Population, though.
See, these motherfuckers get so butthurt when I start bringing up actual facts. They don't understand their own arguments, and when I start, this is why I fucking hate going up on these panels. I have to teach them about their own arguments.
Are you teaching them or are they teaching you, man?
What did I just fucking say?
I just asked the question.
Why are you asking me a question when I answered it?
But you act like, how you know?
No, I act like I know more than them.
But
right?
you really don't.
Is that what you're trying to ask me? The goddamn question you want to ask me? Do I know more than? Okay, motherfucker, don't make me put you in the back.
No, you
the question you need to ask is, do I know more than them? The answer is yes. Now shut the fuck up and stop bothering me.
Up under us. So
okay, I can't handle two of you talking.
My bad. Yeah, I'm not trying to. Yeah, that's fair. Go ahead. My bad.
All I'm saying is that look,
this nigga been drinking too.
Okay.
Oh, Stanley?
To what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a fucking drunk. You can't tell.
Yeah. I have been. But see, you're over talking me and not allowing me to finish. I keep bringing up examples of when Black people got together and it was broken up.
But Stanley,
Panthers,
I agree with all those examples.
Right.
Good.
So basically, I'm getting up under your ring.
Listen, let me say what I'm saying, and then I will always allow you to talk, sir. That's why you're up here. But what I'm saying is because the thing was
I apologize. Oh
my goodness. You don't have to apologize to me. Apologies is for pussies. Just because the things kept getting broken up, that means we should quit.
Damn, Night.
No, I'm not saying we should quit. That's not.
You literally said you choose freedom over unity.
Okay, did I say quit? Does freedom? Do you?
You're saying don't even think about unity. Just be free,
motherfucker.
What kind of hippie ass shit is that?
Oh my lord! You think freedom is spelled QUIT?
Fucking hippie.
You asked me to choose, and this is when it starts going south. I'm not doing these panels anymore. We let them just fucking talk about DJ Hamp's panels and fucking rap music. If it gets deeper than a choice between freedom and unity, it just goes south. And no disrespect to Ninish, but the deep thoughts don't work on these YouTube panels. They're just unprepared.
So is that because you don't understand what they're saying, or what?
No, it's because I don't suffer fools gladly.
Oh, okay.
I'm tired of motherfucking teaching people about their own arguments. It's exhausting.
But
any other goddamn dumb questions, JB?
Damn, it seems like I'm getting under your skin.
No, man. You are literally an annoyance right now.
Well, I'll see it.
Good for you. You got the message. You're reading the room. Anything, Dave?
I think time will tell. These arguments right here that you go and join panels, you can revisit them in time and they'll tell.
No, I don't want to.
I mean, not you, down the road. Anybody who come across these channels and see you on panel.
Dude, just someone saying something on a YouTube panel?
I don't know. Some people revisit these streams. They'd be like, damn, Stanley was on point. Nobody was hearing what he had to say. They're time captured.
Actually, I had that experience today. Someone heard a old argument that I had with Hood Servative of all people. So yeah, maybe you're right.
Well, I shared that Bernard Riley stream. Sometimes I like to go back to his channel because these arguments recycle, like with the new
Yes.
players,
Yes.
and you can hear that these arguments have already been had, and you see how they played out before, and it seems a tad bit more insightful than what the newer generation of arguments are playing out to be. That's just me, because I don't know, inadvertently.
I'm not sure you're wrong.
I mean, inadvertently, you become a historian from hanging around.
Or reading a book.
Yeah.
The sure way is to actually read. And I know I keep beating that drum. Did I see of Aaron C earlier? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, he's here.
What's up, of Aaron C? If you're still here. Look, one of the weird things about knowing history is you read a lot of different versions of the same history. That's how you know other sides. Let me give you a good example. Have you I can't remember the type of history people.
Well, do you read books or listen to audio?
Okay, motherfucker, why are you interrupting me in mid-sentence? Do you know how annoying that is? I'm trying to tell you about an experience. I'm not arguing a point just yet. How about let me develop the story? And I'm 60. If I'm a little slow, deal with it, motherfucker, or leave. When you do, there's a technical term, but I've taken one military history class, and you talk about a specific battle. That was the accomplishment. Actually, it was the only paper in the class. So, when you describe a battle, you literally have to talk about both sides of the battle. You can't do one side or the other. The only way to understand a battle is to know what the two sides thought. The history of both sides make the total history. And there's a term for describing these sort of encounters. And I just cannot remember the technical term for it. It's a type of assessment. It's like a battle assessment, but that's not the actual term. So you have to understand history. You don't learn history from one book, but you can learn a lot reading 2 books about the same event, reading 3 books about the same event. History is, oddly enough, very subjective, but what happens is
can you learn to read in the half
mother goddamn fucker? What are you doing? Is this intentional?
No, I'm asking a question, man.
Not in the middle of a sentence, you won't.
Well, goddamn.
Yeah, goddamn. If you read a book by 2 different authors, there's a third assessment. There's a third person involved. That's the person.
I read a history book when I was in school, and
there's a third person involved, the reader of the 2 books, who forms his own or her own opinion. That's what Latino for Drunk and John Galt don't understand. Books help you organize, help your thinking. You may agree with a book and disagree with another book, or you may form a third opinion. That's what these fools don't understand. And little Latino for Drunk, his song, you're right, it is an honor, Dave.
Yeah, I see it. You have to be able to glean a little bit.
Oh, Latino for Trump is a pussy.
I'm not saying all
I
that.
have.
I can't.
Well, no. Then let me say it.
I'm on
That's-
mute.
all I'm saying is that it was an honor that he wrote me a love song. Stanley. God damn, it is so, dude. Everyone
Damn, Stanley, you
said
got a
it's
voice
just
for this?
a motherfucker. Why are you interrupting me mid sentence all the time? Do you understand what a sentence is? When someone stops talking, is when you should interject.
But when I do that, you
Did
still tell
your
me to shut
daddy,
up.
mama, see? I keep saying parenting is the problem, motherfucker. They heard you when you should have been not heard. I thought you
I was
said you
raised.
grew up in the South. Did you grow
Yeah,
up
but
in the
I was
South?
raised by goats and shit, man.
Yeah, motherfucker. And then fucking go and find your herd. I am going to give you a piece of advice, JB. I called you JP. Dude, don't interrupt me mid sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, you can call me ma'am, but dude, you're becoming an annoyance. You're not enhancing the show or the panel. Don't make me make difficult decisions. You asked me to choose.
And I told you that the idea choice is just that, an idea. You don't have no fucking choice. They got Nikes, Adidas, and Reeboks.
Dumb
You
fuck
think you got a fucking
doesn't
choice?
see this dumb fuck thinks that choices are just an idea. What the fuck does that even mean? We make choices every day. That it's so dude. That is such it. They're gonna make a sitcom about this panel. How are making choices just an idea? Again, motherfucker, he heard that on some DJ Hamp panel somewhere. So it's dummies teaching dummies? Damn. Motherfucker, I choose boots.
You choose Timberland?
Yes, I do. Dude, I'm 60. I don't fucking wear Nikes.
That's even better.
Good. Listen,
New Balance.
No, you need
They're
shoes.
comfortable on my old
Let
feet.
me say this. Let me say
Yeah,
this.
shout out to New Balance.
Then we're gonna let Chicago and Savage get in here. Savage broke my heart just about 3 minutes ago inside IG. I will feel comfortable once I see Nigga Town. I seen Chinatown. I seen Little Italy.
Hey, Mackenzie,
I seen
that's
Diamond
funny.
District. Until Shaq or somebody, open some Nigga Towns and all these so-called black.
Coach high school ball, he can be a head coach in the NFL whenever he wants to. He's a leader of men. But more importantly, I was so skeptical when he decided to come back because I thought about
Yo, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm gonna take over.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why are we talking about Shaq and Alicia? Is it Alicia Curry? Aisha Curry? They're not like us. Why are we even? You can talk about them, but why are we making? Well, Aisha Curry is exactly why black women, motherfucker. How many Aisha Currys have you met lately? Dumb arguments, just uneducated. Dude, y'all need to fucking up your game on these panels. Shaq doesn't give a fuck about you. He doesn't even know who you are. Stop acting like Shaq is important. See, he wants a nigga town. Where does Shaq even intersect? You're waiting for Shaq a fucking hundreds of millions of dollars to start a nigga town. This is the dumbest bullshit.
Cities, fuck them. Fuck Shaq. Fuck Jay-Z. Fuck Robert
And
Smith,
then they get
fuck
so
Byron Allen,
mad.
fuck all you billionaires.
Shaq didn't come to save me. Why
Yeah.
didn't Shaq start a nigga town?
It goes
fuck?
back to that be a credit to your race argument.
Oh, dude, and I am so against that unity bullshit. No,
Same.
sorry, dude. That time has passed. If it was gonna happen, it would have happened in the 70s.
Hell yeah, because ain't no niggas gonna be doing all that.
I'm sorry, ain't no what?
I mean, he's right, even though
Whoa! Let finally, I want to hear what this dumb fuck has to say. Ain't no what?
I said, cause ain't no niggas gonna be doing all that.
Dude, you know, that's gonna be your first strike. You're not gonna be white and come up here talking like that.
You're using racism over money right
yeah, don't use an N-word other than noodles. Maybe you should say ain't no noodles.
Okay.
I might be able to live with that.
Okay, but
motherfucker. Yeah. Okay, the next time you refer, if you need to use a slur against black people, if it's not noodles, then motherfucker, you go.
Okay,
this is your final warning.
I'm sorry.
I kind of agree with that, JB, and that's not really a bad idea. I like noodles.
Okay, what the fuck did that idiot say? Oh, me? Noodles. Say noodles, bitch.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize, man.
Now, Izzy says enigmas, but I like noodles better. Because when a white boy comes up here talking about them noodles, motherfucker, are you talking about your pasta?
Okay, I apologize, man.
There are all kinds of jokes. You come up here, you use noodle as a racial slur, I'm going to stomp your ass and laugh when I do it.
No disrespect, man.
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck whether you respect or disrespect. Just use noodles if you have to use an N-word.
Stanley, you ever consider he might have just broke character?
I don't give a fuck. Dude, you know, if you want to be a grown man playing a goddamn character on a YouTube panel, dude, I don't understand you. You are a particular type of weird.
It just flowed smoothly. I didn't even notice it.
I don't even give a fuck. That's why I didn't notice it.
Man.
All I have to say is, you know, the N-word that you're allowed to use on my goddamn panel, right?
Yeah.
All right, don't make me make you say yes, sir.
I don't think that's the original voice, JB. I'm gonna call you out.
I don't care.
It's how I talk, man.
Libraries, little things where they can teach you how to do something in a couple months.
They do exist in the South.
I know about Africa Town.
What's up,
What else is
Palomino?
there, Stanley?
Okay, dude, I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, as you all know.
Shout out to Savannah.
I grew up in
Can
a
somebody get a
neighborhood-
banjo?
Well, Chicago. See, this
Shout out to
is
the
what
yeah.
this is what these California niggas don't understand. Now, Savannah, Georgia, in a banjo. Does this motherfucker even understand what's in the South?
No.
And Charleston is even better. I love Charleston. I love Savannah. This motherfucker thinks if you're sitting in front of the cathedral and it's on a square, and I went to the Cathedral Day School. They taught us to play banjos. Motherfucker, and the reason I bring up where I grew up, I say this all the time. Dude, you don't know what being black is until you grow up with black parents, black neighbors, a black neighborhood with a goddamn library in it, and a fucking tennis court and a pool. Motherfucker, why the fuck are you talking? While I am okay, dude, enough. JB, just hit the showers. It's too annoying.
You might have to bring him back. I got it's feeding time for me and baby Dave.
Well, then I'll be alone. Say hello.
I'm watching. I'll be in the chat.
Say hello to baby Dave. JB doesn't need to come back up.
That's not his name. That's somebody else. I'm convinced now. The way he broke character,
I don't care.
He smooth strided through it. That shit was too common.
Okay,
like he said it too smoothly.
Okay, you were listening. Wait, Dave, I appreciate you for listening to that drivel, dude. I don't even fucking pay attention at this point.
I thought I was immune too. But yeah, I'm gonna drop to the chat, Stanley. My bad.
All right. Take it. Well, you're bad, motherfucker. You're taking care of your kids. That is your good.
All right, Stanley. Have a good night.
Take it easy.
All right, Dave.
All right, JB.
All right, Dave. I'm your buddy.
Hey, how you doing, Stanley?
So, as I was saying, my whole point of bringing up this person wants to talk about N-word towns. The South has them even now. The neighborhoods, there are towns in South Georgia that are mostly black. I just don't know why people just want to argue points from through their own eyes. And I see this a lot on YouTube. Oh, I don't read a book. If I don't see it or I haven't experienced it, it's not a fact. You know, I'm going to argue my facts from what I know. Motherfucker, we have raised about 350 million individual universes. And that this fool talks about unity when he argues everything from his own personal experience. I don't get it. These people are so undisciplined in the way they think. They use different methods thought. What the fuck? All black people experienced what Nightdish experienced. That's why books are important. You learn other vantage points.
And who gives you the right to tell me what
motherfucker? You are on my panel. That gives me the right. Owned, actually, a friend of my parents. He owned a strip mall within walking distance from my front door.
Why it all sound like past tense?
It still exists. Whoa, that sounds like past tense. See, well, you'll see where the argument goes. That strip mall is still there. My father's house is still there. My parents' house, but my mother's passed on. The neighborhood is still there. The lawn that I mowed forever, still there. The holly trees, they are way taller than they were. I was there when they were planted. The neighborhood is there. Some of the neighbors are still there. The neighborhood is still there. The library is still there. The basketball court I used to play. Now, they did get rid of the tennis court. I don't know why. But, the pool is still there. In this, we moved into that house in 1971, I think. It's either 70 or 71. Same phone number for 50 plus years. A landline number. Where is he talking about this fictional in town? They exist in the South today. Many of them were, Wilmingtons, which was, by the way, that was biracial. But there's Utah, Alabama, not too far from where I live. EUTAW, Alabama. But my point is, is California. Your experience in California is not. It's a California black experience. It's not the Chicago. Okay, motherfucker,
I'm from
don't
California,
interrupt.
man.
Don't interrupt. California. Yeah, maybe you should just hit the showers.
Maybe
I just
nigger,
don't.
I'm not gonna do it.
I'm sorry. What?
I said maybe I probably won't do it right now.
Maybe you should just let me cook.
Yeah, cooking.
So, my argument about black communities, plural, versus a black community, the unity argument, it just doesn't work. It's never been that way. And if it was before 1964. I don't buy the argument, and people get all motherfucking emotional when I just tell them the reality of it. It's still there, my father.
Stanley, I think you cry a lot.
Okay, I don't know why the fuck all you I'm have to saying talk is at all. I could literally go a month or two and not even see a white person.
Yeah,
The grocery store was black owned. The liquor store was black
sounds
owned.
beautiful.
On the west side, on Savannah's west side.
That sounds beautiful.
Listen to him. It sounds beautiful. Motherfucker, it was in a lot of the South. He does not know what the fuck he's talking about. The aspirational part, dude, it's already happened, and this guy doesn't know it has. He sounds foolish. Look, this is why travel is important. You get to understand, or at least witness, other parts of the country. If Nidus had ever been to the South, he wouldn't be making this argument. He's making it from a geographically isolated point of view.
I can agree with that.
Okay, well, you said you want a nigger town. Well, God damn it, I told you I grew up in one.
I just
No, but he's saying current day though, Stanley. He's saying current day.
They still exist in
No,
the
no,
South.
Chicago. What he's getting confused that he had that, and I think a lot of little black.
See,
kids need to have it
again,
also. When I was young,
this motherfucker also wants to say, well, the boomers got rid of the. This motherfucker is making a Wakanda argument. There was Wakanda, and the boomers blew it up. Dude, it is such a motherfucker. Stop it. Dude, you need to hit the showers. You're being annoying. Just go. Wakanda never existed, but the American South still exists. These towns that Nidus travel, go to the South. Stop thinking everything is like fucking Oakland. It's not.
I remember all these liquor stores and
no, motherfucker, you remember from your own experience. I'm telling you my experience. Stop acting like they are equal or the same. Frustrating. The motherfucker cannot think outside of his own head.
But they might be the same.
Motherfucker, why are you talking?
What I'm saying is that we need it back.
Because you said I can talk.
No, I asked you to leave.
You savage old motherfucking drunk. When I was younger, I used to see black doctors, black lawyers, black teachers. Now we don't
listen to this dumb fuck. He's acting like his experience is the only experience, and he calls me drunk while he's drunk.
None of that shit. All you see is a bunch of fucking crackheads and alcoholics. You was somebody when you was younger, nigga. Why did you give up?
What the fuck are you talking about? Who the fuck gave up?
Now you sitting online drunk, imitating Frederick Douglass and talking about how everybody should give up on the idea of having a fucking black community.
Okay, I don't know what you're getting out of this night. Yeah, this motherfucker got his feelings hurt when I didn't choose his
Or
side.
did you get your feelings
Okay,
hurt? 'Cause
I
you're
do
listening?
not know why you're talking.
Because I want to know
Okay,
what's going
dude,
on, man.
you know
You're
what?
not fucking
You got to
listening.
hit the showers. I'm done. See you tomorrow, JB. How can I get my feelings hurt when what the fuck is he talking about? I'm imitating Frederick Douglass? Dude, apparently someone's feelings got hurt. Dude, knowledge is power. Get some. Finish, maybe views.
Nothing. No, we losing views ever since he started talking. They don't want to
You
hear
know
this
what?
shit.
Well, I'll shut up then.
Damn.
Chicago, y'all talk then.
No, I don't have much to add. I actually just pulled up for a front row seat.
Well, so
typically
let me
the
ask you, Chicago.
Go ahead.
When I say nigga town, which I'm being,
Yeah, I know.
It's a little bit
Yeah.
hyperbole. But why don't we have, in these cities that have a decent black population, exactly that, where we can like the
This is just fucking sloppy. Why do they have to be in cities? If you want your own nigga town, why do they have to be in a city? Why can't they be out in the countryside? Again, just fucking sloppy thinking.
essays out here, they got burrito trucks every fucking where. They got motherfuckers walking around with tamale carts.
And then we're
Motherfucking
going,
oxtail
why can't we be like the taco truck people? Motherfucker, this is, come on.
Who was playing
there
that?
are
Where was
black
he at?
food
Who was playing
trucks
that
all
clip?
over the place.
No. But listen, because David Banner talked about this. Right?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. David Banner, Killer Mike, T.I., they out there in Atlanta doing all this, and they actually trying to facilitate.
Again, you don't know what Killer Mike is doing in Atlanta? Motherfucker, go and meet Killer Mike so you're more informed. Dude, he's not doing it in Oakland for a reason. Motherfucker, how about come out to Atlanta and learn from Killer Mike so you can be, Killer Knight? Dude, it's just all kinds of weak.
Facilitate exactly what I'm talking about.
So it exists.
Well, Atlanta hasn't had a black mayor in 50-something years. They haven't had a black mayor. I mean, a white mayor. All their mayors been black since 1970.
No, but what I'm saying is I knew that Killer...
Okay, this is about the time, and I do need to be wrapping this up because it really devolves from here into just weirdness. But the bottom line is Nightish, it's a bad argument. It's just this weird, like, I know what you want, but Wakanda never existed in the first place. It's not going to exist in the future. Killer Mike, throwing all this bullshit out there, it's literally a gish gallop. Killer Mike, and then Nigga Town, all this, dude. I chose freedom. Get over it. I know what's best for me. Choose unity if that's your deal, but I'm not going to agree just because you're my friend. Fucking get over it.
Mike bought like a block, like Nipsey bought a block.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that where is these black monies at, are these billionaires and whatever else that centralize around education?
No, I agree with you.
Yeah. So I don't know what Stanley is fighting me about.
Okay,
like Stanley is
why the fuck? See, all of a sudden, a disagreement has become a fight. And I understand. I understand, a couple drinks, it becomes, a little bit more emotional. So I understand.
That man,
I'm not
is
fighting you
that man
about
is
that. You need to listen to what I'm saying. If that is your dream, fine. But no one else has that dream. There are plenty of black people who don't care that much about unity.
Yeah, fuck them. They should be
Okay,
put
well,
in the town square
but
and
they
stoned.
are
If I could
black.
bring the guillotine.
Now, you know what? That should have been when I left the panel, when he said, fuck them. And I did not take the cue. I was a few beers in and I just missed that cue. Fuck them. I've got to get better at this YouTube game. It would have saved a whole lot of time, feelings, and all that shit. I will get better. I hope. Fuck those people. These are the black people he wants to unify.
Team back out putting pussies in front of everybody.
Yeah, but Stanley, should the focus be on the ones that don't care about unity? Because I would agree, unity.
No, it should it should not be on those people either.
No. What I'm saying. So, and this is how we get stuck in this perpetual.
No, stop goddamn saying we. I'm literally saying you shouldn't focus on either, motherfucker. If anything, focus on freedom. But dude, choose which path you want to take. Why are these people just stuck on stupid?
Right? Because I was just saying for me, right? I can no longer be concerned about the people that don't understand what I'm saying or not with the program, just not with the program.
That's the wonderful thing.
But it's almost like it's almost like people again. There's a proverb that says
Chicago, they get
those
left
who
behind.
say it cannot be done. I agree with you, Knight, but it's a proverb that says
you shouldn't even waste your oxygen on them. They just get left behind. But
no, that's kind of where I'm at now. Yeah.
But listen,
Okay.
and that's what I'm saying to Stanley also. It doesn't change the fact that we still need that infrastructure.
I don't think everyone agrees with you, Nidus. That's
I don't give a fuck.
So do you think everybody?
Motherfucker, is your opinion the only one that matters?
Stanley, you don't sound right cursing, man.
Evidently, yours is.
Dude,
you don't sound right cursing, Stanley.
Now, why do I not sound right cursing? And I understand Chicago Rilla's point, but motherfucker, subscribe to the channel and you will know I do it all the time. It'll get right if you hear me do it a lot. But I understand what he's saying. I really shouldn't, but god damn it, dude. I just lose patience. What the fuck? Okay, dude, motherfucker.
No, let him say motherfucker that way all the time. It's hilarious.
No, but seriously, look,
yes, sir.
Ever since 1964, that civil rights bill, it was bound to happen. All I'm saying is that there are black communities. We are not a monolith. If I was asked,
wait a minute,
what my choice? Hold on, let me finish. I was asked, what would I choose, unity or freedom?
And you chose freedom. So yes, we'll leave you alone.
God, I can't
free.
finish now.
You're repeating yourself.
I just want to know.
Okay, motherfucker, it's called a summary of my thoughts, dumbass. If you want to do debate, motherfucker, I'm just summarizing my feelings for the newcomers.
If everybody was on board with the civil rights movement.
Chicago Rilla just got here.
Yeah. And shout out to Savage too.
Come on, Savage. I'm just catching him up. If I had the choice, and you should never be down to just a single choice. You can have both. by the way. At least in my opinion, a
Yeah,
little bit
that's
of
how
both at
bitches
least.
talk.
Damn.
Oh man, see now I'm a bitch.
Not
God
you. I'm
damn
just
it,
saying
dude.
women is the ones who think they can bring home the bacon and fry it up in a pan.
No, I made a huge mistake trying to just. That's my mistake. This is strike 2. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna wrap this bitch up. Sometimes you can't, and I don't know. I get verklempt when I'm on my panel too, but it could have been a productive conversation. Everyone, I will drop this link. I sent out a post, and Mackenzie, I'll watch this, and do it tomorrow. But let's see here. Give me one sec. I'm gonna drop this link. I'm still not sure if I am going to do a show tomorrow. I will be on at 5 and somewhat reluctantly. I've done all the necessary research, which was a Google search. It's going to be a basically simple point. Let's see. God damn it. You know what? Let's do this. This will be a shortcut. I hope. All right, so this is where I'll be 5:00 Eastern time tomorrow, and then we go from there. I don't really have a holiday schedule. Not sure if I'll, after tomorrow, could be, the weekend. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Might be spotty. It is Christmas week, and I have to travel. So, this is the Savage debate, or on Savage's channel. Something about boomers, some dumb shit like that. I don't think it's an argument. They want to make a big deal of stupidity, so apparently I have to participate. So generational miscommunication. It should be called generational miseducation. My point is clear. Everyone, the opposite side, the B's, are just, it's a dumb argument, and I just have to deal with it. Hopefully it won't last much more than half an hour or an hour. As you can see, I don't suffer fools gladly, and I put myself into a situation where I have to suffer them. Mackenzie, the link right below there is where I'm going to be tomorrow at 5. It's kind of a debate on the screen. That matches up with the link I just dropped. So come on over. See me lose another debate. You can't win against stupidity, and it's going to be a twofer when it comes to stupidity, because I'm thinking what will happen is it's going to be the one B will not be able to survive without the other B, and it's just going to turn into a brouhaha. And I am trying to learn YouTube well enough where when I hear shit like, "Ooh, choices are for women," That's when I need to start leaving these fucking panels because that's so stupid. It's unimaginable that person has a brain. So anyway, folks, I enjoyed it. This was way longer than I wanted to do, but until tomorrow, I think I'm going to do a show around 1:30. At a minimum, I'll be on at 5. Dude, so many couple new people, Mackenzie, Palomino, Savage, Slick Rick, Richard, all the usual suspects. Dragonfly. You don't come over too often, but it was good to see you, my darling Sin. See, I'm going to start flirting with Sin. Let's see how that works out. Let's see. Deacon Dave, Deacon Dave is, he's a producer of the show at this rate. Yeti, of course. So, God damn it. Now I'm afraid I'm going to Slick Rick. I'm going to leave some people out if I'm not careful. Dirty Dude, Duale. You need to show up around here more often, sir. So I appreciate you all the way from Germany. Free Zone Lou might as well be a producer. Free Zone always makes me think. He's pretty good at this philosophical stuff. So, and I know I must have forgotten someone, but I'm actually tired. Old men can only go so long. So I'll see y'all later.
Welcome to the Whoop-De-Wop. The Whoop-De-Wop is a name. The Whoop-De-Wop is a place. The Whoop-De-Wop is a thing. The Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, hand me the Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, you got some money? We going to the Whoop.